Hey guys, and welcome to arguably the greatest event in human history. Today, we're going to be hosting Teach Me Total War. Now, what is Teach Me Total War? Well, the multiplayer scene in general is really super scary, and we wanted to take away that stigma. So over the last 5 days, we've had 8 Gods of War. Those guys are all content creators or members of Creative Assembly, and they've been teaching people who have no idea how to play Total War or Total War multiplayer how to play the game, and that has been a really fun process. We've seen players grow, struggle, and improve all round, and now they've come together to do a really awesome tournament. Today, we're going to be bouncing through a load of different group games in the forms of best of threes. I'm not going to be able to get to everyone, but I will try to cover as many people as possible. And then tomorrow at 3 PM GMT, the top 2 of each group today will be battling out for the ultimate prize. Now, there's a lot of cool prizes today, a lot of cool stuff to talk about, but we'll save that all for the little breaks in between games. For now, let's just hop into some awesome action. So up first, we have Mercy the Mad, trained by the legendary Logic himself. They've been doing a lot of training on streams. He loves to be a nice defensive player, and he's going for a really nice safe pick here of Empire. And he's up against Excalibur One Sword, trained by the Dark Lord in the Shadows, aka Mr. Falcon. Should be a good fun game, so let's hop in here. And it is a best of 3. Every game today will be on the same maps. We're going to be playing with unit caps on Langwil, Karak Ungor, and Doc Karaz are the maps today. And yeah, should be some real good fun. I'm going to pop up the chat in just a second so I can interact with you guys, but hello. Yo, yo. Stream is all up and running. Best of luck, my friends. Can we start? You can do indeed. So let me get chat up on my phone. I know we are streaming today both on Twitch and on YouTube, so I'll say hello to both of you at the same time. And it looks like it's going to be Empire versus Dark Elves. So the way they're going to do this, there's a few rules have been put into place because these guys are such new players. It can be quite daunting with all the DLCs. There's like 15 or 16 factions. It's very scary. So what we've done is limit them to the base game factions, which of course are, Empire, Greenskins, Vampire Counts, and Dwarfs. We have the Lizardmen, we have High Elves, Dark Elves, and Skaven, as well as anything that is free to the game. For example, Bretonnia, absolutely fine to bring them. Gotrek and Felix, absolutely fine to bring them, but stuff like the Umbral Tide for the Lizardmen, that's DLC. So no, not today. These guys are ready, so let's load into our first game. I am so hyped. I don't know who's going to win. I know very little about a lot of these players, and I think it's one of those things where on their day, any of these guys can take it home. And that's the type of tournament we really like to see here. So I'm going to pop into chat now and see if any of you guys have any favorites, any predictions on who's going to win, and so on and so on. The first map will be Langwil. All the maps are relatively balanced for multiplayer. Looks like I'm over in the YouTube chat right now. People are yelling quack a lot. Quack to all of you. And people are screaming Mercy's name loud and proud. Who trained Excalibur, says Victor Kovacs there. It was Falcon, so the Dark Lord now. Falcon is one of the best multiplayer players in history. He has won an absurd amount of games and tournaments in general. So it'll be interesting to see, though, how he puts that to practice. Mercy the Mad here is actually a YouTuber himself, doing campaign action for Total War, but today is me trying out the multiplayer, and he was trained by Logic. Let's have a little look at his build. So up in the skies, we do have the legendary warrior, Karl Franz himself, looking beastly as always. Karl Franz, very powerful in those one-on-one situations, and because you don't have access to Volkmar the Grim, I think we've been seeing him quite a bit, and I love it. I absolutely love it. We have some dwarvish geometry going on here, a defensive build of Empire. We have spearmen and swordsmen pushing out in a defensive front, swordsmen in the front ranks, spearmen guarding the flanks and back, which is always good to see. We do also have 1, 2, 3, so triple handgunners in that central pocket, as well as a Jade Wizard. Now, for those guys who are new out there, if you bring Karl Franz, please always bring a Jade Wizard. He is so much more powerful. You can really milk the value out of him when you have access to that healing. We have Earthblood today, Shield of Thorns, as well as Dwellers Below, and it looks like Mercy the Mad is a bit of a rock and roll fella. Not only do we have a Warrior Priest in here, we have double Demigryph Knights with Halberds. These models are so badass. You can't get much cooler as a human, at least, unless you're riding a Demigryph into warfare. So a nice defensive formation for the Empire, and it looks like a nice aggressive fight coming in here by the Dark Elves. Not looking to trade blows with Dark Shards or Bolt Throws. Instead, we're going to get right up in your face and trying to pull your lungs out. We have Dread Spears dotted all the way along the front line. Cheap, cheerful, not going to do that much damage, but will help absorb initial damage and poke down that cavalry. And the next line, it is a load of the naked ladies themselves, the Witch Elves, dotted all the way along, supported by 2 flanks of Dark Riders on either side. And let's have a little look at the Hero Corps. It is a really nasty blob. We have double Canite Assassin in here, hiding amongst the Witch Elves, and a foot Marathi pick as well. Looks like the army is going to be bouncing around, maybe going for a bit of a flank overload tactic. We have a single Ferromancer Corps in the sky. Let's have a little look at what spells Marathi does indeed bring. She is coming in with Soul Stealer. Okay, that's pretty standard stuff. It's an area of effect spell, drains enemy HP, and gives it to her instead. Makes her very tanky all around. So I think the guys are good to go. Mercy Man says, okay, I'm ready. Good luck, have fun. Always good to see some good sportsmanship, which is certainly something we like to praise here as well. Yes, yeah, he was the student of Falcon, 100%. So it's going to be pretty interesting. We're just waiting now on Excalibur to be ready, and we get this battle underway. Now, this is a best of 3. If you guys would like for some clarity, because we're going to be bumping between games. I haven't put up a scoreboard, but if you guys would like a scoreboard, please do let me know, and I'll get a scoreboard up for these bad boys today. Who's it going to favor? I mean, it's really going to come down to, can the Empire protect these handgunners long enough? The handgunners are going to kill a bucket ton of these troops. The Witch Elves are going to be really nasty for this build. Able to entice in those Demigryph Knights, they will carve them to pieces. Karl Franz as well could find himself in trouble if he lands too often. He's going to be a powerhouse though. He can easily kill that Ferromancer Corps, and jump in Marathi on the ground might seem like a good idea. With double assassin at her back, it might be a little bit of a challenge too far for the mighty Franz Meister. Demigryph Knights waiting in the wings, and going to support where possible. Looks like, oh, this is really interesting. Okay, I see the sneaky schemes Logic's been teaching Mercy. You can see in the back here, we have Karl Franz, and he's going to be waiting in this corner facing it. Now, the reason you do this is in case there's enemy vanguard troops behind, Karl Franz can just snap them up nice and easy. When you're coming with a defensive formation like this, looking to protect the handgunners, it can obviously be a good play to make sure there's nothing just coming in behind you. There are big weaknesses to this style of play. I see a lot of beginner players use this kind of box style of approach. And the main weakness here is if there is nothing coming behind. These spearmen on the back are doing absolutely nothing. They're just standing there twiddling their thumbs. So they're going to want to rotate round into the main battle line and help out where possible. You can see Karl Franz is just searching the corner. He wants to know what's going on. And unfortunately for him, there is nothing over there today. Demigryph Knights are moving out to the left-hand side with the Warrior Priest, maybe looking to get a little bit adventurous. You can certainly cycle charge the enemy front line if, there is no range to try to punish you where possible. Yes, the Dark Elf Doom squad is going to be really tough to deal with. Franz can do it, but he can't do it alone, and that's going to be pretty key. Empire are repositioning. The Dark Elves are taking basically no time in getting going, just moving forward. And going really wide like this in the current meta is very popular, particularly with 1 or 2 supporting hard-hitting elements, like the Ferromancer Corps, the Assassin, Marathi, and so on. And they are darting towards the enemy front line. It does look like the Demigryph's getting a little bit bold, might be pushing out here. They're contemplating it, but they keep falling back. The Warrior Priest is trying to infuse them with the wrath of Sigma. With me, lads, but they just don't want to do it. They're just going to move him back. Karl Franz is going to go over there and sort them out and get them moving once more. The handgunners are going to be lining up some shots. Obviously, shooting the Manticore is a fantastic pick. Likewise, shooting the Character or the Witch Elves could be really nice. We're about to see that first deadly salvo unleashed, although they were obstructed for a second, and here they go. They are aiming at the Witch Elves, and funnily enough, but wearing basically nothing to a battlefield does make you relatively squishy to arms fire, and the Witch Elves are starting to drop in droves, but they're going to be charging in here onto the Spearmen. A battle cry ripped from their lips, and the Spearmen are going to try to poke and hold them back. Not going to go too good for the Spearmen, unfortunately, but luckily he does have his cavalry who can come in and hammer home this infantry. Manticore is flying high in the sky. It needs to get down to the ground as quickly as possible. Otherwise, Karl Franz will easily take it in the sky. A little bit of a misplay here. We've got some Dark Riders waiting in the wings, and a lot of the Dark Elf force is on a slow approach. Mercy definitely needs to take the opportunity here to slam home into the front line with his cavalry. Otherwise, these frontline troops simply will not hold. Handgunners are trying their best to support the front line. You can see a beautiful Soul Stealer going down in the center alongside a web of shadows. The Warrior Priest, not quite sure what to do at the moment, is just vibing in the middle. Demigryphs starting to push through the front lines and engage with the enemy. They've actually gone all the way through, maybe looking to rear attack where possible, but Marathi and the Death Blob of Dark Elves is now pushing through onto the handgunners, and handgunners all across the battle line are getting overwhelmed. Now, this can be the problem with the box. You can see all these spearmen are just sitting there. They need to get in the action. They're obviously trying to fend off the Dark Riders, you can also see some Witch Elves have rather nicely been moved up and around into the main fight. Then the big old blob, the Demigryphs have committed. The handgunners are being overwhelmed, but with the Warrior Priest in here, Karl Franz has landed to do battle with his enemies. Morathi is getting her ass absolutely whooped here by Franz. She is losing so much HP. All of those buffs coming down really is helping Franz quite a bit. Handgunners are also trying to support from long range. So it was a little bit of a rough start from the Empire. They are fighting back relatively well now. Spearmen in the backs are engaged with Witch Elves and other troops which have wrapped around the main battle formation. Karl Franz is like, I'm going to put this game on my back, lads, don't worry. He beats the living snot out of Ferromanticore, beats up Morathi, and it looks like she may actually go down here, and she shatters. The double assassins are all good and well, but up against the might of Karl Franz, what is an elf to do? Jade Wizard is pushing forward. Those handgunners are doing so much damage. The Dark Elves have completely overwhelmed the Empire formation on all fronts, but they've completely left these handgunners open, and they are whittling down at these single entities. Karl Franz against the world sounds like good odds to Mr. France. If you have a nice overarching view of the battlefield here, the majority of the Empire forces are legging it. They are running away. They do not want to tussle. The Dread Spears and the Dark Riders are simply too much for them, but the heroes are standing firm. Warrior Priest is trying his best, but now Karl Franz is rampaged. He can't get out of this engagement, and he is up against Double Assassin. Double Assassin is obviously very scary. Karl Franz is starting to waver, and maybe assassinating Morathi wasn't worth the cost of his life. The Assassins are doing a pretty decent number. Now, the Demigryphs have charged back in, as well as the Wizard, just to try to save the situation, but the battle is certainly starting to slip away from the Dark Elves, from the Empire at the moment, and going rather heavily in favor of the Dark Elves. Ferromanticore is coming back into the main fight. It's been away for a little while. Of course, it has been scared by the might of Gal Maraz. More Demigryphs are coming back for a lovely, lovely charge into the rear as they go in 2 by 2 into the enemy formation, looking to overwhelm them, but it's not enough. They've allowed Karl Franz to retreat, but I think the battle is pretty much over. Ferromanticore should be used to hunt down Karl Franz right here, but maybe he thinks he's not even worth my time. I'm going to come back into the main fight and try and deal with this Jade Wizard as well as the Demigryphs, who are currently getting pinned in by the Dark Riders. Karl Franz does manage to come back into the fray. War Priest is trying to buff himself, but look at the amount of Dark Elves left on the battlefield. 801 Elves versus just 46 men. Karl Franz doesn't think he can win, and he decides to flee. The first battle of the day will be going to Felcorn's student, Mr. Ree here, and it is 1-0 in this best of 3. Very well played. The defensive formation didn't quite hold. I think an onion style of play from Mercy maybe would have been a bit better. He had some really lovely sniping though. Karl Franz, just shy of that 2,000 damage value, jumped on Morathi and cracked her skull open. Unfortunately, he didn't account for the double assassins, one of which got 2,300 damage value, which is honestly pretty impressive. The Witch Elves and Dread Spears didn't do too much. They carved their way through the cheap chaff. You can see a few of the Witch Elves did really nice. Look at this unit. 124 kills and 1,000 damage value, surrounding Franz and dragging him down in the later stages of the game. I really love to see new players playing aggressive. It's not something you often see from them. They love to go defensive, but being aggressive is the best way to learn the game. It forces you to a higher level of micromanagement and to shut down the enemy back line. Well played, Excalibur One Sword. Quite a mouthful there. Mercy the Mad played a really good game. Still, Karl Franz got that beautiful snipe. The problem was his handgunners just weren't really able to fire. There was no big targets. There was no one they could really shoot. Everyone was on the ground, or they were just like a load of cheap chaff. So they didn't have the best targets, and that left the box a little bit more useless because the spearmen in the back just simply weren't fighting. However, I do absolutely adore the double Demigryph play with the Warrior Priest leading them. It's heavy metal, it's rock and roll, it's what we love to see in Total War. 470 and 669 damage value is not what we like to see, though. Not enough damage there. GG. And the next map will be Karak Ungor, perfectly placed. So what up, chat? Falcon's lessons seem quite efficient. Oh, for sure. Falcon's going to be very scary. Can you give me 2 minutes, please? Yes. No worries. So what we're going to be doing in between these games is trying to get the coaches of these players in, just to chat through what happened in the games and see that, you know, what they want to see from their player, how they trained them, and all that good stuff. So let's see if we need to get Logic in now. Boop, boop, boop. So, Mr. Logic, if you would like to hop into the stream chat, I can get you on to talk about your player. Likewise, Falcon, if you would like to join, feel free. And I am going to unmute myself here. There and there. Logic, can you hear me? Logic! It looks like he's muted at the moment. Hello?
Hey, dude.
Hey, man, how's it going?
Yeah, good.
So you trained Mercy the Mad, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah,
Yeah, how did the training go?
training went really well. It was hard to try and teach somebody without like giving them builds or telling them why these certain things are um, needed to bring. But Mercy's learned really well. Yeah, Mercy's learned really well.
So what did you think about that first game?
It's a tough one. It's a tough one. For Witch Elf build is just very strong against Spearmen. So
Yeah, what do you think
yeah.
you could have done differently maybe to try to counteract it?
It was hard because we just didn't have enough time to talk about what happens if he's not getting fully surrounded. But obviously, breaking the front line and getting onto the handgunners was really good by Falcon Student.
Yeah, I think your boy did a good job as well. Like, he hunted down Marathi and got the picks where he could. The big problem with those type of defensive formations is, you know, half your army's not fighting, basically. And the handgunners, if that's fine, if the handgunners can get that value, but they kind of struggle to actually get any shots off with so many ground troops, they really couldn't kind of bring the pain to them. But what was your training methods with Mercy? How did you guys go into this? Did you just chuck him into the deep end? Did you kind of hold his hand and skip into a multiplayer scene together?
I dropped him in the deep end against Hanadins for the first game.
Oh, that's mean.
Uh,
For those who don't know, Hanadins is like a really talented tournament player, so you just chucked him straight in the Carnage, yeah?
Yep, straight in the Carnage. He said, "I'm ready to go." I was like, "Okay, cool. This guy wants to play you, so straight in the deep end."
Yeah, how did he handle it?
He handled it like an absolute champion. Actually, he kind of yeeted one of his heroes straight into combat, thinking it was, you know, a little bit like campaign where they're like all invincible, and he very quickly worked out that they weren't invincible.
Yeah, so the cool thing today is we've got some players playing who haven't played Total War at all before, and some who are really well versed in campaign, but the funny thing is a lot of tricks that happen in campaign just don't work in multiplayer, and it's going to be pretty interesting to see if these campaign players, obviously they're on stream, they're going to be panicking, they're going to be making mistakes and stuff, of course, that's natural. They've only had 5 days to actually learn multiplayer. It's going to be interesting to see if any of them kind of fall back onto those campaign habits, which might get them into a little bit of trouble. If you have any word of advice, though, words of advice, words of wisdom to Mercy the Mad, in this situation, his back's against the rope, but I know he's a scrapper and he'll like to swing back hard. What would your advice be?
My advice would say be just to be confident in himself. He's been playing really well. And for those people at home to know that we can't give them builds. These are builds that he's made. He needs to be confident in his builds, confident in his ability and the coaching that we've done. And he's done amazing so far.
Yeah, for those of you guys who have joined late and don't know what this is, I'm a rubber duck of war, and today we're doing Teach Me Total War. So my play is pretty damn scary. A lot of players don't want to hop into it. It's got quite a steep learning curve. We wanted to kind of get rid of that rumor because it's not actually that true. My play is not that hard to pick up and learn. It does take a little bit of practice and patience, though. So we gathered a load of streamers, a load of multiplayer streamers, as well as members from Creative Assembly themselves. We took 8 players who have never played multiplayer before and taught them over 5 days. And the reason you're going to be seeing a lot of these builds is we've not allowed any DLC units, any paid content to be involved, just to make it a little bit easier for the players to really, you know, learn the game, get to grips. So we're going to see a lot of old school play, which is really funny, because some of the matchups are just completely different now. In the current game, if you're dwarfs and you're going up against Skaven, you're going to be having a really bad time going home, making that Slayer's Oath, because Warblodge's Elves will just rip you a new one. But luckily, there is no Warblodge's Elves with Skaven anymore, so all of a sudden matchups become a little bit more even than they were previously. Is that something you went through or that you found difficult in particular teaching Mercy, that the meta's so different in this tournament than it is from what you're used to?
Yeah, for sure. I definitely had to change my approach, thinking actually how bare bones some of the factions are. For example, Empire only having crossbowmen and handgunners. You know, there's no silver bullets, there's no huntsmen. There is literally bare bones units, and you have to think very differently as well. And you've also got to really unteach them campaign for those that have come from campaign.
Yeah, that's something, that's something I
on.
had as well. So I taught Dame Offensive, who's a really fantastic YouTuber herself. She does, you know, a load of campaign stuff. And there was a few habits, like, as you said before, kind of chucking your lords into the deep end. And normally you've buffed them up, right, with all your campaign buffs. And they're these invincible gods of war, and they can turn back entire tides. And then you do it in multiplayer and they die, and it can be really disheartening. So it's just learning when to fight, I think, and when not to. Because the Lords are still very powerful in multiplayer, but just not quite so powerful as they can be in campaign. It looks like Excalibur, one sword, is back and ready. He's picking Bretonnia and banning Dwarfs. Very smart ban in my opinion. Dwarves, just a load of heavy armor. They're not too affected by cavalry because you've got your guns, you've got your slayers, and you can force them back. I think if I'm a betting man, Mercy the Mad is probably going to go Dark Elves. I've seen him play a lot of Empire Dwarves and Dark Elves, and with his Dwarfs banned and the fact that he's used his Empire, I think there's a good chance here we're going to be seeing the Dark Elf boys.
Yeah, it's one of the 3 we practiced. We only had 4 days, so that's all we could practice. We only had time to practice 3, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's a smart decision though. Just, get people comfortable with a couple of factions and just play them, because bad matchups maybe aren't so important at beginner level. Oh, a wild card. Mercy the Mad is coming in with the High Elves, I think. Which, I've not seen him play High Elves. Maybe he has a trick or two up his sleeve that I just don't know about. But, High Elves versus Bretonnia, you got a lot of spears going for you in the High Elf favor. However, High Elves have really poor mass. The effective cycle charging from cavalry can, of course, be a big problem. Personally, what I would like to see here is Imric the Dragon Prince. He is a free legendary lord, so he is indeed allowed in today's tournament. We'll get him coming in, just smacking up King Leon in the sky and doing some really nice damage. But we'll have to wait and see what Mercy is actually planning. Let's double check to see if he is going them. Mercy, are you playing High Elf? Let's see what he does. I know a lot of people in chat are rooting for Mercy. I think we've got quite a few of his fans here. So I'm sure you guys can fuel him. Use your energy and give it to Mercy for a big old spirit bomb to drop down. Excalibur's playing good though. It's going to be a tough cookie to crack. And anyone trained by Falcon kind of keeps me up at night, just knowing they're out there and they could hunt me down at any moment in multiplayer. Which could be very scary. I think maybe he's just contemplating his life decisions right now. So maybe not High Elves. I would like to see High Elves. I think it'd be quite a good one. Dark Elves up against Bretonnia is certainly not the best matchup for Dark Elves. You do have a load of Dark Shards. I think Dark Riders would be very important. And it'd be interesting to see as well if these players stick to their playstyle. Mercy the Mad liked to go in defensive before, and Excalibur went really aggressive. So it's going to be interesting to see if their trainers actually taught them multiple styles of play. I know from my personal experience teaching Dame Offensive, she can play, she likes to play aggressive, as her name would suggest, Dame Offensive. But she's got a few different ways and a few little schemes in her back pocket that she can whip out on the enemies just to keep things interesting so they don't kind of see her as a one-trick pony. And it looks like Dark Elves. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. So we're going to get Dark Elves versus Bretonnia. Logic, if you're still there, what do you think Mercy needs to do up against Bretonnia? Oh no. Logic has abandoned us. Oh, you're there. What up? What do you think he needs to do here in this matchup?
He just needs to make sure he prioritizes the correct targets. We've been through quite a bit of training of prioritizing, or at least recognizing what the threats are in builds. As long as he prioritizes the correct threats, I think he's going to be fine. I think as long as he prioritizes correctly, it all depends if it's going to be Faye or if it's going to be King Leoncoeur, really.
Yeah, just assassinating the enemy leadership's always good, still against Bretonnia, because they're peasants. They don't want to fight if they're not being forced to by their lords. And then the cavalry, they can be dealt with and dragged down over time by just a load of infantry or dark shards. I'm expecting Mercy to go relatively defensive. I know he's a dwarf fan. I think a dwarf main has been stopped from playing them so far. But if this game does go to game 3, then of course Mercy will get the option to pick his Dowie, which I would love to see, personally. I want to see as much dwarf action as possible. They're a super Marmite faction in multiplayer, where half the community kind of loves them, and half the community absolutely despises them. But I like them. I want to see some Ungrim action. I definitely do. The king of all slayers is always good to see in a scrap. So Mercy's ready. Looks like he actually may have had a build prepared for this, because he just instantly locked in. He's good to go straight away, and now Excalibur's sword is as well. So thank you for chatting with us, Logic, anyway. I will see you after this game.
All right, mate.
Good luck to your opponents. Good luck to both these players. I'm quickly going to mute my Discord so no one can pop in and catch me unawares. And then, boop, let's go in and play. Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited. Karak Ungor. Let's go. Here's your money on, guys, in chat. Let me know. scream either Logic if you think Logic's pupil, Mercy the Mad's going to win. Or if you think Excalibur's going to win, scream Falcon. He was his trainer today. In our hearts, Mercy Mad already won with the High Elves. Unfortunately, he didn't pick High Elves, so he's kind of betrayed you here today. He's actually coming in with the Dark Elves. And, oh no, this is really nasty stuff. We have Marathi in the sky with double Feral Manticore as well to help support her. We also have a Reaper Bolt Thrower down on the ground. In the infantry fight, it is cheap and cheerful chaff, or pretty uncheerful. We've got bleak swords and dread spears. They're not having a good day, but they're here to scrap it out with the enemy. So a load of cheap infantry, 1 bolt thrower to apply a bit of long-range pressure, and 4 units of dark shards. That's a lot of armor piercing on the battlefield. Double Dark Riser repeater crossbows up front, 2 Manticores, and Marathi in the skies with Soul Sealer. So Marathi already making her second appearance on stream today. For the forces of Bretonnia, it looks like a bit of a man-tide. Okay, this is cool. So we have peasant mobs. We also have a load of spearmen at arms to help fend off the enemy. We have foot squires all along the battle line. We have the Beast Slayers of Bastion. So Bretonnia are actually the only faction today allowed Regiment of Renowned troops because they all came with that free LC. So Beast Slayers of Bastion in the center, lovely anti-large. We have the Holy Wardens as well, and a load of foot squires. Not a lot of units you would see terribly often normally in this matchup, but it's a huge sway of troops on the ground. We have double Question Knights, some of the best cavalry in the entire game, particularly when supported by healing. I think them and Blood Knights are probably tussling out for the title of the Kingpins. With a Grail Reliquary down in the back just to improve morale, we have Gotrek on foot, we have a Paladin on foot, and Fae Enchantress. Gotrek, a lovely foil to Marathi Snipes on the Fae. She's coming in just with Earthblood, looking to heal up, and she looks very cool. She's like in a party right now. She's just vibing, floating in the skies, bouncing back and forth, and getting ready to bring some action. We also have a load of Peasant Bowmen along the battle line. So, Pox Arrows, basic ones, all good stuff. All good stuff. I think it could come down to, look like another defensive box coming in from Mercy. So this seems like it's his favorite playstyle. Those Manticores sniping Fae without getting goomed out by Gotrek could well certainly be the way to do this. Does Chaos count as FLC or DLC, says Loopy in the YouTube chat. It is a DLC, so unfortunately no one can play Chaos today. It's simply the base factions. So it's, the 4 factions you get with Game 1 and Game 2, plus Bretonnia, because Bretonnia were free. Which I always forget about. Bretonnia came in such a long time ago, I feel like they just arrived with Total War Warhammer 1. I'm expecting a push once again. You can see the Peasant Bowmen are lined up nice and tasty for a big wind blast or something, but I don't think the Dark Elves actually have that to bring today to punish the Bretonnian forces. The Enchantress shall be hiding amongst the Holy Wardens, doing their best Beric Dundarian impressions with their flaming swords, looking pretty awesome, kind of just cheering themselves on, raising their shields, and they're going to be looking to protect the Fae with their lives. Paladin is nearby. He gives Guardian, of course, to the Fae, help protect her and keep her safe with Gotrek as well. The Peasant Bowmen are not going to have a good time up against the Dark Shards. There was a decent amount of them here today. What I'd like to see the Bolt Thrower do from Mercy is target down that cavalry with that single shot fire. It can kill multiple models at a time and do some really nice damage. Manticores up in the skies alongside Marathi is going to be relatively scary to deal with. They can take out a lot of the cavalry, and as long as they don't tussle with Gotrek, they should be in a decent spot. Looks like Ree right now is just going to be reorganizing. I believe his name's Ree, but he's playing under the name today of Excalibur Sword instead. Dark Rise in a vanguarded position there. Cool, please don't sell, says Excalibur. No worries, no worries. I think Mercy's ready to go, just waiting on his opponent. No, Regiment Round units are only banned from DLCs, Victor. So they're banned because you have to, pay for them. The Bretonnians aren't. The Bretonnians were free, so they're allowed to use whatever they come with. And the reason we did this is just so it's less for players to take on. The rosters are pretty big at this point. Total Warhammer 2 has been out, I think, for 4 or 5 years now. So there's a lot of factions, there's a lot of units. Before we would simplify a little bit, just to teach these guys in the short time span we actually had, which of course was from Monday. So these guys have been training for about 5 days, and they've all done really good. My favorite thing so far has been watching the streams. A lot of the content creators teaching these guys. I know Inticity did some videos on his trainee Slippy today. And I did a lot of streams, Logic did a lot of streams. Everyone was kind of showing off their trainees and how they train them, and seeing them from day one compared to now is mind-boggling. The improvements are so huge over just such a short time span. And that's one of my favorite things about this event. It kind of really shows that, hey, you put in a little bit of work, all of a sudden, multiplayer is not that daunting whatsoever. It can certainly be, you know, a lot of good fun if you can delve into it. No problem, ready when you are. Looks like Mercy being a gentleman there and waiting. Have a little sip of my drink. To keep us nice and refreshed for this battle. I'm expecting it to be fast and furious. That first game just kind of was, bam, bumping into each other straight away. No mercy from the Dark Elves. It looks like they've come back, but this time their loyalties have switched. Of course, Dark Elves not known for being super loyal, so I'm not too surprised to see them switch over to Mercy the Mad today. Can we start? Go for it. Let them know they're all good to start. Who's your money on? I mean, it's a little interesting right now. It could depend again how well Mercy reacts with these Dread Spears and the Witch Elves in the back. It's good to have them in this defensive formation, but as soon as they see the battle line, they need to be rotating around and trying to attack the enemy flanks themselves and getting super aggressive as well. Because if they sit back there, they're simply not going to be doing enough. It looks like one of the players has readied up, just waiting on the second one. Good luck, have fun from both players, and let's get this cracking. Dark Riders making some last-second adjustments as they push up the field. The repeater crossbows are going to be nice. They need to be careful of the Peasant Bowmen, but apart from that, there's basically nothing to counter them, so they should be able to get a lot of free range with that firepower. Focusing down the Question Knights would be good. Nipping in, getting some shots on the Peasant Bowmen before falling back can also be super nice. The Fair Enchantress is floating forward with her foot squires at the moment. The Holy Wardens as well are nearby in support. Bolt Thrower is currently shooting into some peasants. It's never really a good day to be a peasant, but being shot by a Bolt Thrower is probably a highlight of their life, and it's not going to go too well. Single shots coming in right now, going to take out a couple of models, but as soon as the cavalry is in range, I'm sure we're going to be seeing the target priority switch. Lovely play by both players here. You can see the Dark Riders whip around that flank to get on top of the Question Knights, and immediately Excalibur notices this and is going to start running away. Just running away, fleeing for his life. He doesn't want to engage with the Dark Riders, but if they start to get over a chase a little bit too much, they could end up getting trapped with the Peasant Bowmen turning around and unleashing a couple of volleys on them. Marathi and Double Manticore flying high on that left-hand side, waiting to bomb dive the opponents. Bolt Thrower doing some nice damage as well as the battle does start to progress here. And the shots have switched, and what are they going for? The Knights. Beautiful target priority there by Mercy, realizing that this build doesn't actually have that much punch, apart from the archers, the heroes, and the knights. So if I can start eliminating those targets early, it's going to be really good. What you can see Excalibur doing here is he's trying to push his spearmen back to drive away the dark shots. And Marathi is going in. No, she decides not to. I thought she was going to commit to a really early fight there. Not too much around here which could hurt her, but she might end up getting boxed in. And that would then, of course, allow Gotrek to waddle over and dish out the pain. Question Knights are taking quite a lot of damage now from the Dark Shards, who are certainly starting to rack up some of those kills. The Question Knights not going to like that whatsoever. Peasant mobs have run all this way to the battlefield to only break almost. No, they're going to rally themselves here. Fuzzy Lady. They're going to be charging in up against Dread Spears, but Dread Spears will quite comfortably be able to beat them back. Looks like Dark Shards are going to be moving back away from the Peasant mobs. They're a little bit scared of them, buying more and more time for this Bolt Thrower to really bring the pain to those Question Knights. So much damage has been done, but they still have 35 models, which isn't too shabby. In the back, this unit of Dark Riders is kind of wasting ammunition on the Spearmen, but hey, if you're killing manlins, is it ever really a waste? Load of shots are rising up and over now onto the Bleak Swords, coming down in arcs of death, and the Holy Wardens are going to be charging in to that hand-to-hand combat, looking to engage with the Bleak Swords. They'll try their best up against the Holy Wardens, but they, of course, are imbued by the power of the Lady and should be able to carve their way through. Question Knights have taken so much damage, they have nowhere to go. You can see one unit of Question Knights is already dealt with, and the second one is being finished off now by Marathi bomb diving down in to try to break their bones. They are falling back right now, though, and the Manticores have been left to try to deal with them. The main fight, though, isn't going so good for the Dark Elves. Dark Shards are starting to be overwhelmed in the front line. We need to see these Witch Elves and other Dread Spears move forward into the main battle line and have the Dark Shards pull back so they can continue to shoot. Of course, Mercy's micro currently is on his Pharaoh Manticores, but he may be looking to bomb dive in as well. In the back line, we have a lovely little firing position from the Peasant Bowmen, just raining shots onto the Bleak Swords, enabling the Foot Squires and other units to punch through the gap as quickly as possible. Dark Riders are whipping around once again, coming in for some rear attacks on the Peasant Bowmen. Honestly, wouldn't be a bad idea whatsoever. They are terrible in combat. And he does notice the Fae was isolated. Gotrek and the Paladin went way too far away, and now the Manticores swoop, trying to grab the Fae Enchantress in their clutches. She is very tanky, however, because of all her resistances, and a well-placed Earthblood should keep her nice and topped up. And Marathi is all of a sudden facing Gotrek, which of course isn't a good fight for her. Gotrek with the anti-large plus favor of the Fae, 90 melee attack. A Soul Sealer is going to come in with Marathi to try and kind of save the situation a little bit there. Elsewhere, the Dark Elves have done a good job composing themselves and getting their Dark Shards back into safe positions, so they can open up and fire again. You can see Quest Knights are starting to go down, but in the main fight, Marathi is going to be able to escape her. A lovely little clutch play coming by Mercy. He's swooping in with the Feral Manticores to hold back Gotrek and buy time for the Marathi to fall back. The Enchantress is taking a ridiculous amount of damage right now. She may well go down. The Dark Rise doing a fantastic job. The Feral Manticores probably want to continue to jump her, otherwise she will of course heal up. One Manticore down, one to go. In the back line, you can see the Question Knights did manage to rally and come back into the fray. The Reaper Bolt Throwers are currently being pushed off their artillery piece, with overload of returning Bleak Swords and Dark Shards, though, eliminating the Question Knights. And Mercy is certainly still in with a shout, though the balance of power is slightly against him. He just needs to reorganize this back line, get his Dark Shards shooting again, and he's in a pretty great spot because his Feral Manticore has once again returned, and the Peasant Bowmen are next to useless in melee if he can jump on them with his Manticores. Load of shots coming in now onto the Bleak Swords and the Witch Elves. Hitting those Witch Elves is some good target priority. Only 5 armor. Those are rather nasty pox arrows, which I'm sure are very smelly, are going to be easily able to pierce the flesh of the Witch Elves and drag them down. Now, the Manticore has seen its opportunity. There's no knights on the field. The hero squad is on foot and relatively slow, so I'm just going to kill all of your peasants, and there's basically nothing that the Bretonnian player can do about this. Manticores have come in, and peasants are already running in all different directions, absolutely terrified. Dark Rider is going to be moving up, unleashing shot after shot into the face. She did heal up quite a bit, but sniping an enemy character would be super lovely right now, with so much mobile terror on the battlefield. Peasants are actually just about holding on despite eating a Soul Stealer here. Marathi needs to be careful and not overstay her welcome. And a Chalice of Potions is birthed into the world, raining holy fire down on the Dark Riders. That was missed, and they weren't able to dodge it. They took so much damage there. We can see Marathi is desperately trying to fall back now. She is getting pinned in by some of those filthy peasants, but should be able to escape, particularly with the support there of the wand, as well as these Manticores if need be. And there she goes, getting up into the sky once more. Bretonnians are fighting in 2 armies. You've got one army over here and one in the back, and that's allowing the added mobility of the Dark Elves to wrestle control of this battle. The Beast Slayers of Bastion are currently fighting Witch Elves and going down to Dread Swords and Bleak Swords. No, Dread Spears and Bleak Swords. There we go. Get my words muddled up. And the Dark Shards are doing such a good job. Mercy rallied in the mid-game there, and he's got all of his range units back firing again, and if he can continue to keep them shooting, this battle will be his. And for the first time in the game, the balance of power is in the favor of the Dark Elves. You can see the Fae Enchantress gets caught by a Soul Stealer. Won't do too much damage to her, but she is at her healing cap at the moment, and it'll certainly do nice damage to the Paladin and all the rest of these forces. Dark Riders are going to be pushing in, probably wanting to trample the Peasant Bowmen under hoof and just force them off where possible. Having both Manticores alive right now is so good. And look at this, the Dark Shards opening up fire. They see their opportunity at glory, and the Fae Enchantress down to 1,164 HP. Gotrek is going to be a little bit nasty, but you can see the Bolt Thrower is going to be targeting him down and trying to finish him off, which was probably the best way to deal with the Dwarf right now. Just don't let him have the opportunity to fight your characters in combat. Beast Slayers in the back just getting overwhelmed. Looks like we're going to see some Bleak Swords coming for a rear attack as well. And the Bolt Thrower is absolutely fine. Triple Dark Shards are unleashing hell. And I think the Dark Elves are going to force this all the way to game 3. It is still pretty tight and close because the Manticores are starting to get dealt with, and Marathi might throw her life away here. She needs to move out of this. Gotrek and the Paladin, 2v1 in her is not a fight she wants to take, and rather wisely, Mercy, he knows what's up. He's simply going to fall back and get up into the sky once more. Bit of a miscast by the Fae Enchantress, nearly killing herself there. 1 or 2 more shots and she will be going down. Feral Manticores just using their mobility right now to hunt down the Peasant Bowmen and force them off the field. More peasants as well starting to struggle on all the sides. This Feral Manticore certainly wants to come back into the action, though he is wavering, just taking a little bit of a breather. Looks like we do have a rather nasty spell coming down. It once again is a well-placed spell from the Fey Enchantress. That's one of her bound abilities, and it breaks both the Dark Shards. That could prove pretty huge, because the Dark Shards are needed here to kill Gotrek. The Enchantress is barely clinging on to life right now, but more Dark Shards are swarming and circling her, looking to bring the pain. Looks like the bolt throws have switched to their spread shot, trying to finish off the Spearman at Arms, hoping in the later stages of the game we can just encircle and drag down the hero cause here of Bretonnia. We do get a cheeky Earthblood go down. It is overcast, which is very risky, because if the Fae miscasts, she's basically gone from the battlefield. It's only healing up Peasant Bowmen, and unfortunately for them, there is a lot of shots raining down upon them from the Bolt Thrower, and it looks like one unit does shatter. Balance of power is starting to move more and more Dark Elf favored, getting relatively close to army losses here, but army losses doesn't mean at the end of the game. Gotrek will fight to his dying breath if so needed. Ferromanticore, it smells blood, and the Fey Enchantress is very isolated and alone once again. The hero core is really nice. We can see from both the games, Excalibur likes his hero cores. The problem is when they get isolated from each other, it tends to be a bit more of a struggle, and it is just the 3 heroes of Bretonnia left in the distance. We have some Spearmen at Arms, but I don't think they're going to be making it back to the battlefield anytime soon, because Mercy the Mad is just really on point right now. We're finishing off these routing troops and not giving them the opportunity to come back into the main fight. Dark Riders are lining up some shots now. Fey Enchantress, 375 HP, down to just 300, so maybe a couple more volleys, although she may just break from the sheer pressure of this skirmish play. Dark Shards are also lining up shots. Fey Enchantress is going to be running for her life right now. Negative 17 leadership. Yeah, there's simply no way she's going to be making it out of the battlefield. And what do you do up against Gotrek? Chuck chaff at him all day long. Yes, he'll kill the chaff, but he only has 0 armor. So any chaff, anything basically in the game will at least do some damage to him and can start to whittle him down. Fey Enchantress isn't quite shattered despite having only 53 HP. She is really clinging on right now, but it looks like the Dark Riders going to ride her down and take her out the game. Let's have a little look. She's draining them when she retreats, which is rather interesting to note. And still just about clinging on. Paladin is coming over here, but Marathi is like, guys, come on. She's basically dead. She's running away. Let's finish her off. And she's down to 13 HP. There's simply no way she can escape this entrapment right here, unless all the Dark Riders break. And the Dark Riders are actually starting to waver due to that drain from the Fae. That is crazy. She saves herself even whilst retreating. Of course, the Paladin was also nearby, and he's now going to start to get focused down by the Dark Shards. Marathi, you know you want to. Go for the ultimate duel. I want to see some Lord-on-Lord action. And nope, she's simply like floating above right now. And there you go. She's coming in for that killing blow. Turns her horse around and does devour the Fey Enchantress. Unfortunately, the Bretonnia Lord is now out of the game. We still have the Paladin, and we still have Gotrek. As long as Marathi doesn't fight Gotrek, though, I think we're going to be all good here for the Dark Elves, because Marathi can easily duel this Paladin. Just hop down and take him out the game. Dark Elves, though, doing their due diligence and hunting down routing units, which is certainly something they want to be doing. Just break the morale of this force. You want everything gone where possible. Make Gotrek feel as isolated and alone as a dwarf possibly can be. This unit of Spin Arms is shattered. Army losses is very close to kicking in. The Paladin barely staying on the battlefield. Marathi and the Ferromanticore maybe coming over here to fight Gotrek, but I would just realistically just chuck your Bleak Swords over there. Chuck your Bleak Swords and Dread Spears and just surround him and slowly drag him down. Paladin is running for his life right now. He has shattered. Army losses does kick in. So it is simply Gotrek versus the world. Let's get some lovely little close-ups of Gotrek. Swinging his sword around and his axe and just having a good time all around. Like, it's never cool to see one of these mighty heroes of legends go down like this. But Gotrek, he wants to go down fighting. So at least he is getting his wish, though I'm sure he would rather be fighting Marathi right now or one of the mighty Manticores, but instead, it's just Dread Spears poking him and starting to drag him down. So, GG's. That was going to be a good game. Of course, Gotrek will fight to the end. I just don't think there's anything he can do here. There's simply far too many infantry left. There's ammunition left as well. Witch Elves are moving up to fight. Even the Dread Spears are trying to save their own skin and fall back. This is really good play, actually, by Mercy. I love the recovery, because the first half of the game was a little bit rough for him. He stabilized his forces, took out the key targets, and is starting to drag himself back into this game. Gotrek, yeah. 2,300 HP, that's all good and well, buddy. But you're up against 459 elves, one of which is a feral manticore at basically full health. The other manticore is still going to hit really hard, and Marathi, and it looks like Excalibur is unfortunately going to bow out there, so we won't get to see what would have happened. Maybe Gotrek would have won. Who knows? There was a chance. But it looks like Mercy the Mad is going to be taking this best-of-3 series to the third and final game. I hope we see this as much as possible. These guys very evenly matched. A lovely comeback from Mercy. It's really hard to not get down in the dumps when you lose the first game in a best-of-3, but he swung back, and he swung back hard. Marathi, 2,156 damage value, 111 kills. Very lovely stuff there. Witch Elves did a good job just rampaging the targets at the right time. 860 value on them. And the Dark Shards did, you know, pretty solid damage across the board. The highlight, though, being 1,000 value. One thing I must commend Mercy the Mad on, Skirmish Cavalry is not easy to use at all. It can be really challenging for newer players, and he managed it so well. 1,000 damage value and 864, never getting distracted by the kind of loose units Excalibur was throwing at him. He was like, no, I'm not going to take the bait, I'm not going to shoot them, I'm going to get in there and I'm going to kill the knights. Manticores, 580 and 924 damage value, 1,000 on the bolt thrower is also super tasty. As for Excalibur, he did a really good job initially. He kind of cracked the Dark Elf shell, but then you notice his army was fighting in two halves. It wasn't fighting together. He needed to keep the momentum going. He had his foot on the throat of the Dark Elf forces, and he didn't carry on. He kind of let off the gas a little bit. He was like, oh no, I need to protect my archers. His army split up, and the mobility of the Dark Elves is what won the day. Gotrek got 1,400 damage value, which is quite nice. 800 on the Paladin, 760 on the Phase, pretty solid. And across the board, his troops did okay. I mean, the infantry didn't do too much. Foot Squad is an interesting pick. But yeah, the infantry didn't do too crazy. And the knights, which were his like hardest hitting units, 0 value and 205. Mercy saw they were a threat and decided to pick them apart. So up next, we will be moving over to Doc Karaz as the map. Ooh, there we go, and we'll hop into this best of 3. Or the best of 3 final. GG. Amazing games, lads. Onto the final game. And Mercy is going to go in Dwarfs and ban in High Elves. So the way this normally works is in the third game, whoever won game 2 gets to pick and ban, which is Mercy the Mad here. So we're going to see some Dwarfs in action. Yes, that is 1-1. If you guys would like me to have a scoreboard at the top, just let me know. Because we were bouncing between games, it was meaning I'm going to have to like hop out and change it all the time. So I thought maybe we'll just do that for the finals. But if you guys do want a scoreboard, please do let me know. And I can certainly make that happen. It looks like it's going to be Dwarfs versus Vampire counts. So that should be some good fun. Let's hop into Discord, see, and see if anyone is ready. Awesome, awesome. Cool. I've received some messages from Nathan. Let me know what is going on in the group so far. So obviously all the games are being played at the same time. But let's hop back into stream chat, get Logic back on the phone. I don't think Falcon's here, unfortunately, to talk about his pupil. So we'll go back in with Logic and have a little chat with him. So quickly going to hop over to Discord now, unmute myself, and see if Logic can indeed pop in and hear us. But Dwarfs versus Vampire counts. Yeah, Logic's going to be feeling really proud about this one. Obviously, the Dwarfs being hey, dude. Logic's favourite faction. What's up, man? Your boy.
Oh, your boy. What a game. What a game.
That was, did you get a lot of secondhand stress from that, being the coach?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was getting stressed for both the players, just watching the game. That was close. And I think Mercy was on the back foot quite hard in the early stages of it. He focused on the Knights. Very impressive that. Didn't get distracted by the Spearmen with his Dark Riders. Hunted down the Question Knights. His front line just buckled. He had a similar problem he had in the first game, where his backline troops were kind of just idle. But he fixed that this time, which is good to see the improvement. He moved them to the front line, rallied his Dark Shards, and then won the game. So I'm guessing you're a very proud teacher right now.
Yeah, my 2 targets for him, because he has a good knowledge of the game, was to teach him target prioritization and teach him what he needs to bring to the battlefield and identify the threats. So I think he did really well there with that. And yeah, super proud, super proud. Yeah, so I know deep down in your heart of hearts, you are a Dowie. You're a Dowie lover. You love the Dwarfs, so I'm sure you're pretty proud to see Mercy the Mad playing Dwarfs today. Is it one of his favourite factions? I've seen him play them quite a bit. Yeah, when we first started, I said, "What are your favorite factions?" We said, "What factions don't you want to play?" And then, "What factions do you want to play?" And he gave me Empire and Dark Elves. And I said, "If you had to pick a third," he said, "Oh, I really like the Dwarves actually." And I was like, "Oh, good,
Yes,
good."
vengeance. Oh, I love it. Okay, so instantly there was a little bit of a connection between you two. So Dwarves versus Vampire Counts. Have you practiced this one at all?
We had 3 days where we took each faction and we played against every other faction. So he had a day with Empire. We played 8 games, and then he had a game with Dowie and a day with Dark Elves.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah.
So he's played against Vampire Counts a few times with the Dwarf.
Yeah, yeah.
I feel like from his previous 2 games, I know what to expect. There's going to be a defensive formation and a lot of guns. Am I on to something here, you think?
Well, the thing is I kind of led him with the builds. He kind of, I helped him sculpt his build that he wanted to bring and his style of play. Instead of me going, "This is how I think you should play," it's going, "This is what I've seen you do, so I'm going to help you play that way."
Yeah.
And try and be the best in that formation.
Okay, cool. It's going to be quite funny to see how this plays out. It plays very different in the current multiplayer scene, obviously. But that's all the DLC. So, for example, Vampire Counts have no Mortis engines, which is so alien of me to think seeing a Vampire Count build without a Mortis engine. So, personally, I think in this kind of like a base game style tournament, Vampire Count's best options are their Blood Knight Cavalry. They are very, very strong, or going quite big in the air game. Bringing Terrorgeists, bringing those dragons, and doing big breath attacks down on the Dowie can be very strong. However, Dwarfs do have counters to pretty much all of that stuff. I mean, Slayers are going to be very good here if he can keep them in the right engagements and off that chaff. Otherwise, it'd be very poor for them. And Thunderers. Thunderers are just so nice. It's also probably worth noting the Dwarfs can bring Thoric Ironbrow, as he is a free Legendary Lord. He wasn't part of like a DLC or anything. And I've got a hunch we'll see him today if Mercy thinks about this matchup. Him on his Anvil would be very powerful. He's hard to snipe, and that miscast chance onto the enemies is really, really nice for sure.
Yeah, I got him to decide what lord he wants to pick, and he said, "Oh, I've heard Thoric's really good." I was like, "Well, you can give him a go." And then he loves the engineer as well. He loves the engineer.
I love that. Thoric's pretty good, being the most powerful dwarf lord by a mile.
Oh, by a country mile.
Yeah,
As soon as he said it, because I haven't directed anything he's ever done.
Yeah.
Even I mean, even with Marathi Double Manticore, he said, "Well, Marathi just kind of gets like in the air. She just kind of gets like bullied." I was like, "Well, you've got some Air Force to protect her." And he said, "Well, what about Manticore?" And I was like, "Well, you can give it a go." And he loved it. And then he's like, "Well, what about 2 Manticores?" And I said, "Well, I don't know. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's good."
Yeah, I know Ice Power, a very prominent player in the multiplayer scene, kind of popularized Marathi in the sky of Double Manticore. Just having 2 Terracores and bodyguards, it certainly does strike the fear into many a player's soul nowadays. I'm very excited, though. This is the final game of this best of 3 between these 2 guys. Both games have been close so far. So, who knows? Anyone can win this at the moment. Someone in chat called Swiss Pikeman, hello Swiss, says, "I'm hoping to see 5 Iron Drakes." Which, I'm with you. I'm with you, Swiss. I really want to, I want to be with you there with the 5 Iron Drakes. Is it going to happen? I mean, I've seen worse strategies. 5 Iron Drakes will roast a lot of zombies and also do a decent amount of damage to the large targets due to the fact they, of course, have the weakness to fire and all that goodness. It looks like... Okay, no, they're just saying hello to each other, sorting out the matchup. Neither of the players are quite ready. In fact, just as we speak about Ice Power, he pops his head into chat here on YouTube. I know we're streaming on YouTube and Twitch today, so welcome to both guys. Unfortunately, I can't view both chats at the same time. I'll try to bounce between. I've currently favoured YouTube a little bit. I'll move over to Twitch after this best of 3 and come chat with you guys. But I hope you've been enjoying so far. For those who have joined late, we've basically had 8 content creators, or 7, and one of them is a member of Creative Assembly, and they've taught 8 people who are brand new to multiplayer how to play the game over the course of a week. In fact, only 5 days. And today they're coming together to play in this tournament. There's a few rules at place. They can't bring any DLC units, and they can't bring any DLC factions. But apart from that, everything's on the table. Everything's on the table. And the reason we did that is it can be a little bit overwhelming. There's a load of factions, there's a load of units, so we thought, you know what, we're going to come together and simplify this and make it just as easy as possible because it's such a short duration to teach them. Excalibur is ready, just waiting on Mercy the Mad, and we'll get going. Logic, if you've got any last-second words of wisdom you would give to Mercy or Excalibur here, what would you do?
They both seem very good players. They've both certainly trained very well. They both come with strong builds. I think that just trust in themselves. Like, they've done all the practice, they've done all the hard work, and in these times you can definitely doubt yourself. You can definitely go, and you can let the nerves get you. Just remember, fall back to your training and back yourself.
Awesome. Well, thanks, man. I'm going to hop into this game now. It's good to speak to you, and I'll speak to you a little bit later on, probably.
Awesome.
Awesome stuff. So we've just muted Mr. Logic there. Let's hop back into the game and get these guys started. Who's your money on? Mercy the Mad. Start just screaming randomly in chat if you want him to win, or if you want Excalibur to win, maybe do the sword emoji or something like that. And I have no idea. Such close games in Game 1 and Game 2. It's going to be a nail-biter. We're on Dokkaraz today, relatively open map. It does have a big dip as well, where you can certainly hide a lot of your troops, and I'm just excited to see what these guys have actually brought for their builds. Now, it's very unlikely that Mercy's going to switch up his formula too much. You can play aggressive with dwarfs. I'd actually argue it is sometimes better to play aggressive with dwarfs, but considering his pick so far, it's probably going to be a relatively defensive formation. Now, across the board, it is the Vampire Counts. Let's delve into the Dwarf build to start with and have a little look to see what we've got. And it is indeed going to be Mr. Thoric Ironbrow. Thoric is, in my humble duck opinion, the most powerful Dwarf Lord in the game, simply due to the fact that he synergizes really well with the cost-effective troops of the Dwarfs. So we have Rune of Slowness here, we have Rune of Speed, Rune of Wrath and Ruin, and the Rune of Doom. That's a lot of potential he can bring to buffing his nearby homies. We have a Master Engineer down on the ground. Fire Ring, Restock, and Flash Bomb are his poisons of choice today. And then it is a load of cheap and cheerful units. Dwarf Warriors dotted all the way along. Miners in the secondary line. Now, this is a little trick I believe Logic taught him, is that your Dwarf Warriors pin the enemy in place. Your miners launch their blasting charges up and over into the enemy. It ensures they can get off both their volleys. They only have one ammunition, but they fire it in 2 waves for some reason, so it's a little bit confusing. We do have 4 units of Thunderers as well, backing them up, and just even more Dwarf Warriors. Dwarf Warriors, basic miners, literally as many troops as he can field. We have 2 Slayers as well to help deal with those large, scary threats. The forces of the Vampire Counts here and Excalibur, we have Zombies dotted all the way through the front. We have then an insane amount of Graveguards, so a mixture of basic Graveguard and Graveguard with great weapons all the way along. Oh my god, a Flame Cannon would have been so good against this, but obviously, Flame Cannons are a little bit risky, so just going for the mass infantry approach. We do have Triple Fellbats in the sky, and once again, a bit of a hero blob. It looks like this is something Falcon really worked hard on with his trainee here. He's got Vlad von Carstein down on the ground. He's got Dance Macabre, Raise Dead, as well as Invocation of Heck. I believe he has the Master of Beguilement as well on him. He does indeed, which is a very powerful hex. And then we have Double White King, both coming in with their really useful tier attack ability, which is quite good at clearing out chaff. Now, I don't think it's going to be great today because it does magic damage, and the dwarves don't really care about magic. They think it's some kind of puny wannabe rune powers. So I don't think, with Thoric nearby on the battlefield, the dwarves are going to be too threatened by that. That is a lot of Graveguard, though, and the Graveguard going to be very scary against this build. He needs those Thunderers to shoot the Graveguard at basically all times. He's got some miners in the back line, which is absolutely fine. They can be pulled up into reserve, and once again, he's going to be going for the Dowie geometry style of play, of going relatively defensive. There's a big dip down here. You can actually hide your army in here as well. Neither player decided to do that today, and there's basically no reason for it. They know what they're going to get. The Vampire Counts are going to slowly waddle forwards to engage with the enemy, and the Dwarfs are going to sit there and try to pile drive you with as many Thunderer shots as physically possible. Yes, we have Vladdy. Will there be High Elves in Warhammer 3, says Logic Total War? I think all the games will, I'm not saying this on any kind of authority here, but I'm pretty sure Mortal Empires is moving over to Game 3. They stated that, years ago. So yeah, I'm guessing all of the factions will eventually appear in Warhammer 3, which is pretty cool. I'm so hyped for that game. And we do have a lot of prizes today that I will speak about for the players today. We'll probably do it in the downtime between games. I've got them written down here, but one of the prizes, the 2 top trainees today, the people playing, if they get to the final, will be winning Total War Warhammer 3. That is some of the prizes, but honestly, there is way cooler prizes as well for the first place players today. It's really exciting stuff, but I'll delve into that a little bit later on. Let's get this game cracking first, and we'll deal with that afterwards. Looks like Excalibur is ready to rumble. Mercy the Mad is ready as well. These guys just calming their nerves, getting ready for the scrap, and coming in to do a little bit of war. Yeah, we've got 2 Logic Total Wars in chat. My mind has been blown. We've broken the Matrix. We've broken it. And looks like a, pretty solid defensive formation. Horik Ironbrow is in the center of it. He needs to be careful. He can't really duel Vlad very well, or the White Kings. So as long as he stays away from them and allows the Thunderers to kill the single entities, Mercy is going to be absolutely fine and in a relatively solid position. The Fellbats simply flying high up in the skies right now are going to have to bomb dive them as quickly as possible. Now, the Fellbats aren't going to be able to kill the Thunderers. Thunderers are relatively tanky. Let's have a little look at their stats there. They have 80 armor and bronze shields. For a ranged unit, that's pretty solid, and 28 melee defense. The Fellbats can't really hurt them, but they can stop them from shooting, and that's all you need to do. Stop them from shooting, stop that outpour of damage, and you'll be absolutely fine with your units. So it's going to be a close one once again. Going to be a little bit of a scrap. Oh no, the Logics are fighting and chat on which one's the real Logic. Oh no! I'm going to let you guys sort that out and have the vampire counts move towards the dwarfs here instead. So the zombies in the front, their main job today is to eat those blasting charges. They want the blasting charges. They're all about the fire and the fury. If they can eat the blasting charges, that's going to be really well cost effective for the Graveguard, because the Graveguard can then get in there and just chew their way through an unlimited amount of chaff. Vlad von Carstein and the Double White King shall be advancing towards the enemy as well, leading their deathly hordes into battle. Vlad is such a cool model. He is very, very creepy looking, of course, with the no-nos situation. Don't call him no-nos. But he's got a pretty cool sword. I believe he has got to be bringing the item, right? He has. Oh, thank God. Okay, so the Blood Drinker is so powerful. It gives him regeneration. I would always recommend bringing that item. It's one of the must-haves. If you're going to bring Vlad von Carstein, it just makes him super, super tanky. Not a bad shout against dwarfs. Coming with Vlad and Double White King, they should be able to overwhelm Horik Ironbrow relatively effectively. Fellbats just still vibing up in the high ground. The dwarfs aren't really wanting to advance here, so they are just going to be repositioned a little bit. Miners with blasts and charges are moving out to the right-hand side. They are standing at their ground. Thunderers getting ready to unleash. This will be such a daunting moment in the battle. You're waiting, you're trying to hype yourself up, but just the enemy quietly moving towards you. No sound on the battlefield because they're all undead. It would be very, very spooky. Master Engineer is probably lining up his sights right now. His fiery ring could be very useful if well placed up against the Graveguard. It can be a little bit tricky to use though. You don't want to place it directly on the enemy. You want it a little bit before them to get that kind of like a maximum value out of it where possible. The dwarves just going to be holding firm. So a little bit of a slow start to the battle today as the vampire counts going to just waddle up forward. Horik Ironbrow's actually moving towards them as well, just to look them dead in the eyes and say, hey, I'm coming for you, Vlad. Just know. Horik Ironbrow, go on, mate. Go on, I believe in you. It looks like he's going to go all the way. Go on, Horik. Lead the charge. Although the rest of the dwarfs have kind of abandoned him, it looks like he decided to overcast a Master Rune of Wrath and Ruin down on the Graveguard, getting some pretty solid damage value done. Nothing too crazy, but now the Thunderers are shooting in as well. Those Graveguard are suffering quite badly. Horik's actually going to move back. Lovely little play there by Mercy the Mad. Moving forward, casting a spell and retreating. It's not something you would expect the dwarfs to ever do. Thunderers are opening up. They're focus firing as well. So 3 units all aiming at one. This is 100% how you should do this. It gets them off the field super quickly. And you can see a bit of a mistake here from Excalibur. Flash Bomb goes down, slowing these units, but his Graveguard is slightly quicker than the zombies, and they've actually forced their way into the front line, meaning they're going to eat the blasting charges now instead of the zombies. He had the perfect plan, but it's kind of crumbling apart now as the Graveguard do get an invocation of heck. They are still suffering, and here we go. Blasting charges into the Graveguard, taking massive damage on their approach, and the other miners, yeah, going to be focusing down at the other Graveguard. This is so much work being done by the Dowie. If they can get a Rune of Doom down as well, it's going to be really tasty. This is where the battle gets super messy, however. Fellbats can swoop in. We have summons starting to shut down the Thunderers, and their Arc of Fire is going to be much, much worse. Lovely Fiery Ring does go down the main battle line. Vlad needs to actually get into combat and box himself in, hide amongst his own units because he's retreating. The Thunderers are just laying it on thick. A lovely use of the White Kings to do damage to the Thunderers, but Vlad von Carstein is really eating quite a lot of damage right now. Down on this right-hand side, the reserve miners were forced into duty and into combat. Rune of Speed has gone down, buffing up all their stats, hopefully buying more time for the Thunderers to fight. Slayers are starting to get committed to the fight. A lovely wraparound. This is really good patient play by Excalibur. You have to do it with the counts. He's slowly just moving his Graveguard around the flank, forcing the dwarves to commit and slowly starting to surround them. But the dwarves love being surrounded. They are used to it. Felbats are being picked apart right now. Thunderers need to try and finish off Vlad if possible. They use the majority of their time to shoot today at Vlad, so you need to make sure it pays dividends. Vorik Ironbrow in the center. He's just flapping with the bats right now, trying to kill them where possible. Vlad von Carstein is popping an arcane conduit, but no heals just yet on him. Wanderers have started to retreat back behind the secondary formation. Miners, oh no, they're having to stand in the way of Graveguard with great weapons. You're some brave Dowie. They have zero chance of winning that combat, but hey, someone's got to do the job, right? Thunderers are getting a little messed up right now in the middle due to the good pressure of the Felbats, but lovely flash bomb does come down. Vlad does miscast whilst casting a spell there, and he's taking quite a lot of damage. A Rune of Wrath and Ruin goes down on zombies. Not the best target. Want to be targeting Graveguard realistically with that, but it looks like it caught a bit of both there, so a nice little bit of double hitting. Thunderers are continuing to pour on that firepower. Vlad von Carstein's trying to juke. He's running left, he's running right, but he's could well go after Vorik. Vorik's no slouch in combat, particularly with the buffs. Master Engineer is also trying to shoot in at Vlad, who does take a rather heavy volley once more, down to 1,700 HP. But the Graveguard are really driving their way into the heart of the Dowie force now. Bounce power is dead even. A lovely fiery ring does come in, and it actually catches the Graveguard relatively well. The problem being for the Dwarfs now is most of their front line has been dealt with. Yes, they have a load of damage power in these Thunderers, but they need to keep falling back and bring forward these Dwarf units who have rallied once more to try to save them, because he needs that firepower right now. There is still a bucket ton of Graveguard left on the battlefield. Vorik Ironbrow may be surrounded, and he's going toe-to-toe in a legendary fight of heroes. Vlad von Carstein, Vorik Ironbrow, a sea of zombies surrounds him, but the mighty dwarf stands firm, bringing pain and death wherever he goes. We do have some elite Graveguard rallying forward. Some Slayers are trying to force their way through to their Liege Lord, but Vorik is quite comfortably beaten up of Vlad right now. Vlad is the better duelist, but in this situation where he's so weakened, and Aruna's speed goes down, Vorik should be able to kill Vlad here if the Vampire Camp player doesn't disengage. Thunderers have been kept online relatively well. There's a lot of zombies, though, who can start to float in the back line and shut them down. And we have 2 units of Thunderers left fighting. A really kind of thin line of Dwarf Warriors, some of which are Slayers, just holding back the Graveguard. Vorik Ironbrow needs to win this fight. It looks like we did get a heal, though, from Vlad down on himself, and Vorik is currently being messed up by the zombies. He's fighting the zombies instead of Vlad von Carstein. Now that the flash bombs come down, this is the real moment where he needs to fight. Miners are starting to swoop in, trying to save the day, but I believe the zombies are here, the White King's here, Vlad von Carstein's here. It's very scary stuff indeed. The tide of zombies is still applying a bucket ton of pressure. We've got some idle Graveguard who are in perfect position to jump on these Thunderers if they notice. But I think both players, Micro is a little bit worried here. Actually, no, the Graveguard do start to engage. And Vorik's fight is getting more and more troublesome. The White King's in here. He's fighting the White King. He's not fighting Vlad. He is popping a Rune of Wrath and Ruin down to try and clear out some of this chaff. And we do have Dwarf Warriors on the approach coming to aid him. He's very tanky, but the Master of Beguilement, minus 40 melee attack, means his melee attack is at a whopping 5. He's just simply never going to hit Vlad von Carstein there. Slayers are trying their best to hold firm. The Thunderers are still shooting, and the Master Engineer is still alive, with a load of Dwarf units who have rallied and can come back to the fight once more. But Vorik Ironbrow, the stubbornest of all Dwarfs, is being driven back right now. Vlad von Carstein probably wants to chase and kill him, at least with one White King. The hero calls today for Excalibur have been very scary indeed, and it looks like the poor Vorik is going to be getting driven back here. Graveguard are moving into the main fight. It is a big mistake to let Vorik run like this. If there is a way back in the game for the Dwarves, it will be with him rallying and steadying the line. All the kind of broken units of Dwarves are returned to the field. We still have some blasting charges, but army losses is right on the cards. The entire Dwarf army's wavering, and they break. There is but 2 Slayer brothers fighting back to back up against the tide of chaos, and unfortunately for them, they do fall. Well played, GG's, a fantastic set of games, a really good fun way to set off the stream today, but Mercy the Mad will be taking that loss 2-1. He is by no means out of the tournament whatsoever, so players get points today based on their performance. Mercy the Mad shall be getting a point today, and Excalibur One Sword will be getting 2 points. At the end of the day in their groups, whoever is top will be getting the most, will be going through to the finals for tomorrow. So once again, well played to Mercy the Mad. I thought he did a really solid job. Well played to Excalibur One Sword, aka Ree, trained by Logic and Falcon. Really solid job by both these lads. 1.9k damage value on Thoric Ironbrow. I'm just going to do an applaud for him. I thought he did a beautiful job, just keeping back the tides of enemy as long as possible. Master Engineer, 633 damage value, but he just didn't have the answers to the Graveguard Swarm. And the way we've seen Excalibur play so far today, he just goes really wide and brings a hero core. And that's a really good starting point for those of you guys who want to drop into multiplayer. Going wide, able to swarm your opponents really nice. It also means you don't have an expensive unit of Blood Knights, you can accidentally get killed. At worst, oh no, I've lost a unit of zombies. I've lost a unit of Graveguard. It's fine, you can chill then. Okay, I'm still in with a shout, so I quite like the style of play. Dwarf Warriors did not too much damage value. They could simply hold back the enemy, and the Slaves were kind of forced into fights they didn't want to do. They normally want to take down large creatures. There was none on the battlefield today, so their next best bet probably would have been taking on the enemy characters, but they tried their hardest. 550, 860, 740, and 280 damage value on the Thunderers. Doing a good job whittling down Vlad, and if he got assassinated early on, maybe the game would have been a little bit different. 1.5k damage value here on the Vladmeister. White Kings 700 and 400 value. The zombies and the Graveguard across the board did as kind of expected. Zombies died. The great weapons, massive kills. 123, 138, 163, 60, and 141. That is so many dead Dowie. And the highlight damage value here being like 1,200. Any higher, 1,352. Good use of the Fellbats as well, just driving back the enemy. Sure, they die, but it is kind of the role of them to harass the enemy. GG. Great games. I believe Excalibur is off to go fight Dame Offensive now, but we'll check in with Nathan, who's going to be running stuff behind the scenes today. Massive shout out to him for helping do the admin. See if anyone's ready to go, and we'll pop into a different best of 3 here. Yes, yes. Always worth paying for great weapons here. I 100% agree, Ice Power. Great weapons against dwarves is the way to go in 90% of matchups. And of course, Graveguard, pretty sturdy as a unit all round. A lot of durability, plus you can heal them. So the shields are nice in one way, but if Thunderers are shooting you, the shields aren't going to do too much. They're still going to get through and bring that pain to the enemy. But apart from that, you know, it is unfortunately is what it is. And the Graveguard were able to force back the tides of Dowie. I'll hop into Discord very quickly and double check. There's a game, Slippy versus Duckling. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. So let's drop them a cheeky little message. Awesome. So it looks like, I think they're playing right now. Let me double check. Awesome. So it looks like they do have a game up. Let's try and load him. Well played to Mercy. He is going to be going down in that game, but he has plenty more potential. Let's go to multiplayer games and see if we can find... I believe it was Slippy versus Duckling. There we go. Let's do the top secret password. And hopefully we'll be loaded in here. Let's go, Nathan. Exactly. So everyone in chat, the real reason this event's happening, so I came up with this idea, and I took it to Creative Assembly and was like, hey, I have this idea. Would you guys want to do it? And so, you know, I was like, hey, I got this idea. But the real champion of today and this entire event has been CA's very own Nathan. And I know he's watching and I know he's in chat. If you guys can scream Nathan's name, I'd really appreciate it. He's the one who organized this. He's adminning it in the background. He's making my job 5,000 times easier. And it's super cool. So please do give him a little bit of love and support. Hey, hey. And you guys... give me 3 minutes to create scoreboard. Awesome stuff. So I'm just going to create a very quick scoreboard. Let me guys know if you want this scoreboard up. It seemed like people in YouTube chat did want the scoreboard. So I'll get it up now for you guys. And kind of load it all up. If it's too annoying, just let me know and I can get rid of it. There we go. We normally do it for tournaments, but because we're bouncing between games, I didn't worry about it today. Let's reset all these guys' scores. This was just from an event I live streamed the other day between Fantalanada and Calahaman, which was some pretty crazy games. There's some very top tier players. If you run into them on quick battles, they are absolutely lovely. Always feel free to say hello to them, but they are also very scary and very talented. So I believe on the left we have Slippy, who has indeed been trained by Anticity. Anticity did a very cool video on him actually recently. and he'd created a monster. On the right-hand side, we have Duckling, which I believe was trained by H1 Sun, I want to say. I will double-check that, because I may be wrong. I'm sure someone in chat can let me know if I am wrong. Let's have a little look. Awesome. I'll get you in. Sorry, chat. Between game. Cool. It looks like Anticity is here as well. So we'll get him into a chat between games. They're waiting for you to hop in. It's currently 102 Duckling. Cool. Duckling is H1 Sun. So let's just double check that is correct. Is the score 1-0 so far? We'll make sure that the score's 1-0 and we can go from there. Yes. Cool. So it's 102 Duckling. Duckling took the first match. Perfect, lads. Perfect. Thank you so much for the heads up. Let's go over there and update the scoreboard. So it is currently 102 Duckling in this best of 3. So today's going to be a little bit confusing for you guys in chat. We're going to be bouncing around between like a load of different games. And then the winner of each game, of each group today, is me coming together for a final. Slippy fought well. Love it. Well, you guys are good to go. I'm gonna get these guys going as soon as they can. Been great watching the training vids. Yeah, a load of people have been doing training vids. I know myself and Logic have been live streaming them. I believe Anticity did some videos on it. Mercy the Mad did videos on how his training was going. But basically, every trainer you're going to see today is a content creator. They all have YouTubes, they all have Twitches. I'm sure Crave Assembly will be able to like link them in the chat and stuff during the stream when their people are playing. And you guys can go check them out. There's so much awesome multiplayer content out there. And it's one of those weird game modes where so many people watch multiplayer. Not that many people play it. And I really do think it's because it's a little bit daunting. And that's why I came to Crave Assembly with this idea of, hey, let's just show how easy it is to actually play multiplayer. How easy it is to hop in and play. Train people over 5 days and instantly they're ready to play in a tournament. And we've already seen some really top tier players by all the players. Now, bear in mind, these guys have only had 5 days and they're probably very nervous playing on live stream, I'd assume. So there could be some mistakes and all that kind of stuff. But hey, I make mistakes all the time. I was training Dame in a game and I completely forgot to deploy my Lord with my army. He was like miles away. He was very nice and let me know. So, Slippy versus Duckling. For the forces of Slippy here, we do have Foot Boris Toddbringer. Oh, hell yeah. Slippy, you're a man of the people. You are an absolute Chad. Foot Boris. That's so cool. Look at him in his little hat. He's come in with the Midland Rune Fang, giving him that regeneration. Also a Bright Wizard with Burning Head. Very good spell. Let's just take a second to admire the beautiful feathers on this, quite frankly, ridiculous helmet from Boris himself. Down on the infantry fight, we have just a load of great swords. So this is a pretty rock and roll build. Swordsmen, spearmen, great swords, and halberds dotted through the main formation. And then we have 4 units of outriders as well. It's going to be very impressive to see how Slippy deals with outriders. They're very skirmish dependent, and they can't shoot 360. So they're a little bit tricky to use. It's going to be a good test of his micro skills. A lot of Empire Knights to back them up as well. For the forces here today of the Lizardmen, Duckling. I mean, he's named Duckling for one, and I'm a duck, so I approve of that. Then he picks my favorite Lizardmen faction, and then he brings a load of large dinos. What's not to love? We have skin cohorts and Saurus warriors galore dotting through the battlefield, a couple of javelins in the central core, with a feral stegodon rolling dirty with Lord Mazda Mundi, Apotheosis, and Net of Amantok coming in for his spells. Of course, he has his banishments and his ruinations, very good at clearing out chaff. We have some chameleon skinks. We also have a double skink chief, and some Cold One riders in the back, alongside some Feral Cold Ones. So pretty good stuff all round. 1 or 2 heavy hitters, and then a big fat swarm, basically, which is certainly something I like to see from my Lizardmen. What I've been teaching Dame is, yeah, you go quite wide of Lizardmen, you jump all over the opponents, and then your big dinosaurs pick off key targets. And it's a really good way of doing it, mainly because Saurus are so cost-effective at taking down other enemy infantry, at least in that mid to low tier infantry stuff. Everyone wants Boris in Game 3. I mean, Boris is around, right? You can play Boris, I think. Maybe not, like, his own campaign. But I'm pretty sure you can play him on campaign, right? You just have to, like, recruit him. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not sure. But Slippy says, I'm ready when you are. Good to know. Good to know. Remember, guys, this is currently 1-0 right now so far to H1 Sun's very own Duckling, performing pretty good. But now he's got a tough task. The Outriders if they're enabled to shoot for the majority of the battle, will eventually take down Mazdamundi and the Stegodon. However, Foot Boris is going to have to tank for an age. Saurus just have bad melee attack? Yes, so Saurus for the most part, they hit really hard. This is kind of a running theme from Lizardmen. They hit pretty hard, but they don't have the best melee attack. There's quite a few ways to get around that. You can buff them up with your lords, for example. And likewise, low-tier infantry they're up against don't have good melee defense, so it doesn't really matter. They hit them, and they hit them hard. Now, the Empire forces will be advancing, as will the Lizardmen. They want to meet in the open field. Only a madman would meet the Outriders in an open field, but we have just a madman, Ducky, pushing his way forward. Now, the Outriders moving out to the left-hand side probably want to get to grips with Mazdamundi, and their biggest threat today is going to be these Chameleon Skinks or the Cold One Riders. Because the Cold One Riders can pick these guys on the back foot and they'll start fleeing. A really early burning head, lovely dodge though. Duckling saw it and was instantly like, no, not today. I'm going to pull back, avoid your burning head. A lovely castle that was very well timed by Slippy. Unfortunately, didn't pay off this time. Outriders are continuing to try to maneuver up and around, and they're being supported by the Empire Knights, which I think is very, very smart. In case the Cold Ones do start to spring that trap and come after them, you pounce on them with the Knights. Now, the Feral Cold Ones are going to be retreating and falling back. Not looking to engage with the enemy. They know what's up. They know it's an unwinnable fight. In the main battle line, he's realized, hey, all your Outriders are on the right flank? Cool. I'm going to pit my big dinosaurs on the left. And in comes the Feral Stegodon, rearing its tusks, trying to gouge out the chest plate of Boris. But he is holding firm. He is a brave hunter. He has seen many Stegodons in his life, and he's killed plenty more than that somehow. And the Feral Stegodon is kind of getting beat up with the great swords in there. Stegodon, unfortunately, not being supported by Mazdamundi, is now a little bit isolated and getting gooned out by the character and greatswords. Lovely flank overload, though. We've got the master himself, Lord Mazdamundi, over on this flank. Ruination does go down on the Knights, although that's a lovely double cast there, catching the Knights. The entire left-hand flank is being dominated by the mobility of the Empire. So both players kind of trading sides of the battlefield. The problem, though, for Slippy is the side he's traded has Boris in it. And you do not want to get your Lord sniped whatsoever. Burning Head does go down the line, catching some skinks, but once again, Duckling, he knows how to dodge, moves his swords out the way, and it's going to start engaging with those great swords who are desperately trying to ping Lord Mazdamundi in place. The Outriders, of course, do need to start laying on pretty thick to him and the Feral Stegodon. Unfortunately for Slippy, Boris is not having a good day so far whatsoever. He is currently getting dragged down a little bit and poked and slammed. Negative 10 leadership, and the Feral Stegodon is going to be having his way with him. Now, Feral Stegodons are some of my favorite dinosaurs in the game. They hit really hard on the charge, and they recycle that charge animation all the time. When you see it bound through the battlefield, it's because it's charging again, and then it's going to enable it to hit far more often. Empire Knights are going to swarm the back line. A lovely hammer and anvil. They're going to beat the Saurus Warriors against the anvil of great swords, but Lord Mazdamundi is here to soften the blow. An absolute one-man wrecking ball. Outriders are going to continue to shoot in. They're peppering down the Saurus spears from the back. An Apotheosis is going to come down on Lord Mazdamundi, hitting them up nice and quickly. Skink Chiefs are just doing some good damage, just poking and annoying. Hey, Bright Wizard, we're going to jab you in the butt with our little blow darts, and it's certainly been rather effective so far. Bit of a miss micro here, though, unfortunately, by Duckling. He's doing very good, but he's allowed Boris to survive. And look at this surround. The Outriders, two on either side, laying it on to Mazdamundi. He needs to get out of here or get some support. We do have Lizardmen forces coming in to apply pressure to these Outriders, and Lord Mazdamundi is going to drive them away once more. Lovely catch there by Duckling, because he was nearly all of a sudden very quickly on the back foot here. Lord Mazdamundi down to 1,700 HP. Empire Knights are still roaming the battlefield, as well as the Outriders. Boris does need to come back into the fray. A lovely sandwich here. Empire Knights, great swords, and Saurus Warriors clasped in their grasp. We are going to see the first banishment of the day come down. Maybe, no, it is cancelled by Lord Mazdamundi, instead electing to heal himself first, which is probably the smart thing to do. He's looking a little bit worse for wear right now. There's a lot of skinks and a lot of Saurus left, and that is quite problematic because they're forcing off the Outriders at every single opportunity, driving them away from the key threat of Lord Mazdamundi, buying him more and more time to heal up. Now, we do have a load of Empire Knights. They can obviously charge into the skink cohorts, charge into the Feral Cold Ones, and break these guys quite quickly, thus freeing up the Outriders to bring the pain. A banishment does go down. It is going to catch some of his own Saurus, but it's also getting rid of Halberdiers, which of course are a really nice pick here. We do also get a net go down on the Outriders, allowing the Feral Cold Ones to jump on them and pin them in place. There's a load more cavalry, though, trying to come to their rescue. Lord Mazdamundi pops cold-blooded. He's so close to going down. Only 800 HP, and it's dropping fast. Where is Boris? Did he manage to come back? He is. He is fleeing for his life away from the Skink Chiefs. He doesn't want any of that. He's just going to continue to run away. Empire Knights could sally out and finish off these little skinkies at any given moment. We're going to see a Ruination come down on the Empire Knights. Once again, a lovely cast. I must admit, I've been very impressed so far with Duckling's usage of his banishments and Ruinations, just catching out the Empire Knights and driving them away from the fight. Empire Knights are just taking a load of damage. The Chameleon Skinks raining shots into them, and they're going to be turning around to engage, but Chameleon Skinks are super annoying. They poison you and slow you down. So you can see that speed has been debuffed to 57. I don't know if they're going to be able to catch the Chameleons before they all drop dead and die. Lord Mazdamundi is barely clinging on to life right now, 766 HP, but over 100 kills. Empire Knights lower their lances for the Empire. They charge in and do very little, and likewise it looks like they're about to get pinned in place, allowing Lord Mazdamundi and Zlak to feast. Fun lore fact of the day, Zlak is the true ruler of Lustria, Mazdamundi is but his humble puppet, and Zlak knows when to get out of combat, so he's going to be falling back. He is wavering, those knights nearly broke him. If it wasn't for that net, he probably would have gone down with the knights able to chase him off. There's a load of spearmen trying to catch up right now. Balance power, though, is quite heavily in favour of the Dino Boys. They need to find a way to kill Mazdamundi here, because the Outriders can certainly deal with this other Feral Stegodon, which is currently rampaging into the Halberds. Do we have enough infantry left, though, for the Empire to seal the deal? I am not convinced, because there is still a decent chunk of Saurus warriors, and Saurus don't like running away. Lizardmen in general, they're cold-blooded, they know no fear, they can certainly hold the line for a long time. Lord Mazdamundi, though, is going to be getting out of here. 393 HP. If he can actually be killed, it'll go a long way in pushing that balance of power back towards a more of an even playing field. Feral Stegodon is really angry by this, seeing his poor buddies get dragged down, and he is really charging after those Outriders. But Slippy, he's a slippery devil, and he's going to move away, not getting caught by the Feral Stegodons, and moving away, allowing his other Outriders to help support here. Lord Mazdamundi does go down, which is fantastic news, particularly for this cavalry. It can now shock charge the infantry and hope to break them due to all the negative leadership effects of having your lord break off the battlefield. At the sight of Mazdamundi go down, the Empire forces do start to rally. Boris Todbringer is also going to die here, and there's basically nothing the Empire player can do, because these Skink Chiefs are going to poke at him all day long, down to just 759 HP. It's probably worth pushing towards one of the Skinks, just so his Silver Shield helps. There's a lot of Outriders coming over. Maybe, just maybe, they can save Boris, and the hopes and the dreams of the free people of the Empire. Skink cohorts are tussling with great swords. Not going to be a great time for the Skinks, I'm afraid. And now you can see the Empire just using their mobility. Floats now over here, try to save Boris and pick off those key targets. Something we've seen in the game so far, whoever owns the map, whoever gets that map control, be it via range dominance or be it via cavalry dominance and mobility, tends to do really well, because you're getting your opponent to play engagements they don't want to play. Boris is down to just 360 HP, but he might be saved with both the Skink Chiefs being set on a route here as the Empire Knights do start to hunt them down. We did get another burning head just to help clear out those Skink cohorts. The Empire forces probably want to retreat, and it looks like that's just what they're doing. Fall back, get with your brothers in arms, and kind of hold the enemy at bay. Unfortunately, the Empire Knights do seem to be struggling. A lot of friendly fire just came in from the back there, which they're probably not too happy about, as the Outriders are trying to gun down the Skink Chief, but he's darting, he's bobbing, he's weaving underneath the cavalry of the Knights, and it looks like he's actually been able to get them off the battlefield, and the Empire ammunition is starting to run really thin. If he had a load of ammo left, this game would be his, because he can simply kite around and finish off most of these targets. With the ammo going down, it does also factor in to balance of power, and all he has left is a load of very, very beat-up units, and a lord who couldn't really survive a small cold at the moment with only 360 HP. The Skink Chief does have Cold Blood currently popped on him to keep him fighting, and it looks like the men see the battle line, they see how close they are to freedom, and they decide to fall back and retreat, and that is going to be an incredibly tight game, but the legendary warrior Duckling himself will be going through. I've seen people in chat asking who Duckling's teacher is. It is H1 Son today. Intensity taught Slippy. Well played to both these guys. It does warm my little lizard heart, of course, to see the Lizardmen perform so well. But boy, oh boy, was that close. There was a beautiful moment from the Empire forces with their Outriders when they surrounded Mazdamundi on all four sides and going pop, 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 pop all day long. Mazdamundi was starting to struggle, but quick reactions from Duckling on multiple occasions kept him out of danger too much. 1,100, 958, 1,200, and 1,000 damage value on all of the Outriders. The Glorious Empire Knights didn't do too much. I mean, their job was to pin the enemy in place, and they did that job, unfortunately, going down at the same time. Great swords are pretty fun, 840 and 580 damage value apiece, and the Halberdiers did okay. Halberdiers did okay, likewise did the infantry, but it was really more about the Outrider play today. Some lovely attempted burning heads, but the problem with those type of spells is if you don't pin the enemy in place, and your opponent, just like Duckling today, has really good micromanagement, then those spells can whiff just a little bit. And Boris Todbringer as well, I love the pick. Look at that moustache, he's so cool, the eye patch, he's got everything you want in a person. But being on foot meant he couldn't be in the right place at the right time. Someone who could have her was Mazdamundi. 113 kills, 1,800 damage value. Little Skink Chiefs, some of the most annoying characters in the game, just poking away at Boris all day long, managed to accumulate 600 and 500 value. For the infantry, nothing too crazy to write home about, kind of in the high hundreds and the very low thousands for the Saurus, and the Skink cohorts did an okay job. I do like the play with the Chameleon Skinks. They're very healthy at the end. He used them rather sparingly, but that's not a bad thing. Having some troops in reserve, particularly ones who can kite well, is quite nice to take down at tattered forces. Lovely play and pressure with his cavalry all round, and the Feral Stegodon, 1,800 damage value? So good! So good! Hunting down Boris, and what can men do against such beautiful dinosaurs? It turns out not too much. So GG to these guys. GG's. Very well played. We're probably, if Inticity's free, I'll hop him in now just so you can have a little chat about how he trained Slippy as we get our next game set up here. But let's quickly change the scoreboard for you guys just so you know what happened. It is 2-0 there to Duckling, but it seems like a very, very hard fought 2-0 there. So certainly nothing too easy. Oh, just received a load of messages. Cool, cool. Nothing too crazy. And let's go back to Teach Me Total War. Awesome. So I believe Inticity is in chat. We'll have a little chat with him while Nathan gets us a game in the background that we can play. So let's unmute ourselves and say quack quack Inticity if you are here. Have a sip of our drink. Hey man, how's it going?
Hey, going good. I just woke up.
Oh no.
How's this game been going? Have you cast, is this the first game you cast, or
no,
second or third?
We cast a best of 3 between Falcon's player Ree and Logic's Mercy the Mad. And it was pretty insane. Pretty insane. It was 2-1. And then we just hopped in for the last game there of Slippy, who, by the way, you've trained him very well. He did some really awesome play with his Outriders, which is pretty cool for a new player.
Oh man, it was quite a journey. But he seems to really enjoy the cavalry without, or sort of skirmisher support. So he has a very similar build when it comes to Dark Elves, actually, which is why the Empire build was thrown together that way.
How did you kind of try to teach him and train him up? Because obviously it's quite a short time, so you only had about 5 days. How did you manage to get him so good so quick?
Well, I guess the general idea is sort of there was a lot of coaching at the start, sort of just going through a bunch of games and working out a lot of sort of the common mistakes that newer players will make, where, you know, just in terms of control and so on. And then sort of the later stages, his micro was good enough with his skirmishers where I was starting to feel comfortable. And after that, it was sort of just sort of the larger decision-making parts of the game that we worked on. And from there it was pretty good. We practiced some other factions too, and yeah, it was just getting in the practice and doing a lot of post-game analysis.
100%. I feel like this is one of those games where the best way to learn is just to play, which happens with most things in life, to be honest, but you have to get in a decent amount of games to really kind of start to understand it more and more. But Slippy played really well. I was a big fan of your video, by the way, you did, of turning Slippy into a monster and him winning on quick battle, so it's good to see his progress.
Yeah, he was actually having really good success with Dark Elves on quick battle, especially with such a sort of micro-intensive build. It was really nice to see.
Yeah, the thing I've actually been most surprised about is how well people are microing stuff. Like, when I first started playing, I was leaving units all over the battlefield and not bringing them back, but so far today, everyone's micromanagement's been really, really good.
Yeah, like for Slippy, he was beating people with way more experience than him in quick battle and giving a lot of close games otherwise too. So It was very exciting. But have you talked about sort of your training process yet?
Yeah, so I taught Dame Offensive. So she had played a lot of campaign before, and she's been the easiest person to train. She's so lovely, listens to everything, and puts it into practice. So what we did, I told her like the rules of like how to play multiplayer in general, some basic tips. For example, don't bring every spell on your caster. Stuff that you might do in campaign, because you've done a lot of campaign, but not what you do in multiplayer. And then I watched her play a few games. And from those games, I gathered she was a really aggressive player, which is super cool to see in new players, because so many of them go defensive. So then we worked on that, and it was kind of a trial and error. So I would say, hey, try using like a load of cavalry, see how you feel about that. If she didn't like it, she would then move on and try mass infantry or mass single entities. And she's kind of had this weird amalgamation of styles where she knows how to rush really wide and then use single entities to jump on key targets, or she can go super like tight-knit box of elite troops and just push the enemy away. So the overall process, we spoke about obviously games in between and little points she did good, little points she did bad, and the main thing with Dame was just teaching her the basics of the game, because her knowledge of how to dodge spells, where to place spells, rear charging enemies was already there. I was very surprised at how adept she was already. So I think she's going to be a strong competitor today. I haven't seen any of her games. I don't know how she's getting on, but I'm sure she's doing pretty good stuff.
And sort of on the topic of spells and so on and builds, I've noticed that for my trainee too, some people aren't even aware that taking a lot of all the spells is just a terrible idea.
Yeah.
But once you start giving these players like just standard multiplayer builds, they generally pick it up very quickly, actually. So honestly, I feel like just having those resources and the game knowledge to pick the right things is sort of a big leap in the right direction. Just because there are so many builds out there, and a lot of tournament players meme too. So you see, just wacky builds, and they don't really know what to choose from.
Yeah, I think people could do a lot of research, obviously, and say, okay, so Falcon, everyone knows he's a very good taunt player. What builds is he using that you can kind of borrow them and try and work them into your own play style? The only problem I found with that is when I've seen a few people try to pick up these builds and they don't know how to play them, it doesn't work quite so well. But all around, yeah, Dame just super easy to train. You've done a great job with Slippy, man. He looks like he was really enjoying it. And I didn't see his first game, but they said it was very close. I don't think that second game could have got much closer. If you had any words of wisdom for Slippy now going into his next game, what would it be?
Honestly, just keep doing what you're doing. I'm pretty confident that at this point, there's not really a whole ton for me to sort of really go on. It's just sort of just practice. I think his game knowledge is there. It's just sort of the stuff that's outside of the range of training in 1 week. Just getting in a lot of drills and sort of just keep doing what he's doing. Slowly optimizing over time, and then I think he basically has what he needs.
Yeah, I think there's only so much you can teach someone, obviously, in 5 days, but I've actually been surprised by the quality. I think it's been a lot higher than I thought it was going to be, and how good these people have got so quickly. And just like Slippy, Dame was starting to play people on quick battles and beat them, which is really nice, because quick battles is a little bit scary for new players. There's no like ranking system, so you could be chucked in up against someone like Intisty, who's very scary to face, very very nice but very good player, or you could be faced up against someone who's never played a game before. So it's a little bit of the roll of the dice at the moment.
Yeah, one thing that's fun about quick battle, at least though, is you can really see your improvement. Like in other games, you're stuck at a 50% win rate. When you play Warhammer quick battles, you see it go from 0 to 100%. So you really get to see how much you improve.
Awesome. So I think we're about to hop into a game here. We were going to hop in with Grim and Mercy the Mad, but they're not opening a spectator slot. Instead, sorry Grim and Mercy, we're going to hop in to see, I think, Slippy play again, actually. So we only got to see Slippy for 1 game. So Intisty, if you want to still kind of chill out, and in between games, we can hop you back in so you can speak a little bit more about Slippy. He's going up against Le Monsieur, which should be some pretty good fun.
All right, sounds good. I'll catch you later.
Catch you later, man. Thank you for popping in, dude. Yeah, for those who don't know, Intissi does some amazing YouTube work. Doing some like breakdowns of the game. Very good top tier player. And he's someone who came into the game and within a couple of like months was winning tournaments. Hey. Awesome. So let's update the scoreboard quickly. Give me 2 secs to update scoreboard. Cool. We're playing on the same maps today as well, just to make it, not confusing for anyone. And let's quickly change these names. So on the right-hand side this time, we have Slippy. He, of course, has been trained by Intissi. I love the name, by the way. I don't know what it is, Slippy. It just slips off the tongue really nicely. And I believe this is Valkanos' trainee. I will double-check that, but if so, we'll also get Valkanos on. Just have a little chat about how he taught his trainee this week. And let's get this nice and sorted. Make it a little bit smaller so it doesn't dwarf everything. Ooh, and there we go. There we go. And yeah, he is indeed Valkanos' trainer. Awesome. Yep, just letting most of the Mad know that we're going to be doing a different game now. We were going to hop into his, but the spectator slot wasn't open, but that's cool. We're going to be trying to get as many players in as possible today, but it's going to be a little bit madness. I will let you know at the end who, of course, has qualified and who hasn't. But today, we're just going to be bouncing through, catching as many games as possible. We're probably going to be running for about 4 hours, I think, today, to about 5 p.m. GMT. That should hopefully give all these players enough time to play all of their best of threes. So each player has to play 3 best of threes. 4 hours should be ample time with some breaks in between. Don't worry, if there's any ever moment where we don't have a game going on, we've got the lovely Nathan, who I'm going to force to come on the stream at some point, even if even if we don't have like a little bit of wait, so we can ask him some questions about the event. I got a couple of replays as well from some of these guys playing, which we can cast in the meantime. But for the most part, we're going to be bouncing between these as much as possible. Rubber Duck, can you announce picks and bans? Of course I can. Of course I can. The finals, Hank, will be tomorrow at 3 p.m. GMT on the Twitch channel and on the YouTube channel. I need to go check out Twitch in a second, guys. I've been hogging YouTube. I've been hogging YouTube chat. So let me double check the scoreboard. Someone said to fix it. Ah, there you go. Thank you. I feel like giving Slippy a 2-0 advantage in a best of 3 would maybe be a tiny bit unfair. I don't know how you feel about that. I'm sure Slippy would be okay. So it looks like they did picks and bans before we hopped in, unfortunately. So we can't see what happened, but we'll announce as we go. This time it is Vampire Counts versus the Skaven. Skaven can play defensively, but we've seen from Slippy so far, he likes his skirmish cav around the flanks. I'm expecting to see maybe a lot of death runners and so forth. Good to go when ready. Best of luck. Best of luck to these guys. Do a show match, Rubber Duck versus Nathan at the end of the stream. I think we'll save that for another special event. We'll save that for another special event, maybe. Today's about the players. Today's about the players. Of course, their progress so far. At some point, I would love to play CA Duck as well in like a death match, just because it's duck on duck violence. Who is the one true Duck? Is he made of rubber? Is he made of creativity? We'll have to see how that goes down. But let's load into this one now. I'm going to pop onto Twitch chat on my phone so I can see you glorious people and say hello to you as well. Oh my god, we have so many people watching. Ah, panic. Hello. So there's like, I think about roughly 100 people watching on YouTube. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool, it's not too scary. There's like 600 nearly of you guys over on Twitch. Panic. But I hope you guys have been enjoying as well. I'm now going to chill out in Twitch chat for a little while. So hello. I love you all very much. I hope you guys have been enjoying. Any questions, feel free to shoot them. And if any of the people moderating today pick up on them, they can ask me them in Discord. And then I can come back to you guys. But hello. Oh, so many love hearts, you beautiful people. I don't know what it is. I feel like the Total War community, maybe because it's a slightly older community, is so lovely. It's so chill and so cool. But let's go through the build. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. So for Valkanos' trainee here, the Monsieur himself, he has a bucket ton of zombies. And honestly, it's not really a vampire count build without zombies. I mean, look at these adorable little fellows. They're going to be lumbering towards the enemy, absorbing damage, and not doing too much themselves. But that's still a pivotal role in grinding out the opponent. We do have Skeleton Warriors as well, mixed in with a couple of Graveguard and Crypt Ghouls. I don't know the last time I saw Crypt Ghouls in multiplayer. The cool thing about this type of event and drawing more people into the multiplayer scene is the more people, the more tactics, the more interest in the games. And I think people get a little bit stagnant, you know, in tournaments now and again, where they just bring the same builds over and over again. But all of a sudden, you start seeing new tactics come in, and it's so refreshing. We have double Vargulf as well for a bit of hitting power. We do have some Black Knights, no Blood Knights, which is a little bit sad, because they're so rock and roll. And more Black Knights on this flank. We have double Fellbats in the sky, and of course, the Red Duke. Look at this beast. Look at him on his undead dragon, coming in with his debuff, as well as Invocation on the Heck and Raise Dead. His breath attacks can be rather nasty. For the forces of the Skaven today, we do have Clan Rats dotted all the way along, and some Clan Rat Spears on the flanks. Poison Globadiers in that central pocket, which is going to do so much damage if they can hold the line, and Clan Rats not known for that, but there is plenty of options to hold the line in the form of Rat Ogres, very good mass, and can pin the enemy in place. We have a lone Warp Lightning Cannon. I don't hate this whatsoever. Just apply a little bit of pressure, make your opponent panic, and make him rush in. And apart from that, in the center of the Rat Ogres to counterpunch, we do also have summons coming in from a Plague Priest, having a whale of a time on his furnace today. He comes in with Vermintide and Pestilent Breath. So, looks like, yeah, just to summon a Clan Rats. No Plague Monk summons, unfortunately. We do have Lord Skrulk and an Assassin. Lord Skrulk himself is not coming in. Oh, hello. Hello. Do we have two casters with different spells of summoning? I love that. I love that. So we do have Pestilent Birth and an Assassin for protection. Now, the Warp Lightning Cannon is going to open up and instantly start beaming the Black Knights, which is a good way to go. Get them off the field as quickly as possible, because they're one of those units which can really punch through. Now, they're not Blood Knights, so Rat Ogres will do absolutely fine against them. For a rule of thumb, Rat Ogres like charging stuff and don't like being charged. I don't know if you guys caught that on the bottom of the screen. The Skaven got shot in the back by their own Warp Lightning Cannon. It wouldn't be a game with Skaven in it unless there was a bucket ton of friendly fire. Now, the Red Duke's kind of just floating around, trying to duke shots where possible, no pun intended, as the Warp Lightning Cannons are raining fire upon him. Looks like they're going to switch targets. This is really good play. If your opponent starts moving and dodging, just switch targets, and it really stresses their micro. And you can now see the Black Knights are being hit up. A little bit of a mistake. We do have the Fellbats being left behind. It's not a biggie. They're very quick and certainly can catch up as quickly as possible. And the Black Knights are being wasted right now by the Warp Lightning Cannons. Poison Globadiers do somehow manage to do some absolute launches and actually hit the Red Duke in the sky. He's taken pretty good damage there and is being forced back. So it's all going up good so far for the Skaven, but the real deciding factor, much like in Dwarf games, isn't the start of the battle, it's the midpoint. Can you overwhelm them and can they recover? Black Knights are moving their way over into the forest. Really lovely play here by Valkanos' student, just to keep those guys alive as possible. It's the way to do it. The rest of the undead forces are starting to push forward. The Poison Globadiers are launching shots over top of the zombies and clobbering them pretty badly. The Red Duke is taking so much damage right now. Poison Globadiers doing a load of work. Warp Lightning Cannons also might be able to unleash hell upon him. But of course, Red Duke has plenty of healing and can certainly come back into this. Now, the Clan Rats are engaged in the front line. We're going to see the greatest charge of all time. There's big battles going on, but this is what you want to see, right? Zombies up against Clan Rats. Elite Warriors of Legend going toe-to-toe. And it's going to be a bit of a wet noodle contest down there, sadly. Now, the Plague Priest is rolling dirty through the enemy formation. Lord Skrulk is supporting with the Assassin. And the Red Duke is floating, waiting for an opportunity to finish off these Warp Lightning Cannons. But he needs to get aggressive. Pop down in the front line for a little while. You can always pull back through your own troops. He's a very expensive Lord. So you want to keep him alive, keep him doing damage consistently throughout the course of the game. He can't dive back here because the Rat Ogres will pounce upon him. Now, the Red Duke does land on the Clan Rats, as well as the Plague Monks, doing some pretty decent work. Poison Globadiers are unleashing globe after globe into the front line, and they're really whittling down this front line. Lovely cast coming in, though, by the Vampire Count. It's going to open up this pocket, and now the Poison Globadiers are really, really in a lot of trouble. Interesting to see how Slippy does counterpunch that. Now, the Red Duke has been hit by a roll of corruption. He is surrounded by all the heroes as well as Rat Ogres pinning him in place. From the Skaven, Assassin's Trophy goes down, Rival High Talisman, but he slips through. Oh no! No, that's so bad for the Skaven. They had him dead to rights. There was no way he was going to be able to survive this. And somehow he did, and now the Vampire Count's in a good position. Vargulf is starting to shut down the Poison Globadiers. Slippy slipping up a little bit with his Rat Ogres not coming in quite quick enough to pressure, but there they go, looking to jump on the Vargulf and keep it at bay. Warp Lightning Cannon is still alive, and the Poison Globadiers are engaged across the battlefield. Rat Ogres need to come over and support. We do have some Skaven Slave Slingers. Despite their terrible damage output, there's so many of them here, and I'm pretty sure these guys are playing on Ultra Funds, but that's fine, we can get it changed for next battle, because I don't think you can have 140 slingers in a battle. Vargulf is getting eaten up right now by the Warp Lightning Cannons as well. Now, the Double White King are legging it across the battlefield. They're fleeing to the Vargulf for a bit of protection, because Lord Skrog, the Assassin, the Plague Priest, all are trying to hunt down the hero core, and the dragon is the other side of the battlefield, but who will trade best? A lovely zombie summon on top of the Poison Globadiers to pin them in place, but Slippy has done such a decent job of keeping his backline online. The Warp Lightning Cannons have been picking this Red Duke apart consistently through the battle. Be very interested to see their damage value at the end of the day. Rat Ogres are giving it a good go. Poison Globadiers are struggling a little bit as the Vargulf does feast upon their souls. They need to kind of fall back and start to aid from long range. Over on the far side, you can see Black Knights are being dragged down, and this side of the battlefield really getting dominated right now by Slippy and the Skaven forces. The White Kings are isolated and alone. The Assassin and Lord Skrog won't have a problem dealing with them whatsoever, but the White Kings are also getting some really big damage done with their abilities here. Now, the Dragon has been a little bit hesitant. He doesn't quite know which way to go, because he wants to come over here and save his White Kings. But then he's surrounded by all these Rat Ogres. I don't think we've seen a breath attack from him yet. Breath and attacking down the Rat Ogres or the characters would be relatively decent. But instead, he's a little bit annoyed by the Poison Globadiers. Just as I say there's not been a breath attack, he does one. It's on a tightly packed formation, but it's just Skaven Slaves, so probably not the most cost-effective use of the breath attack. But hey, it still killed them, and that's what we're all about. Vargulf is trying his best up against the Clan Rats, should be able to force them back. Poison Globadiers are being saved now. The Rat Ogres have come to the aid, and it looks like they're all bounding across to try to surround the Red Duke. Good tip for newer players. You can see he's got all his Rat Ogres bunched in one side. Bring the other unit around or force them through, and you can surround the dragon, because currently it has a free way of fleeing, and half the Rat Ogres are kind of standing there cheering on their buddies, rather than actually getting engaged in combat. We are going to see an invocation heck come down on the Red Duke. He has Black Knights charging towards him, looking to try to save him, and he's going to be able to escape this. If the Rat Ogres had surrounded him, of course he couldn't, but hey, that's some pretty top tier stuff to try and learn, and I don't even do it half the time either. Black Knights are trying to get in there and dish the pain to the Globadiers. Once again, the Rat Ogres are here to intercept and drag the mighty knights from their steeds. Now, the Red Duke has popped Foe Seeker. He is returning to the battlefield. We still have the dreaded tactical reserve of the double Fellbats. They would be so useful to hop on top of these Poison Globadiers, beat them back, and really bring the pain. But unfortunately, they have been forgotten today. Now, the White King is going to be charging back over to deal with the Skaven Slaves. The Black Knights are surrounded by zombies, attempting to bring down the Rat Ogres, but there is so many of them, it is a little bit rough. A big, fat, juicy breath attack is going to come down the line on the Skaven Slaves, and once again, do some big kills, up to 215. Can the Red Duke carry? He's going to need to, and he's having to land amongst the Rat Ogres, but it does look like Monsieur knows to charge Rat Ogres rather than be charged. It is the way. Unfortunately, by charging one unit, the other Rat Ogres coming from the rear, and now the Red Duke is really not having the best of times. He's trying his best, whipping his tail back and forth, but fighting over these weapons, which are probably quite valuable to the Skaven. They don't want to give any ground, and the poor Red Duke is starting to struggle just a little bit now. We are going to see a summon. I'm assuming it's a summon from... yeah, it's the Plague Monk summon. Oof. That could well push the balance of power over the edge and into the favor of Skaven to Army Loss's range. Red Duke's going to be going down here, and it looks like Slippy, not at all discouraged from his previous losses in the last game, straight back at it with a lovely victory. But this is a best of 3, so that is only one game. It was pretty close stuff. I think Monsieur was a little bit hesitant early on, and obviously he forgot his Fellbats. But apart from that, he was a menace in the night, constantly harassing that back line. The Poison Globadiers will not sleep easy tonight. He still has quite a few powerful units left alive as well. He has the Vargulfs. He did have his dragon, but Armros is going to kick in, and they're going to go back to the darkness from whence they came. But it's the Vampire Counts, so I'm sure they'll always be back. Today they are kind of our little villains. Well played to these two lads, but it's going to be 1-0 to Slippy, getting his first victory in today's tournament. Very impressed. Very impressed. he's chat's like, he's moving the Fellbats, yes! Behold my freshness. The dragon was very cool indeed. The dragon was very cool. Man, I didn't realize there's this many people over on Twitch. I hope you guys have been enjoying it as well. I see a lot of familiar faces in here. Bowmore, AC Moore, a lot of tournament players chilling out today. Hope you guys have been enjoying. But well played to these two chads. Monsieur, honestly, you did a really good job. If you had just remembered your Fellbats, it's way harder for Slippy because he was putting so much pressure on those Poison Wing Globadiers. However, there were so many Rat Ogres to protect them. But when you could throw in Fellbats, you don't mind dying. They take forever to die themselves. It could have helped quite a bit while he broke through the front line. Now, the Red Duke, 1,000 damage value isn't that great considering he got 224 kills. At least he's going to be quite happy knowing he sent many of the Skavens to the slaughter. White Kings, again, pretty big kills, but all on Skaven Slaves. All on that low tier trash, not actually hitting any of the key targets. Zombies did okay, as well did the infantry. Although it looks like the Cryptors really struggled. My god, they did not do good whatsoever. I think they got jumped by the Ogres. And the Black Knights, just all the big hitters weren't really able to pay for themselves. Lovely micro, though, by the Vargulfs. Just not quite enough punch to break through Slippy's forces. As for Slippy himself, Lord Skrulk, 1,100 damage value. Good job keeping him alive as well. He's very squishy, so particularly been someone like the Red Duke, who's got such good assassination potential. It's very impressive by Slippy to keep this Lord alive. Assassin didn't do too much, but he was good bodyguard. 700 value on the Plague Priest. Now, if we look at all the slaves and clan rats, I know I'm often quite mean to them, and I'm going to continue to be. They don't do much. But what they do is hold the enemy back. And just, tide after tide of rats chucking their bodies at you. It gets annoying, and it pins you in place, buying time for the range to bring the pain. Skaven Slave Slingers did really good. 414 damage value. Poison Wing Globadiers, 188, 98, and 97 kills. 1.1k damage value, 870 and 830, all of them paying for themselves. Rat Ogres, 820, 450, 1,100 and 960 value, and 1.4 on the Warp Lightning Cannon. Very good stuff. GG. It looks like Monsieur might have to reload his game. That's fine. It doesn't look like he's in the lobby. At least not to me. We'll see. Yeah. So I can see some people asking what this is in chat. So I'll update the scoreboard quickly and I'll let you know. And we'll try and get Valkanos in here as well to have a little chat. But today is the Teach Me Total War event. What we've done is we've taken 7 streamers and 1 Creative Assembly member. And over the last 5 days, they've taught people who have no idea how to play multiplayer, how to play multiplayer. And today, these guys are playing in a tournament. So it's group stages today. We're just bouncing between games. We can't get to every player, unfortunately. We're going to be streaming for about 4 hours, just looking at games, having a good time. And then tomorrow, there's 2 groups. The winner of each group will be facing in a grand finals, which will be a best of 5 at 3 p.m. GMT on the same channels, Twitch and Total War Live. It's been really good fun so far. I'll quickly see if Valkanos is around to hop in the chat while these guys do pick and choose their builds. Let's see if Valky Boy is here. I think I'm unmuted, so... Valk! Oh boy! Hey! How's it going?
How's it going? It's going well on my end.
Yeah? How are you today?
Doing good.
How do you think about Monsieur's performance so far?
Just unfortunate with the Fellbats definitely keeping up that pressure in the back line. Would have been nice to at least reduce some of the volleys coming in from those Poison Wind Globadiers. But otherwise, I think he did pretty well. Maybe got a little too separated with some of the Vargulfs, keeping them and kind of maybe focusing more on the Skaven Lords there could have helped with swinging that back into his favor.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the Fellbats, the only thing, like, the big mistake, yeah, just leaving the Fellbats behind. He did such a good job of, like, pushing into the enemy, and he obviously realized the threats were those Poison Wing Globadiers, and he was trying to shut them down, but without the Fellbats, he just didn't quite have enough. But how did you try to train Monsieur over the quite short time span?
So, yeah, with that, we just kind of just started by playing some games, trying to get things in. And then just a lot of kind of just theory crafting for the most part, just kind of going through matchups, and it's a lot of information to take in, even with just limiting the factions down to to the base ones. That's still tons and tons of possibilities on what you can kind of go up against.
Yeah. I like what I was trying to do with like Dame when I taught her was basically teach her like just about 3 factions roughly. Like roughly 3 factions. I was like, you're gonna be fine. You're gonna be fine throughout. So I do think we're on the wrong unit size, unfortunately, but I think they'd have to rehost the whole lobby to actually sort that out.
Yeah, that is correct.
So, I mean, if they're happy to play it, you are being streamed. I'm gonna let them know you guys are on the wrong unit size. But if they are happy to play, I'm all good with that. If you got any like last minute words of wisdom, obviously Monsieur's kind of on the back foot here. Like words of encouragement, what would you say?
Oh, just kind of just keeping that attention on your important units. It's just, but I mean, for the most part, just have fun. It's just a learning experience overall, and just kind of getting used to changing things up from the campaign field.
Oh, so had he played quite a decent amount of campaign before?
Yeah, so Monsieur was a pure campaign player. The only multiplayer experience is just for fun battles with friends using ridiculous units and stuff like that. So nothing serious. So it's been a bit of a, I guess, a learning experience and a bit of a shock in comparison to just the micro that you need to pay attention to. And it's a completely different play style between campaign and multiplayer with just army builds in general.
Yeah, I agree. I think that was one of the biggest things I was finding as well when teaching people who had played a campaign. They got 1 or 2 kind of habits, I suppose, where like their lords are invincible a bit more. And oh, looks like these guys are on the same map as well. I'll let them know next time they need to change it, but I think they're both pretty happy to play at this at the moment. So we've loaded in the game, Valk, so I'll speak to you maybe after this battle if it goes all the way to the 3rd game. I'll get you and Intisty back in here.
All right, sounds good.
Peace out, man. Awesome. So we are on the same map and the same unit size, guys, but these guys, remember, they don't play that much multiplayer, so they're not used to hosting their own lobbies. A lot of the training, I realized this today with Dame, I'd hosted all the lobbies, so she had no idea how to do it. So it's fine, we can let it off, it's okay. These guys, I believe, are going to be on the same sides as they were before, but at least they're used to it, and going to be a completely different battle, though, with the Bretonnians versus the Dark Elves. Let's go through Valkanos' forces first, with the lovely Bretonnians. We have a load of peasant mobs in the front line. Much like his zombie play, this is the way to go. You need that filthy, unwashed tide of something, be it zombies or peasants. They all serve the same purpose, of course. They are there to die and swarm the enemy. In the central pocket, we have the Holy Wardens, as well as a load of men-at-arms, which is good to see. I believe they're backed up here by triple peasant bowmen. Now, peasant bowmen, you might be thinking, surely they're garbage. They're really cheap. They don't do, like, that much damage, but there's 90 of them in a unit, so they can really bring the long-range pain. We do have a double Blessed Field Trebuchet down here on the ground. We have a Damsel of Life with Earthblood and Regrowth, and up in the skies, we do have King Leon Gur coming in with all his buffs, so he's going to be a very tanky boy up in the skies. We do have triple knights, so we have, oh my god, it's triple questing knights, let's go! We've got some of the baddest boys in town, triple questing knights including the companions, the anti-large regiment of renown, ready to die for the lady, and today the king. Very excited to see how they perform. For the Dark Elf forces of Slippy, remember he is trained by Inticity, we have Dread Spears on the flanks, and in the main fight, Black Ark Corsairs. It's kind of funny to see how players mirror their teachers. We saw Mercy early on, he likes dwarfs and he likes playing defensive. That's what Logic likes to do. Inticity, aka the Kraken Lord, loves some Dark Elves, and he's once again seen this combination from Slippy of 4 units of Skirmish Cav with the repeater crossbows, and then 4 units of Dark Riders. Double Manticore up in the skies, and Malekith down on foot, coming in with the humble Soul Stealer. The battle is underway. The field trebuchets open up the first salvo, and do what trebuchets normally do and completely miss. But when they hit, boy oh boy, they actually cause some pretty good carnage. Dark Elves gonna have to get very aggressive. The Skirmish Cavalry moving up and around this left-hand side need to bring the pain as quickly as possible to the Bretonnians there. Now in the trees we have the Questing Knights. They do not want to tussle here. Yes, man to man, they will easily slaughter any Elflin, but that's a lot of Dark Rise repeater crossbows. These guys need to fall back to friendly territory and buy time for the peasant archers to whittle down those numbers. The skirmish cav is definitely going to be the biggest problem. And oh no! Felbats Mark II! Slippy, I believe in you! Don't do this! He's got both his Feral Manticores in the back. Obviously, this was a micro mistake last time from Monsieur, but it does look like the Manticores are going to be the ones who are being left behind today. They need to get over here as swiftly as possible. But hey, they can always fly over, so they're quite swift. Dark Riders are applying a lot of pressure to the Question Knights who are trying to fall back. They need to rotate around here into the Bretonnians. They need to come back and get assisted by the Peasant Bowmen and other troops. Now, the Trebuchets have done some damage to the Black Ark Corsairs, nothing too crazy. And there, when they hit, it's just down to half HP. It does so much damage. They're just very high risk, high reward. And now the peasants can focus down these weakened units. A lot of shots are starting to rain in on the Black Ark Corsairs, who are looking to slice and dice and feast on some peasants tonight, although the Dark Elf troops are starting to engage in that front line, although the Field Trebuchet has absolutely zero qualms launching shots into their own troops if they're peasants. On this flank, yeah, the Question Knights are not having a good day whatsoever. Dark Riders able to poke and shoot them, and then the trap is sprung. Dark Riders can pin these bad boys in place from all angles, and the Dark Riders can flee and apply a bit of pressure. The Dark Riders need to be careful here. Question Knights will slaughter them very quickly, be it on the charge or be it on the defensive. We have some Peasant Bowmen moving over to this key fight on the right-hand side. Elsewhere, the Bretonnians are just about holding, though in the central pocket they're struggling. The Holy Wardens have been moved up to fight in the reserve force. Peasant mobs are now starting to be jumped on. Men-at-arms are desperately trying to plug the gap. And look at this, a massive opening. The Dark Riders could swoop in and help finish off the Field Trebuchets. But at the moment, they're trying to kill these knights who have been surrounded in their hubris to kill the enemy. And they wanted to jump in here and dish out the pain. Lovely trap by Slippy. Dark Riders surrounding these troops. The king has had to come over here to deal with them. And the dreaded tactical reserves. The Feral Manticores roar a entrance into the battlefield, surrounding the companions who do currently have a buff of stand your ground. I don't think it's going to go too well for the Knights of Bretonnia in that fight, but the Dark Riders are starting to get picked apart. It looks like Monsieur has realized the threat, and his Peasant Bowmen are doing a fantastic job, but he's lost the frontline fight. Peasants are running for their lives. The men-at-arms as well are not really going to be able to shut down all of these troops. There's pressure coming from all over the place, and everywhere you look, men of Bretonnia are fleeing. But you know who's not fleeing? The king. The king shall stand and fight, and he is trying his best to get to grips with the rather slippery Dark Elf forces. Now, the Manticores were able to finish off the Question Knights. They got surrounded, they got jumped. We do get an Earthblood come down, but a little bit too little too late there, I think, to save the Knights. And if Slippy is, should do as he is meant to, get these Dark Riders, ignore the kin, chase off these Knights, get rid of them, get them off the battlefield. You don't want them to come back and heal up. You can always come in and deal with the king a little bit later on. In the main fight, the Peasant Bowmen are now being shut down by Dread Spears. Lovely pressure from the Dark Elves across the battlefield. You can see Black Ark Corsairs carving up Blessed Field Trebuchets, Dread Spears pouring in from all angles. It's looking really rough for the Bretonnians, but balance power is relatively even, and that is because the king still lives, and the king is a very powerful combatant. But where is the king? Just as I say, as the king still lives, he's kind of getting surrounded and kind of beat on. Now, the Dark Riders won't do much damage to him. However, the Manticores certainly will. He is getting an Earthblood, trying to buff him up. A Dwellers Below here would have been so lovely, but unfortunately, I don't think we have one today. Question Knights did rally and come in to try to save their Liege Lord, who is going to be getting a lovely heal popped on him, but the Manticores are in hot pursuit. More Question Knights coming out of the woods, trying to rally to the king. They had a word with the lady. She was not happy, but I don't think it's going to be enough as the king gets a regrowth and tries to get back up in the skies. If he can come back into this game, there is still hope for the Bretonnians if he can bring these troops back. Now, we have the Peasant Bowmen. They've returned. They can obviously whittle down a lot of these troops if the men-at-arms and other forces can keep them at bay. The Holy Wardens are quite a fun and thematic unit, and up to 77 kills, they've not done a bad job so far. Dark Riders have relatively decent ammunition coming into the later stages of the battle, and the Question Knights, they died of honor. They came in, they saved the king, unfortunately at the cost of their own lives. But will it matter at the end of the day? The king is on 3,900 HP and growing. He, of course, does have regeneration because of his many blessings. Peasant Mob's army pushing forward to deal with the Black Ark Corsairs and the Dread Spears, or at least attempt to. And if they can pen them in place, we may actually get a rear attack coming in from these men-at-arms. We have so many shots being rained down by the peasant bowmen and the men-at-arms. A lovely sandwich here by Monsieur. I think he's got a really kind of the best of a bad situation over here and surrounded the enemy, and now raining shots down upon them, almost doing an exact copy of what the Dark Elves did to him and his knights. King Leon Leoncoeur has currently popped all his buffs, and he is just ridding the world of so many Dark Elves, up to 45 kills now, but the Dark Riders have emerged. They're being used to chase down some of the archers, and we can see a lot of shots most likely going to be coming in here. Sword of Crone goes down on the Ferromanticores. They are absorbing so much damage right now, and the king is going to have to flee and run away as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, I think the king is almost the only unit left fighting for the Bretonnians. We have the Holy Wardens, who of course rather stalwart individuals. We have just 19 companions and the damsel all trying to rally around. Now the Manticore is going to be fighting the king in the sky. The king does want to turn and fight this. Because they're fighting right on top of the crossbowmen, they can't actually aid their support. However, the younger brother, the second Manticore, is going to come over and start 2v1ing King Leon Leoncoeur. And this is really bad news for him. He's going to start eating so much damage, and he's like, flee! Fly, you fools! And he's going to try and repeat as quickly as possible. But Slippy is really not taking his foot kind of off the throat of the Bretonnians. He's crushing it. He's really going in. I've been very impressed with his games so far. Now, the damsel is just currently vibing. A lot of men-at-arms as well. I don't think it's going to matter too much. Army losses will kick in if the king goes down. He's trying to go down fighting and bring maybe one more beast to the afterlife with him, but the Manticores are actually having its way in. There are Manticores, for their cost, are some of the best monsters in the entire game. They hit very, very hard. The king, though, is punching back pretty well, but it looks like he's going to break there and retreat, and that is going to be GG's. A nice victory for the forces there of the Dark Elves, and Slippy winning this one 2-0, I believe. I think the main points there was the trap on the Questing Knights. They were so much of the damage output for Monsieur. Of course, the Trebuchets did a good job, but he needed his Knights to crash into the rear of the front line, deal with the enemy cavalry, and also deal with those Manticores. And unfortunately, it was just a beautiful trap by Slippy, encircling the Knights and then raining those shots down. That was a very good play. Really, Battle of Cannae vibes right there. If you added arrows into the field as well. So the king did get only 566 damage value. He struggled a little bit getting on top of those key targets due to the pressure from all the cavalry. I was quite impressed with his Wardens play. They kind of moved up from the reserve into the front line to plug gaps. Unfortunately, all their fellow battalions on the left and right crumbled, and 163 kills is very nice indeed. Now, the Peasant Bowmen got solid damage across the board. Questing Knights, though, 420, 500, and 830 damage value. It just isn't enough for their cost. 100 kills, though, on the Companions, and the Field Trebuchets got some decent work done. Over 800 value and 600, 96 and 124 kills. Monsieur, if you do watch this back at any point, GG's, man. Honestly, hold your head high. You played very good in both games, and they both could have gone either way. It was just 1 or 2 engagements, and that's it. And that is what can happen in multiplayer. So we saw the Knights going down, and that unfortunately cost it for him. As for Malekith today, 800 value, nothing too crazy, but hey, Soul Sealer is always tasty. Red Spears across the board did pretty high number of kills against the peasants, but none of the infantry really did amazing. Of course, Black Hawk Corsairs 600 and 600 value. They just did what they needed to do, force their way through the front line and start shutting down the counters to the skirmish cav, which was those peasant archers, and he did just that. I love this trap with the Dark Riders, baiting in the knights with the repeater crossbows, surrounding them, and then the crossbowmen turning around and raining shots down. We got 1,600 damage value, 1,000, 1,100, and 200. Manticores always do good. Come on, it's Manticores. 800 value and 1,200. GG's. GG. That cav trap was amazing. That was really amazing. Very, very nice to see these new players doing these kind of traps like this. Oh, no, risky. So, yeah, there's no DLC factions allowed today. Bretonnia were free, though. So you're allowed free LCs and that kind of stuff. Anything that's free in the game, Gojek and Felix, for example, is allowed in today's tournament. Anything that is bought, let's say, I don't know, the Umbral Tide to Henwin, they can't be brought, unfortunately. They can't be brought. So whilst Nathan sets up a game for us in the background, once again, Nathan, you are the true Chad setting up all these games and stuff. Let's get Valkanos and Intisity in, hopefully, and they can have a little chat about that best of 3. So let me see if I can hop them in the Discord. Quack, quack.
Hey.
Hey, how's it going, bud?
Going good. Oh man, I love watching Slippy play that Dark Elf build.
Oh my god, that was so cool. That was so cool. That trap, is that something you taught him?
Uh, the sort of his cavalry micro to react is sort of something that developed on his own.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to spoil it when we were first talking, but it's something that we've been training since day one,
Mm-hmm.
as we saw in the video. Um, and the progress was really fun to watch because initially it was like he had 2 units of cavalry, just 3 skirmishers, and the rest is just a huge infantry line with executioners that just moves in with 1 attack command. But
Mm-hmm.
then after he'd switch his Cold One Knights, or he switched his Dread Knights to Cold One Knights, then Cold One Knights to Dark Riders, as that's the most meta thing in
Mm-hmm.
multiplayer right now. And then eventually he took out the executioners and added manticores, and just a slow build up over the course of the week to really polish that build. It's been a joy to watch that develop.
Yeah, that was really, really top play stuff. Did you find it hard as a teacher, by the way, not having DLC units because you're so used to using them?
Oh, for some builds, for sure. I gotta
Mm-hmm.
say, countering the dwarves, which has Slippy a little bit worried today, actually. The dwarves need like a lot of particular units to counter them, and
Mm-hmm.
a lot of those units are in DLCs too. So, it's a little bit scary. But I think we have Alkanos here.
Falconos.
Yep, I am here.
Nice, nice. What did you
So
make of that performance?
yeah, I mean, well played. That trap with the Dark Riders was quite nice to see. Unfortunately, it was against my own trainee, but
Yes, yeah.
um, I think just with the Question Knights, if they would have just been a little bit closer, I think to the rest of the army could have helped out a bit more with either the front line or just kind of stay away from all of those repeater crossbows. But
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could see him getting a little frustrated, I think, with the Dark Riders, like applying so much pressure and not being able to counter them. So I agree. I think if he kept them a little bit more in reserve, allowed the peasant archers to rain shots down on them and kind of force them back that way, he'd have been in a better position. But unfortunately, the noose kind of got tightened around the cav there and they got dragged down. But the one thing I would say is he fought to the end, which I always love to see. He didn't give up, and he like really did start to scrap back in the later stages. But awesome stuff. I think we are moving on to another game in just a second, if I can find the lobby, and I think we get to see Dog in action, which is pretty cool. Named Duckling versus Dog. Cool. I'll see if I can
Yeah.
find
So,
them. But yeah, Karen, feel free to
overall,
keep speaking.
yeah, overall, I think I actually had Slippy try out Bretonnia as his third faction, but
Mm-hmm.
I've sort of found that the control of melee cavalry was actually pretty difficult. We actually dropped learning Bretonnia pretty early on because of it. So, I feel like taking up that task, Valkanos, is pretty impressive, actually.
well, yeah, with that one, just trying to push Bretonnia a little bit because they are fairly strong right now, even without any updates since their release. So they just kind of they didn't suffer from any of the losses of the DLC units. But yeah, they are a bit more of a micro-intensive. So he did well with them, but I liked how he was able to kind of control that front line with filling in the gaps, but unfortunately just wasn't quite enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I think Britannia are really strong here because they've not been hampered at all, but they're arguably one of the hardest factions to learn in the entire game. I'm actually surprised at the lack of dwarfs. I thought dwarfs would be everywhere today because a load of new players like them. They're quite forgiving if you make a mistake. They're all relatively sturdy. You can't snipe their lords super quickly, but I think we've only seen them once so far.
Actually, so Valkanos, question for you while training. Were there any factions that really gave your trainee trouble while you were practicing?
Or playing or playing against?
Playing against.
Playing against Dark Elves, I think, was one of the ones that they struggled a bit against. I think part of that was, I mean, as we've seen, the double Manticores, Soul Stealer combo has remained to be fairly strong. They Dark Elves, while they've Missing out on Scourge Runners is probably one of their biggest losses. They've otherwise still seem to be fairly strong overall in that regard.
We haven't seen too much Lizardmen action either. We saw, I think, Slippy play against Lizardmen once. I feel like they're quite a nice faction for new players because you've got super solid infantry and you can go relatively wide, and then you just really have to micro your kind of big, scary single entities and make sure they stay together and fight on top of your own armies. Was there any like bad habits that you were trying to kind of kick out of your players before the tournament today?
Ooh, right before the tournament today?
Like any ones that were still sticking and you're like, oh no.
I guess leading up, sort of the Dark Rider micro and Skirmisher micro was pretty big. Sort of just more like minor things, but making sure that they're hitting the right targets, making sure that they're staying close enough to whatever they're shooting at to get more damage in. But honestly, like the big mistakes were mostly polished out during the first few days, at least in my experience. How about you, Volcanos?
I think a lot of that's just kind of just remembering the important units and not just kind of the whole thing like with the Lords where you can in campaign where you can just kind of fire and forget for some of them with all the buffs that they end up getting. Just kind of remembering to kind of keep them out of bad engagements. And I think especially with the last one, I was seeing a good amount of improvement with keeping King Lewin a bit more safe. And then also just remembering abilities and stuff, and I was definitely seeing an improvement on that, especially seeing King Lewin remembering all of his buffs and stuff, so that was good to be seeing.
Yeah, it's also pretty good to note that obviously none of these players would have played in a tournament before, and probably never played on a live stream before, so they're probably all very nervous. So if there is a few mistakes and stuff, it's obviously very understandable. But to be honest, we've not really seen any major mistakes from everyone. Everyone's been pretty on point. Yeah, but thank you guys for chilling out with me anyway, as we set up this next game. And hopefully I'll be able to cast some more games with your guys as well. But it looks like we're back to Duckling at the moment, up against Dog. So I think these guys were trained by H1 Sun, and Creative Assembly's kind of trainee was Dog, trained by CA Duck and CA Nathan. So we're going to hop into this one now, but yeah, thanks Valkanos, thanks Anticity guys. I'll hopefully speak to you a little bit later.
Okay, sounds
Hey,
good.
thanks for having us.
And remember guys, I'll do a big shout out at the end to everyone, but basically everyone who talked today does actually have like a YouTube channel or a Twitch channel. So we'll make sure to do a big list at the end of all the players who took part, but they all do multiplayer stuff. So if you've been enjoying and you're relatively new to this kind of stuff, I do recommend, you know, checking out everyone, spreading the love, and just having a good time. Having a good time. We're going to be on the same map again, unfortunately, but we will be moving off after, don't worry, I won't forget. It looks like they're both ready. So it is High Elves versus Empire. This is going to be some good fun. I am very excited for this. Let's have a little sip of my drink to keep me alive. Even ducks need water, I'm afraid. We need water and bread. Bread for the bread gods. Or bread for the duck gods, it should probably be known as. So onto the map again. We're obviously quite familiar with this map. Nice open plain in the middle. Few bits of dotted trees. You can play defensive if you want. Likewise, you can be sneaky and start to use some vanguarded troops. Now, we haven't really seen vanguarded troops too much today. Hopefully, we'll be able to catch one of Dame's games a little bit later on, because she absolutely adores bringing all these vanguarded troops and kind of being sneaky and jumping on the enemy. But today, we're going to be jumping in here first and foremost with Mr. I believe... Yeah, this one is Duckling. So this was H1 Sun's trainee. And hopefully if H1 Sun is available, or CA's Nathan or Duck is available, we'll get them in after this one. And oh yes! Yes! The coolest, the most Chad, the most badass and legendary of all High Elf Lords, Imric, the Dragon Prince, on his rather beautiful steed. Controversial opinion, his horse looks cooler than his dragon, coming in here with all of his debuffs. They're very powerful. The Lord of Dragons and the Dragonhorn. We have a Mage of Life to support with Awakening Wood and Earthblood, just to try to heal him up. But I love this Imric pick. He is very high risk, high reward on his dragon, so bring him on horseback, you kind of get best of both worlds. A load of spearmen in the front lines, just dotted all the way along. We then have 1, 2, and 3 archers to help support. And for the cavalry, we have a couple of Valyrian Reavers and a couple of Dragon Princes. So we've got like a real heavy metal, hey, Dragon Prince led by Imric and a Frostheart Phoenix. Man, Falcon, if he's watching, is weeping tears of joy right now as his favorite birdie is brought to the battlefield. Actually relatively powerful running with these cavalry blobs, because look at this, the Blizzard Aura. It gives a big debuff to enemies. If you can keep this mobile and fighting together, you're going to be in an absolutely good state. We do have triple Pistoliers on the left-hand side, supported by 1 unit of Empire Knights. And on the far side, we have, again, double Pistoliers, okay, and 1 unit of Grenade Launchers. This build looks very familiar. I think I saw Dog train with this the other day. We then have Spearmen on the flanks and a load of Swordsmen in the main battle line. We have more Spearmen and Handgunners as well in deep reserve. We likewise have a Jade Wizard coming in with Flesh of Stone, Earthblood, and Regrowth. More Empire Knights, no Demigryph, sadly, to go toe-to-toe with the Dragon Princes. We do have the Emperor, Karl Franz, here to lead the men to death or glory. Hopefully glory, more than the death part for him. But, you know, I'm sure he'll do pretty good. He's coming in with Reichland Runefang and Gal Miraz here. Looking forward to this. Very much looking forward to this. Pistoliers actually have really bad AP. So, though they have guns, many of you would be thinking, hey, like, you know, they're armor piercing, right? Nope. They've got a really poor AP. There's 45 of them. As it says here, weak against armor. However, a lot of large creatures actually don't have much armor. For example, like a Vargulf or something, you can really tear it apart. The Flamesire Phoenix doesn't have much armor, but the Frostheart does, and that can be very, very problematic. Sorry guys, I just had a cough there, so I am back. And it looks like the Pistoliers are going to be, taking up these flanking positions, looking to ensnare and entice in the high elf forces and kind of drag them out of position, which I love to see. Now, the foot troops, the good old standard bog standard swordsmen and spearmen, will be advanced now to take the fight towards the enemy. Karl Franz has to be careful. Now, he can 1v1 the Frostheart Phoenix in the sky, and if we take a look, there is just 3 units of archers to support that, so if he can harass the archers or draw this Frostheart Phoenix away like it's doing just now, Karl Franz can easily come over here and just beat up the Frostheart Phoenix, no problems, and there's no way for this Frostheart Phoenix to land. I do think we've seen some images and stuff that in Game 3, large flyers like this might be able to land manually, which would be really cool, but I'm not 100% sure if that's confirmed, but I swear I've seen some images of it, but who knows, who knows. So the Frostheart Phoenix is going to be retreating. Pistoliers and Outriders are shooting at the Reavers. Not a bad target. They only have 40 armor. The shooting them was going to do wonders. The Dragon Princes with their 110 and bronze shields, less so. And the Pistoliers need to be careful. Valyrian Reavers are very, very swift. Karl Franz could assist here, but then it's a bit of a trap. He does not want to land near the Dragon Princes. They don't do the most damage, but they will pin him in place. And it looks like he is going to commit. No, he backs out last second. Well played, dog. Very good kind of restraint there. Frostheart Phoenix is flying in the skies. Karl Franz can honestly duel this guy really effectively. He should definitely move in and pop all his buffs. Dragon Princes are running rampant, and now the Frostheart Phoenix is on the ground. This is what could cause Dog a lot of problems. The Dragon Princes lowering their lances, crashing into the Pistoliers, and starting to drag down the mighty men of the Empire. Now, Karl Franz does commit to the fight. He does have support of Spearmen, so I don't hate this whatsoever. And a lot of the Dragon Princes are getting dragged out of position. And look at Franz go, trying to mount that Frostheart Phoenix's head on his fireplace by supper time. He's going to be popping Flesh of Stone on himself as well. 160 armor. He isn't going anywhere, but the Dragon Princes are going to start getting a nice surround. Elsewhere in the main fight, it's just not really happening. There's a couple of Spearmen, all the Empire are bogging up on them. I don't think there's anything to punish this, any burning heads, so this is absolutely fine. Pistoliers going to be maneuvering over, but this is where the real fight is, I suppose. So Imric is down on the ground. He's surrounded by Empire Knights. You can see the handgunners trying to line up some shots. Unfortunately for them, their own friends, the Empire Knights, are in the way, and the Empire aren't Skaven. They won't shoot through their own friends quite so easily. Karl Franz is a little bit trapped here. The Dragon Princes are causing him quite a few problems. It looks like the Princes actually leave him alone, deciding to fall back and allow his go after the Pistoliers instead and kind of drive them from the field. The Frostheart Phoenix is going down, but Imric, the Dragon Prince, rallies his princes, and they get a rear attack on Karl Franz. Garmarals and Reichland Runefang has been popped. Imric is very squishy, very squishy. He's a little elf, so you can pop him on the head, and he'll take a ton of damage. So he needs to be careful, but you can see this fight over here. He just has far, far more support, and Karl Franz might be going down here. The rest of the fight's going okay for the men of the Empire. We do get an Awakening Wood just crashing down, and a lovely, lovely rear attack. Spearmen wrap up and around this force and crash into the Spearmen position on the rear. Archers continue to pepper in from long range. The men of the Empire are dying in droves. Where is their Emperor? He is being driven out of town. Dragon Princes and Imric leading them are just trying to force him down. Now, annoyingly for flyers, if they're getting poked in the butt like this, they won't take off. And one, obviously, it's a balancing fin, otherwise they could just cycle charge you to the Infinity Realm, but it can be very frustrating when you're Franz. What he needs to do is get some Knights or some Pistoliers and charge the Dragon Princes, pinning them in place, and allowing Karl Franz to escape, but maybe he'll get away. We have a Wizard duel in the middle! The Jade Wizard, I think, is a little outmatched by the thousands of years of training and research from the Mage of Life. It bonks him on the head and sends him flying. Illyrian Dragon Princes are charging the back on top of the handgunners, looking to run them down. Pistoliers are doing a good job. Dog is kiting effectively and getting those shots in. Unfortunately, Dragon Princes are pretty heavily armored, so those shots aren't going to be doing too much damage. But hey, it's still damage on some elite units at the end of the day. Balance power is swooping more and more in favor of the High Elves right now, as swordsmen are getting butchered where they stand. These Elvish archers, if you leave them to shoot all day, it's pretty scary. Now, Karl Franz is back up in the sky. He has managed to kind of calm himself down, come back into the main fight, and it looks like he wants to jump on these archers, realizing they're a huge threat to him. But I think it might be a little bit too late. With all his ground support gone, how is he going to deal with all the spearmen? Dragon Princes are being kited effectively, though, and though the armor piercing is lacking, that's still a lot of shots coming your way, and the field is now littered with the dead Dragon Princes, and they are running for their lives. Karl Franz is retreating back to his main party. Looks like he's trying to hunt down the Illyrian Reavers and help save his Pistoliers, who are doing a really good fight. I like the fact Dog is scrapping to the end, picking up battles he knows he can win. Hunt down the Reavers, hunt down the Dragon Princes, ignore this main battle line. Maybe if we get my opponent slips up and I can snipe Imric, then the terror of Karl Franz in the late game will really pay big dividends. Swordsmen do try to surround Imric, but his might is too much for them, and he is now riding away into the sunset to rally with his other princes. Karl Franz, if he wants, could probably turn and engage the Frostheart Phoenix here. If his buffs are ready to go, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for him. There's nowhere for the Frostheart Phoenix to actually land now, no kind of safety blanket for him. Pistoliers are just about going to be able to kill these Reavers, and it looks like they do break. Franz is going to chase them down, but this is a problem. Landing like this means the Frostheart Phoenix would get the charge on him, but he swoops back up into the skies and is probably going to be forced into an engagement. He is going to take it, I think. He gets a big slap on the Frostheart Phoenix, and the aerial duel is going to go really well for mankind today. Frostheart Phoenix filled with lead, filled with the might of Sigma, and down it goes. It flees for its life. No second lives for you either. It is not a Flamesfire Phoenix, sadly. They does have some other cool traits, which I like to see. So the battle's kind of come to this lull right now. High Elves have dominated the battlefield. Empire are trying to pick up what elements they can before rallying their troops for a final confrontation. And it does look like the Frostheart Phoenix is going to get forced off the field by Franz. Now all he needs to do is kill Imric, which is certainly possible because look at this. Imric is miles away from support. All his archers, all his spearmen are back here. If he can jump Imric and kill him, maybe, just maybe, we'll get a big tear out in the late game. I do say it's definitely the Empire's to lose, and army losses may set in before that happens. Look how close the balance of power is. It is looking very bleak for the Empire forces, but there's always a chance when Karl Franz is still alive. A big problem for the Empire right now is they're using up their ammunition on these Pistoliers and not doing much damage back. That's actually going to be a negative for the balance of power, as ammunition does contribute to that quite a bit. And Karl Franz needs to come after Imric, and it looks like he is on the way. It'll be interesting to see here if Duckling does notice this. He's kind of rallied his forces together, which is 100% what he should do. If all his forces are fighting on top of each other in the later stages of the game, there's no way he wins this, but he's forgotten one person, and it's the most important person. It is Imric. In his hubris, he's quite happily slaughtering humans right now, up to 41 kills. He's chasing down these spearmen. What's that coming over the hill? Oh yes, it is the wings of Deathclaw. Pistoliers are going to arrive here first. They won't be able to do a huge amount of damage to Imric, but every bullet does certainly help. And here you can see the first volley going in. Franz does decide he doesn't want to mess with Imric, and is actually going to come back to finish off the Spearmen. Another, pretty decent play. Hey, get these freebies where you can. The Spearmen can't really hurt Franz, and he can certainly drag them down. Balance power does move back a little bit to aid the Empire. And Imric is taking considerable damage right now. Does he have his wizard left on the battlefield? It looks like he does. His wizard is chasing off some Spearmen, so plenty of room for some more healing, and in the distance, we have a scrap between some swordsmen and some spearmen, and it looks like the swordsmen of the Empire are probably going to win this, butchering the Empire, which is butchering the High Elves, which is always nice to see. So the forces of the Empire are rallying. The Spearman getting forced off now by Karl Franz. He's up to only 15 kills, but he's been in some pretty important battles. He's got bigger business than killing the chaff of the enemy, and he's up to 1,600 damage value. Spearmen are now routing from the battlefield. Imric takes a considerable amount of damage from the Pistoliers, simply due to the fact that all of them are targeting this one model, but they are running deadly low on ammunition. We have one unit left with actual ammo. This one has, what, one volley? The next one has 5 volleys, and they're just constantly peppering into the Dragon Princes, doing some nice work, and a lot of those knights are stumbling amongst the trees and falling down, but a lovely counter-punch. We're going to come in with an Earthblood, heal up these troops, and keep them fighting in the later stages of the game. The archers are going to rain shots down now on the Pistoliers, doing some really nice work. Karl Franz is back and relatively full health. He did get a cheeky regrowth off there then at some point with the Jade Wizard. Can Franz do it? That is so many spearmen. 88 spearmen, 86 spearmen, 62, but more importantly, a lot of archers as well. That is a lot of scary archers. Pistoliers are going to rain shots in on the Dragon Princes, trying to drag down some of the elite Elvish warriors. And the final fight of our age, the ultimate fight of destiny, is about to take place. Dragon Princes, sound the charge. They've had enough of this waiting. They don't need support. They're going to go in rolling deep. They push straight past the Jade Wizard. You're not worth our time. And they think, oh, actually, we should probably go after that Jade Wizard. And they go back to kill them. Good play there by the Dragon Princes. Imric is swooping around. He's going after the enemy caster. Not a bad idea. Take away that leadership. And the Mage of Life there is just getting obliterated by Franz. I do think he needs to risk the Imric play. Normally going after Wizard would be great, but the rest of his army doesn't have the time for him to snipe 2 characters. It's falling apart. Pistoliers charge in, Dragon Princes with the Dragon Horn popped are going to do fantastic work. And now with the fight in the trees, Imric the Dragon Prince, Karl Franz round 2. And Imric won round 1, and it looks like so far Karl Franz is holding his own. The steed rears up as the lance pierces the flesh of Deathclaw, Reichland Runefang, Flesh of Stone, Garmaraz. But Imric is an elf, and elves don't play fair. Dragon Princes with a cheeky backstab come in and shank him in the rear. Dirty elvish tactics. But that gets you a victory at the end of the day. Well played. Well played. Really awesome game. I played Dog a couple of days ago on Quick Battles. I don't know what CA Nathan and CA Duck have been doing to him. They've turned him into a monster in a couple of days. He did so much good work there. Karl Franz did manage to get 2,900 damage value. He put the Empire in his backpack and he tried to carry. Unfortunately, both players were kind of getting tied up in this big fight over on the side, with the Dragon Princes, with Imric, with Franz, and that fight went in favor of the High Elves. I think Duckling did just a slightly better job of also managing the main fight. So when that fight on the right-hand side was concluded, he was in an advantageous position because he had won the, even if he lost the battle, he won the war. Infantry didn't do too much, neither did the handgunners. Lovely play with the knights to pin people in place. And the Pistoliers, 580, 870, 820, and 580 damage value. This other unit only 55. It really was a game of Karl Franz, and he nearly smited Imric, who himself did impressive. 1,800 damage value from him is really good. We had 1,300 damage value from the Mage of Life, which is very impressive, considering she is obviously a healer for the most part. Spinning across the board didn't do too much. Archers, lovely play. Just kill the chaff. 820 value, 465, 593. Big kills as well. 74 kills, 34 and 31. But a Maestro, the Limerickers didn't do too much, but a Maestro with the Dragon Princes, 279 kills and 97 kills. 2,300 damage value, and the next one, 2,150. Frostheart Phoenix got 711 value. Unfortunately, no match for the might of Karl Franz. But yes. It was an awesome fight. 100% agree with you. 100%. GG. So, the next map is going to be Krakungor. Let's see if either Nathan, Duck, or H1 Sun is able to pop in the Discord. If they want to, feel free to join. I think at the moment it's just me and Nathan. But H1, if you're watching and you want to chat about Duckling's performance, feel free to pop in. And if not, we'll try and get Nathan in here to have a little chat.
Hey, hey.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Yeah, good. That was, that was a really interesting game. It's been really interesting to see that a lot of these new players, they're being a lot more aggressive with their builds that they're picking that, I thought they would be. So to see that many Pistoliers was, it's a risky play, but it's always leads to a really fun match as well. Yeah,
I agree. The thing I've been most impressive so far, as you said, is with this aggressive style of play. almost everyone's trying skirmish cav. They're using cavalry. They're going for these high-risk, high-reward tactics. You know, Karl Franz in the sky, Imrik down low. It's there's so much nice stuff. But what did you think of Dog's performance? I know it was kind of a team effort. Was it you and CA Duck were training him in the art of war?
Yeah, so I'll have to pass over most of the credit to CA Duck there. He spent most of the week with him, but I did hop on one of the days to help train Dog. But he's been great. He's been learning really well. And we've been jumping into like quick battles and stuff, and he's been able to get a couple of wins under his belt. So that's been really good for him. But I think where the game lost him then, honestly, I think he just committed, I think, almost all his infantry over to the left-hand side, and they just weren't needed. They were. I think he had counted 6 or 7 infantry units going up against 2 spearmen, and they were all just being shot and peppered by those archers. Yeah. If he had just kept the swordsmen to that side and brought all those spears over, they could have done a lot of work against those dragon, the dragon cavalry. I forgot what they're called, dragon knights. Yeah. Against the high elves, dragon princes. Yeah, that's it. Against the high elves. But he did a really good. I mean, Dog is proven to be dogged because he did a really good comeback. I thought, the high elves had it, and
I love the pun, by the way.
Thank you very much. But when Franz got back up in the air and his life mage was able to heal both him and Franz up, I was like, you know what, this is now opening up to be a much more even game than I thought.
Yeah, he kept scrapping, and I think there was a small chance if he had managed to kill Imrik, he went after the Jade Wizard, which normally is the right play, right? You see the enemy wizard, he's very vulnerable, you can kill him in a couple of hits. But I think he had to kill Imrik before the rest of his army broke, and unfortunately wasn't quite able to do that quick enough. But there was a lot of Dragon Princes still bouncing around, so obviously it wasn't super easy for him. But CA Duck's not here, by the way, so I would take all the credit for training Dog while he's not here, and we just won't tell him. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Yeah, mate. Hopefully he's not watching the stream either. I'm pretty sure he is, but if he is, then yeah, sorry, Duck. I'm taking the credit on this one.
Yeah. So it looks like Dog's going to be going to Vampire Counts, and he's going to ban High Elves, which is a really smart ban. Phoenix Guard, basically kill everything in your army, which is very scary. And
I agree. Yeah, I do not like playing up against high elves when I pick vampire counts. But personally, I think I really hope that Duckling goes with Bretonnia. I think vampire counts versus Bretonnias is personally one of my favourite matchups. Even if I'm playing against whichever side I'm playing as, I think they both play very similar. They both have similar builds that they can pick, albeit the Bretonnia have a bit more ranged.
So you've been doing a lot of admin in the back and stuff today. What's the groups looking like so far?
The group 1 is very, very close. Obviously, without including the win that Duckling has now, both Dog, Duckling, and Slippy have 2 games each. Le Monsieur has only played 1, and unfortunately, he doesn't have any wins on his belt. In the second group, Ree is currently winning with 4 wins. Grim is currently sitting on 3 wins, and Mercy has 1 win. However, Mercy and Grim are playing at the moment now, and they are currently in a deciding game. It's gone to 1-1, so that is an interesting one there.
Oh, okay, that's pretty exciting stuff. Hopefully we'll be able to catch a few more games as well up after this one. So who's your money on? Dog with the Vampire Counts or Duckling with Bretonnia?
I've got to go with Dog, not just because he's our person, but personally, Vampire Counts, they are the best faction in the game. I love them so much.
Before we let these guys design their builds, is there anything you want to say about the competition as a whole? Obviously, you're a huge part in making this actually come to fruition. So is there anything you want to mention about it in any way?
Yeah, so firstly, I want to absolutely thank everyone, all you trainers and trainees, the content creators who've been involved. Not just you guys, but I know you've also reached out externally to everyone in your Discord servers to help have people play and train these new people in multiplayer, and it's been great to see the backing outside of what we visually see. That's been behind this. There's also a lot of people on our end who I really want to thank, but the list would go on and on. So obviously thank you to CA Duck for training the person, and there's a number of people for making the stream happen, making the prizes and the competition happen. So
yeah, the prizes are really cool. And whoever designed the logo, by the way, I love it so much. It reminds me of a Crusader sword. It's some very cool stuff. But for those who don't know, if they missed it earlier on, the prizes today, I believe everyone's getting some awesome mugs to celebrate the event. The top 2 trainees will be getting Total War Warhammer 3, which is freaking amazing. That's a really cool prize. And then the top trainee who wins the finals tomorrow will win a themed student hat, university hat. and the top winner of the trainers themselves will be winning a engraved tankard. So very dwarvish there. I like it. I like it a lot.
If we can get it any sort of themed, then we will do. But but hopefully we can, or maybe some sort of like drinking horn, something like that. We will give that away. But they are so far the prizes.
It looks like it was going to be Bretonnia, by the way. Duckling has committed, so you're getting what you wish. You're getting what you wish.
Yes. Maybe he heard me.
I know you like your vampire counts. I know secretly you're a Skaven main, but we won't talk about that. But what would you do in this situation with vampire counts?
I think, you know what, just bring a lot of chaff, because that's essentially what Bretonnia's infantry itself is. If they shoot the chaff with the archers, it doesn't really matter. You don't care about your infantry. What's going to win you the game is your monsters, your lords, and your cavalry, and that's going to be the same for Bretonnia as well. So
yeah,
I think focus on that. Focus on microing. If you bring Blood Knights, microing them around. If you bring Vargeists, micro them around, and keep your Lord with them as well. And if you've got a Lord that has some sort of passive healing as well, then that's what I'd say for Doggo. I'd say with Duckling, very same thing as well. I'd say get a Lord that you can micro around with, your cavalry, that can micro around with your if you've got Pegasus Knights, micro them around. And I think also you've got plenty of options around flaming peasants as well, and they're always a must bring in this matchup against vampire counts.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think that's honestly some really good advice. I'm sure Dog knows this as well. So Dog, I don't think he had not played any multiplayer before the start of the event, obviously. But I knew he'd watched a lot. He's actually followed my channel for like years at this point. I was so surprised he hadn't played any multiplayer. So he's got pretty good game knowledge. So I've been really liking a lot of his builds and stuff. It's just going to be getting used to putting that into practice. Because against the AI I find in campaign, there's like a lot of tricks you can do to try and trick the AI. And get a lot of value from your range troops and stuff. So it can be quite a hard transition from... It's one thing knowing like how to build a multiplayer. It's a completely different one knowing how to play it. But I think he's done really good, like, so far. And I just realized chat, yeah, some people are asking if they can play today. No, so for those who have joined late, today is called Teach Me Total War. And it's an event we've put on over the last week. So we've gathered together 7 content creators and a member of Creative Assembly. And they had 5 days to train someone who's never played multiplayer before, which is very spooky. And it's so cool to see these guys. Honestly, none of them have looked really out of place from when I'm normally casting tournaments. They all look really solid. And really strong. So it's the whole event basically, hey, you got 5 days to learn, and this shows how much progression you can make in such a short time. So very well played to all the players so far. Big fat stretcher. We wait for these guys to sort out their build. Is there anything you want to see from any of the competitors today? Any lords you've not yet seen on screen? Any of your favourite units?
Well, I want to say one now, but it might affect if they bring it or not, so I'm not going to. But there's 2 lords here for each Bretonnia and vampire counts that I think could be good picks for either one of them. Hopefully we see one. I'll let you know in the post game analysis. But I don't think we've seen Lord Skrulk unless I've been mistaken. He's always a solid pick for Skaven.
I think we saw Lord Skrulk once from Slippy.
Oh yes, you are.
I seem to remember him saying, but yeah, Lord Skrulk, I think. At least personally, from a Skaven point of view, is probably the most competitive Lord for Skaven.
Yes.
At least with the the base game we have now, obviously they gained a load more troops, kind of like brought the Unclean and so forth. I think are very powerful. With the base game, I think Skaven are quite good. I don't think we're going to see massive amounts of Skaven today. They're a pretty tough faction to learn.
Yes, I think they are one of the harder. They've got a higher learning curve than others, and I think getting them wrong can prove more disastrous than others. If you slip up with the Skaven, it's easily punishable. One Lord I'd love to see is Gorok. I feel like he is very underrepresented in when you see Lizardmen plays. Most people will bring Mazdamundi or some tic-tac-toe players as well. I know tic-tac-toe is quite a bit for a popular build, but I love Gorok. I think he's really good. I think he can absolutely hold his own and can be an absolute pain to deal with.
You're a man of class and culture, by the way, picking out Gorok there. I love Gorok. He's an absolute beast. He's very underrepresented. It looks like Duckling's ready. We're just going to wait on Dog. And then we get cracking. But yeah, I'll make sure to get you back in as well after, by the way, for the next game post-analysis. And if you can hunt down H1 Sun as well, happy to have him on. Have a little bit of a chat. I've seen him in like the Twitch chat, but I'm not sure if he's actually around or not to kind of, hop on and discuss. Awesome, guys.
I can ping him over a message to see if he is.
Yeah, if not, no worries. We can have you back. I'm sure chat won't mind. Yeah, chat. Who do you think's going to win today? You want to think of the Bretonnia? If you think Bretonnia are going to win, please yell, scream "the lady" in chat as much as possible. And if you want the undead to win, just do your best groan, your best zombie, just in chat, and we can know. Yes. Have you guys been enjoying so far? It's been really fun. I think we've got about an hour left. So what we'll most likely do is after this best of 3, we probably have time for one more. And we'll hop in and have a little look-see. So both the players are ready. Best of luck both to Duckling and Dog. I must admit, just because of Duckling's name, I am a little bit biased in perhaps wanting to see a Bretonnia win. But actually, no, take that back. I want Dog to win. I want Dog to come back because I want this to go all the way to the 3rd and final game. And I think he's got it in him as well. Yeah, no, this is a closed tournament, yes. It was only for people who hadn't played multiplayer before, and Ewok, if you're Ewos, which I don't know if you are, I think you're like top of the ladder in quick bows. I don't know if you might be a different person. I might be thinking of someone else. In which case, you definitely wouldn't be allowed to qualify. These are all players who had never touched multiplayer more than, I think, 5 days ago. It was Monday where we started teaching people. And they've all come such a long way. And the quality of play has been far better than I thought it was even going to be. These people don't stand out in kind of like tournaments at all. So, for the forces of Bretonnia today and Duckling, it is the dreaded Fey double Paladin build. Slowly starting to lose a bit of popularity in the multiplayer scene due to the weakness of Paladins. But you bring one with Guardian and one basic one. Then you bring the Fey Enchantress, coming with Earthblood and Awakening Wood. Would love to see Dwellers Below as well for those high bid plays. But she's coming in looking like a badass as always, riding dirty on the Unicorn with both the legs draped over on that side. That Unicorn has a gigantic horn on its head. That's certainly going to give it a little bit more armor piercing, I'm sure. Then the main battle line, it is a load of filthy, unwashed peasant mobs just dotted through the main line. They're going to be feeling just at home with all of those zombies. We then have 5 units of peasant archers. That is a lot to protect. I mean, if you can protect it, you can dish out like a bucket ton of pain. But a load of archers. We also have Questing Knights, and even more troops, more Questing Knights. And some Grail Knights. Grail Knights are quite nice due to that magic damage in case you have any ethereal troops coming after you. We then have 4 units of Spearman Arms as well. So a pretty solid build. Very flimsy in the front. His cavalry is going to have to be cycle charging constantly. Duckling's going to have really good micro, just cycle charging the front line down. Otherwise, it could break open, and then his archers are there for the taking. The forces of the Vampire Count today and the Mighty Doggo. Of course, he does come in with some Direwolves. They're the closest to his kin, I suppose, he can get. So we got some Direwolves down here. Lurking in the trees. We then have, oh yeah, double Blood Knights. 2 units of Blood Knights. Leading that line, we have a Blood Dragon Vampire Lord looking awesome. Not quite as cool as Imrek, I would say, on his horse, but not a bad second place. He's coming in today with the Heart Piercer, Helm of Discord, which is a very powerful hex, Sword of Anti-Heroes, Raise Dead, Dance Macabre. We have Invocation of the Heck, and then just a load of Blood Knights. Main battle line is zombies. They'll be engaging with the peasant mobs in that front line fight. Backed up by a load of skeleton spearmen all the way along. I believe 1 unit of basic skeleton warriors in the middle. And we also have the Cane Wraiths as well, which are ethereal. Now, they're going to do fine up against this build, actually really well, as long as they stay away from the Fae and her pesky Grail Guardians. Although I don't know if they're actually with her. Oh, the Grail Knights, there we go. That magic damage just means the Cane Wraiths get slaughtered in a matter of seconds. It's quite cool to see the Blood Knights on either flank. There's kind of 2 tactics you can often do with your cavalry. Have one on either side like this, applying pressure from multiple points, or you overload, go for a flank overload, have all your heavy hitters on one side and you smash into enemy formation. Very useful for breaking into enemy defensive forces. The Bretonnians are taking the high ground here and going to be just chilling at the moment. They're going to be repositioning where possible, trying to rotate around to face the Vampire Counts in the battlefield before advancing forwards a little bit. Yeah, I would love a full peasant build as well, Cozy, but I don't think it's likely to happen. But, I mean, there's a lot of peasants. It's just there's also a lot of knights who I'm sure will be kicking the peasants, driving them into the dirt, and asking them to come forward and fight in the name of the Lady. The Fey Enchantress, by the way, isn't the Lady of the Lake, unfortunately, but she is like a living embodiment and ambassador for the Lady. She, of course, has been granted powers to help support that. Both players just very slowly moving their forces around, which is absolutely fine. Repositioning just so they can actually face each other. And then there's going to be the slow and slumberous march of the undead to the forces of Bretonnia. Cavalry has come out a little bit here, just surveying the battlefield, looking ready as where possible to cycle charge at the front line. And you can see Duckling is taking a really defensive position right now, trying to get the high ground. He will have to start advancing though. And of course, he's repositioning here a little bit, getting his peasant mobs nice and lined up to take the fight to the enemy. Now, the undead are starting to advance. Of course, they're going to be at walking speed, so we might be here for about 10 minutes before the battle actually starts. But we can have a lovely point of view of the life of a zombie. That's what it's like walking towards battle. And it seems like, yeah, he's actually going to start to bring both his Blood Knights together. So this is quite interesting. He's realized, hey, my opponent has a lot of cavalry, some very scary stuff. We have the Fey Enchantress here. We have Grail Knights. I'm going to team up. I don't think my Blood Knights can actually take on this blob on their own, despite Blood Knights being really cool and badass. We need both of them. We need the White Kings here to support, and we need the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord leading us. And all of a sudden, both forces have all their cavalry and heroes lined up against each other. Who would win in that fight? I'm going to say the Vampire counts. Oh, Blood Knights, the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord will be able to snipe out Fey as well, though plenty of potential. Bretonnians have moved forward, and they're starting to advance upon their enemy position. And the peasant mob is getting really eager. They're so pumped up. The Fey probably gave a battle speech, and their blood is flowing. They're like, yes, let's go kill some zombies. And they're charging ahead Leroy Jenkins style into the enemy formation. Now, the zombies are popping up as well. Both battle lines are going to be standing there. This will be the scariest moment of a battle. As you advance towards each other, you got to bring up the courage, yell insults at your opponent to try and kind of, cover up your own scaredness and own cowardice, and get ready for the slaughter of a brutal shield wall. Not many shields on battle today, though. The peasants can't afford them. They're coming in just with reaping hooks and kind of spades. Anything that they can get their hands on. The lucky few who have wood axes will be bringing them to the battlefield, but there's only so much you can do up against 121 zombies applying that pressure to you. Big cavalry engagement, I can sense it. I can feel it in the air. There's going to be a massive cavalry engagement on this left flank. I think both players are eyeing it up, and both players really want to commit to it, but neither one's quite sure if they will win or lose. I do think the Grail Knights do have anti-large, which is problematic. But the Quest Knights do not, so I think the Blood Knights, with the help of healing, could potentially win this. And it looks like it may happen. The front line is getting underway. A load of the shots are being launched up and over the peasants into the enemy battle line. Cane Wraiths have absolutely free reign to push into the back line, as well as those dire wolves. And the carry fight is going to go down. The Knights take zero chance waiting. They're just straight in. All the Blood Knights are going to pile in on one point, and the Quest Knights are getting eviscerated. But the Bretonnians are going to start to wheel around these Grail Knights. They need to get them in the rear as quickly as possible, and it's a beautiful trap. He's looking to pin in the Blood Knights so she can drop her potion down upon them. Though the Blood Knights realize in time they're trying to move forward, and they take a massive hit there. A beautiful burst of magic and death coming down, and those Blood Knights all of a sudden not having a good day. A nice zombie summon is going to be coming down, pinning in the Grail Knights, and the Helm of Discord does go down, and that's going to make this a very favourable fight here for the undead. And Awakening Wood is going to catch both friend and foe there. As the White Kings are dealing with the Paladins, the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord is hunting down the Fey. Now, she's trying to escape where possible. His double swords, though, are a big problem. Luckily, one brave Grail Knight has rallied out and is like, no, Fuzzy Lady, and is trying to protect her. But the rest of the Knights, unfortunately, are encompassed by zombies and Blood Knights. Blood Knights doing a good job here. We need an overcast invocation for heck to really keep these guys fighting. But it does look like the Fey Enchantress may go down here. Forget the rest of the battle. This is where it's at. Paladin has been forced off by the White King. One Paladin stands firm. The Grail Knights are forced off, and the Fey Enchantress barely escapes with her life, but she should be able to get out of this. Nice play there to pull her out. Now, for the rest of the battlefield, the problem with the Blood Knights fighting over on that far side is these Knights have absolutely free reign just to bully the Vampire Counts. Skeleton Spearmen not having a good day. However, there are some Skeletons forcing their way through the back onto the Peasant Bowmen, and the Cane Wraiths are having a whale of a time. There's just nothing to stop them, reaping havoc amongst like the infantry and the bow line here. But the bows are certainly singing and doing a good job. Now, the Fey Enchantress has broken once again. I think there was a zombie summon attempt there to pin her in place. She should rally and come back, and obviously she has plenty of potential to heal. We do still have the Grail Knights fighting, and there's some pretty elite warriors. They'll fight to the death, but without the lady there, the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord crashing upon them, the Double White King is just gunning for this Paladin. Lovely character assassination attempts right now to drag them down. The zombie summon not really going to be doing too much, unfortunately for them. The Fae did rally. At this point, Bretonnia needs to realize they can win this fight still. they can win the infantry game really comfortably. Lovely hammer and anvil tactics coming in by Duckling. He's encasing these zombies and skeleton spearmen, just surrounding them and starting to drag them down. The archers are also doing a good job raining shots down upon them. And a big surround comes in, and it looks like the undead forces are actually really struggling despite that lovely snipe. The cane wraiths have pushed off some peasant bowmen. They need to just keep applying the pressure, keep forcing these archers back. Now the paladin has gone down. Fey Enchantress is going to be coming back to her main troops. Duckling needs to be very careful. Very, very careful. Lovely Awakening Wood is going to catch out the skeleton spearman. She cannot get caught by the White King and the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord, because she'll be dead in a matter of seconds. We do get an Earthblood going down on here, which will certainly help. Blood Knights are finishing off the Paladin, and now these reserved Skeleton Spearmen can come back into the main fight, but there's not much left in the main fight for the Vampire Counts. It's kind of going to be their heroes against the world. Does he have enough to take down the archers? He does, of course, have the Tear Effect ability from the White Kings, which can do really good work, but can he place it at the right time, at the right moment? Only time will tell. Blood Knights are really badly trying to finish off this Paladin. It looks like they might give up on that because they realize they're going to be pressured heavily by the Peasant Bowmen. So they're going to take this opportunity instead to jump into the back line. They take a lot of damage on the approach. These archers need to die as quickly as possible. Skeleton Spearman can't keep up with the Paladin, and he's actually going to rally. He may be able to get a cheeky heal as well from the Fae, bringing him back into the game. Blood Dragon Knights are trying to get in here to dish out the pain, and their lances are low. They get a lovely charge on the Peasant. They want the taste of Peasant today. They are vampires, of course, the Blood Knights, so feasting upon their souls is always good. And it looks like they're doing a relatively decent job in finishing them off. Another potion's going to come in. You can see it swirling into existence in the air. And plop, here it goes. Boom. Completely missing everything, unfortunately, apart from a few poor peasants. And when Discord once again comes in, Quest Knights will certainly struggle up against the White Kings and the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord, but the Blood Knights are really starting to struggle. Yes, they force off some archers, but they'll come back into the fight. And with more Quest Knights for support and the Fae rallying her troops around her, there's a really good chance Bretonnia can recover from those earlier losses. Lovely, lovely use there of the White King's ability, doing some massive damage to the Peasant Bowmen. They're the threat here. The infantry isn't that problematic. It'd be annoying in the late game, but their morale's really low. You can see the White King has caught this Paladin right now. Though the Paladin is anti-large, the White King with Heroic Kill and Blow will still do a lot more damage here. And he's in a pretty awesome duel right now. The Paladin, look at the troops just watching the peasants in awe of these mighty heroes going to war. And the White King is certainly having the better hand of it at the moment. A lot of the Quest Knights starting to suffer. The Quest Knights in the center are breaking. This White King is very injured. The Blood Dragon Vampire Lord still has plenty of fight left in him. And the peasants are starting to run a little low on ammunition. This unit still has 12 shots, but the others kind of down to more the 6 and 7 range. We do have a zombie summon going down here behind the Paladin and behind the Fey Enchantress. A lovely counterpunch favored the Fey, goes down the Paladin, buffing his melee attack to 85, and he's now dueling very effectively up against the White King. Zombie summon does come down though to aid and assist. 101 Skeleton Spearmen and back into the fight is really good news for Dog here. Come on, Dog, I believe in you. I want this series to go all the way. I want to go to a best of 3 because it's been such close games. Quest Knights once again back into the deep. Their mighty greatsword swinging from the saddle. I think greatswords would probably be pretty good on horseback because you get a lot of weight behind a charge, and the Skeleton Spearmen are starting to crumble and suffer. There's a lot of filthy peasants left here, and I don't know if the elite troops of the Vampire Counts have enough about them. It is currently 851 Bretonians on the field and 179 Vampire Counts. It's never a good day if you're Vampire Counts and you're the one being outnumbered. Questing Knights in the center, 71 kills, certainly isn't too shabby. Blood Dragon Vampire Lord's doing a lovely job. The White King as well, just dragging down the Questing Knights and trying to force them off. Load of shots coming in by the Peasant Bowmen, raining shot after shot into the enemy, and the Paladin is going to be pushing in. We get a lovely use again of that item, but this time it's really an annoying spell to use. The tear effect appears when you place it. You need to face it a little bit away from the unit, otherwise it won't really do much damage. The White Kings, as well as the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord, are trying to shut down the archers. This, of course, is a good play. Lovely heal does come down from the lady, trying to heal up the Spearman at arms. Fey Enchantress surviving has been so huge. And there's just no speed left in this build. And there's no way they can really shut down the peasants if Duckling doesn't give him the opportunity. The White Kings are still going strong though, and they have healing of themselves. And once again, you can see he put the tier on the unit. You need to put it like over here, and the big staff will actually hit the unit. If they were well placed, a lot of that infantry would now currently be dead, whereas it is still now standing. We do get a Helmet Discord. Fey Enchantress is risking an attack in. Don't commit the Fey. Don't commit the Fey, Duckling. You don't want it. You do not want to mess with that Blood Dragon Vampire Lord. He will carve her to pieces very quickly, but she's going for it. She's going in. She doesn't give a damn about what I think. Charging headlong into combat up against the White King. If she gets sniped here, the Bretonians could be in big problems, and she's going to be doing basically no damage because Helm of Discord is popped, and the Fey Enchantress is starting to go down, and she flees, and in sight of all of her men, she runs for her life. That's not going to be very good for these peasant mobs. The zombies are now on top of the peasant archers, slowly dragging them down. Paladin is still fighting, and this is a big problem for Duckling. He is killing this zombie summon, but 1, 2, 3, 4 units fighting 1 unit of summoned zombies, where he needs to be fighting surrounding the rest of the Vampire Count forces instead. The White Kings aren't quite going to be able to chase off the Fey Enchantress. There's still a load of Bretonnian troops left on the field of battle, but they're all really low tier, and they're all out of ammunition. The bounce power may force over to armor losses, despite the fact if the Bretonnians fought here, or these spearmen, they'd probably win. However, there's also a good chance they would break. The Fey's -5 leadership. She is very close to the edge of the board. Elsewhere, the Bretonnians are grinding their way through the zombie summons. Paladin is just about clinging on to life, but one good tap from the Blood Dragon Lord, and he'll be going down. Fey Enchantress, can she rally? No. She abandons her troops. She flees, abandoning the people of Bretonnia to their fate of a vampire overlord, and it looks like we're going to game 3. We're going to game 3. Well played. Well played. Dog getting his first victory of the day. Actually, no, I think he was doing pretty good, actually. I think their group was really, really close. So every point's really important, even if you, lose the game. So, well played to Dog. Fantastic game, Bo. Fantastic game. What a comeback. Duckling has been such a scary player. We've seen him multiple times on stream. That was beautiful. Beautiful trap on the Fey. A lovely counterpunch as well, I should say, from Duckling. Keeping Fey alive as well and fighting as long as possible. But Dog got there just in the end. 69 kills by the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord, having a whale of a time. 2,436 damage value. I love seeing him on his mount there. 1.3k and 1.1k on the White Kings. Zombies didn't do too much across the board. Skeletons as well, struggled. Cane Wraiths were really useful, just pushing through and tear out the enemies. For the Blood Knights, 2.7k damage value and 498. Lovely stuff. Fey Enchantress still got 1,800 value, over 10k damage dealt, and 21 kills. Very nice, considering she got surrounded and kind of stabbed to doom in the early stages. A nice fight back there from Duckling. 940 damage value on the Paladin, 97. The Peasants, of course, just faltered and fell. The very low hundreds, or even in the tens kind of damage value-wise. Battle Pilgrims, good kills, 162, but no real good work done, unfortunately. Peasant Archers were really crucial, and he kept them alive really well. It's really hard against zombie summons and cavalry and dire wolves to actually protect them, and he had them all firing in the end of the game. 570, 545, 600, 220, and 540 damage value. Quest Knights did pretty good. 1.3k value, 1.1, 1.3, and 709. GG. Wild game. On to game 3. Yeah, don't worry, Dog. You still had your zombies fighting and stuff. You were all good. And the last map shall be Doc Coraz. So, let me send a quick message, and then we'll get either Nathan in here or H1 Sun, depending who's ready to rumble. Oop. Cool. Just gonna send a quick message, do a bit of admin. Awesome, and now we can get Nathan back in, if he's down to chat.
Hey, hey.
Hey, hey. Your boy, Dog, with your vampire counts. What did you make of that one?
I'm very proud of him. That was absolutely outstanding. Although it was going to be won with that cab battle, really, in reality. And I think he, there was a few things that Duckling did really well. He did amazingly with the chalice. That was a great strike on the Blood Knights, and he also got a great surround with the Grail Knights. But I think he should have, after getting rid of the Blood Knights, which he did really well, the Vampire Core of the Lord and the two White Kings, there wasn't really anything that could touch them other than the paladins. And if you had stuck the paladins on focusing on one of them, then the game would have been differently. But I think Dog getting straight onto the Fae would have been great to have seen her routed off earlier. But I think Duckling did a great job of bringing her back and healing her back up, and you know, for a moment the game could have gone either way. But after she was off the battle, it's kind of a case of Bretonnia don't really have anyone to support their peasants running off the battlefield, that's how these games go. Whichever lord goes off, then it's either Bretonnia or vampires will win that engagement.
Yeah, having the Fae run away like right in sight of all the peasants have fought so hard for her. I was like, oh, these poor lads, they've been dragged out to this battlefield and they've been abandoned. I must admit, Duckling did a really good job of coming back, I think, into that game. It was pretty close. His archers could drag down the characters, but it's so hard because they're on horses and they're attacking you and they're hiding amongst your own troops. But he had a really lovely potion of chalice, I think it's called, or chalice potion, one of those two, brought down to kind of even up the Blood Knight fight a little bit, which was lovely. He moved one of his cav units around to try to pin the enemy in place, but it just wasn't quite enough. It wasn't quite enough, but he nearly scrapped that back for a cheeky win.
Definitely, and I think until the Fae was gone, it could have gone either way. One thing that I think Duckling maybe could have done that would have swayed it is, after seeing the hero core and the lord core kind of break free from that fight, just spread the archers out a bit more, because after they kind of were able to get at the archers, they were just kind of ping-ponging and bouncing between each individual unit, routing them off individually, and kind of playing that game of attrition. But and where they were so bunched up, it was very easy for Dog to do that. But if Duckling had spread them out a bit more, maybe put especially the ones that had fire arrows at the back, or staggered them and laddered them out, then I think it would have been a harder time for Dog, because at least then he could have got more shots in. That Helm of Discord, I thought the Fae shouldn't have run into it. It looked like she wasn't going to go into that battle initially, but I think taking the engagement with the Helm of Discord, that's only going to end one way for the Fae Enchantress, and that was the game. Yeah,
that's summed up really well. I nearly had a heart attack because Dog said he was going to pick Wood Elves and ban Chaos, and my brain nearly broke, but he was just kidding. So it looks like we have a Lizardmen pick by Duckling, and no Dwarfs. He doesn't want the Dwarfs on the field of battle, which is understandable. And I think Dog's contemplating he might be going Dark Elves here, which isn't a bad fight at all for the Dark Elves if you know how to protect your Dark Shards. Dark Shards kill 90% of the Lizardmen force. They can kill all their Saurus, all their large dinosaurs. Your Dark Riders as well with their repeater crossbows. But what's your experience in this matchup?
You know what, I don't really have I haven't really come across Lizardmen versus Dark Elves, mainly because I don't like playing Dark Elves. But I think I agree with you. If I think the way that Dog can go with this is absolutely spam the Spearmen, hope that they hold. Maybe even bring Malekith in this fight, have a really strong Lord to help get rid of the big monsters that Lizardmen are known for bringing, and have those Dark Shards support Malekith as he ping-pongs around between, you know, Stegosaurs, Carnosaurs, and maybe some sort of like Mazdamundi or Kroq-Gar build. I think that's probably the way to go for Doggo. For Duckling, I mean, I'm gonna absolutely vouch for Chameleon Skinks every single day. Oh, it's gonna be a Lizardman matchup, it looks like.
I don't think we can have mirrors, I'm afraid. So
no, we can't.
Know. Dog, no mirrors, I'm afraid. He might just be looking at what to see they can bring.
Interesting, that's fine.
Rather
but
than
I think,
doing that.
I think Duckling, the way to go is just the Chameleon Skinks. I love them so much. They have never not performed for me. I know you have to micro them a little bit, but I think you can't go wrong with Chameleon Skinks. Just keep falling them back.
Yeah, they're so annoying, man. Like, I didn't realize, because when I first started playing, I basically only played Lizardmen, and everyone hated the Chameleons. I was like, oh, I love them, they're so great. And then I played against Lizardmen, and I was like, oh god, they're so annoying. They're like, you can't see them, they poison you, and they do surprisingly amazing up against large targets. I think it's because every blowpipe's gonna hit, and that poison can really affect big battles as well. If you got someone like Kroq-Gar fighting a dragon, and Kroq-Gar's losing a little bit, which isn't like Kroq-Gar, he always wins, of course, being the best Lizardmen lord in out there. I think like it can just turn the tide of battle so quickly, and that's what I really do enjoy. Do you have a favourite Lizardmen lord by any chance? I know you were rooting for your boy Gorok earlier on.
I think Gorok, I really like Gorok. I do like Krokgar as well. I think Krokgar in this matchup can be really good. His Hand of the God, if he...
So cool.
If you know, if you're bringing Malekith again on his Black Dragon or any sort of Black Dragon Lord or even a Flying Lord, that is something you have to watch out for, because from a Hand of God, I think it was even in one of your games, I saw you use it against someone else and it just absolutely sniped them out. So
yeah, it
that's
takes
something that you have
a little bit of practice. So for those who are watching today, Hand of the Gods, don't use it at super long range because it might hit, but most of the beams will miss. If you use it at super close range, it tends to miss. But if you do like the kind of like medium range, like you're kind of like a unit away or so, or maybe like 2 units away, it almost always hits. And it is risky because it can do absolutely nothing in a game. But like you said, I think I shot a Lariel once as she was flying up into the sky, and it took her from about half health just to dead, and it completely turned the game on its head. And I shouldn't have won. My player completely outplayed me. But hey, when you got Hand of the Gods, there's always a little bit of a chance.
Exactly, and where it's got that magic damage, I mean, unless you've got magic resistance, you are going to take the full brunt of that. So I think that's something that you know, Dog will have to watch out for. He'll have to, if he brings any sort of flyer, watch out for anything like that. Also, watch out for the Stegodons with the ballistics on them, because they can fire far and they will just keep poking away and whittling you down and force you to come to them.
Yeah, the bolt's actually surprisingly good against cavalry. So you'll often see people bring Cold One Dread Knights from the Dark Elves in this matchup, because they can go toe-to-toe with Cold One Spear Riders. They can absorb basically all the blow darts and javelins that Lizardmen have to offer, because they have, I think, off the top of my head, 120 armor and shields. So they don't really get scratched by them, which the fun thing is, I've started to see Horned Ones being used in more and more in multiplayer to counter them. It's kind of cool to see in multiplayer something will become popular, and then because of that, it's like a cause and effect. Or some of these units which you don't see much will all of a sudden become really popular, and it's this constant cycle of people trying to improve and outwit the opponents.
Yeah, it's like a constant kind of ebb and flow of the battles, really. Like there's always been a time when one lord has been the absolute meta, and then another lord has you know, completely taken over that. I think the vampire counts are a very very good example of that. When Helmand Gorst came out, he was, you know, the must pick lord, and now he doesn't really get a second thought, if I'm honest.
Hey, he does stuff. He's cool. He's got a little cart. Who's your money on? Who's your money on? We've seen both these guys play now. Both perform really good. But Lizardmen or Dark Elves, where are you going?
Oh, you know what? I love the Lizardmen, so I want to pick them. But at the same time, Dog against our guy, so I'm going to say Dog's going to bring home the win with against as the Dark Elves.
In this group, is this like a deciding one to see who goes through? I know all these guys were super close, so I don't know how important.
No, they've still got a few games left to play, but between these two, this will decide who will become the top of the group.
Oh, I like that.
They've each won 3 games if you include the ones that they've now that they've beaten each other on. So winning this will make you know, top them in the group of 4. But yeah, other than that, it's a really close group. Also worth noting, in the second group, it is now joint top between Falcons Ree and Dav Plays Grim. Mercy the Mad he actually beat Grim 2-1, but because Grim already had a bit of a head start, Mercy the Mad is sitting in a second with 3 wins under his belt. So that's also a close one.
So it's okay. So it's a fight between those two. I know we're running to about 5 PM today. So you reckon we have time for one more best of 3 after this one?
Oh yeah, definitely. So I know Dame, your trainee, she has yet to play Mercy the Mad. So that is the last game of the day that we have lined up.
Cool. If you just let them know to hold on, and then after this game, we'll hop over to them. I'll probably take like a small 2-minute break just to grab some water and stuff after this battle. So chat, if you have any questions for the CA Nathan here, I'll leave you with chat to discuss those afterwards.
Oh gosh, this is now a lot of pressure on me.
Try to not get you fired. No, thanks man for tuning in and chatting with us there. Looks like the guys are ready to go, so I'm going to hop over back to the battle now.
Brilliant.
Peace
I
out,
will
brother.
see you guys in a bit.
Okay, here we go, guys. This battle right here, to see which one of these guys tops the group and gives them the potential of going through to the finals. So it looks like I've got one more best of 3 after this. And hopefully by the end of that, we'll know who's going to be playing in the grand finals tomorrow. So this is a 2-day event tomorrow at 3 p.m. GMT, so a little bit of a later start. We're going to be hosting a best of 5 between the 2 winners of these groups, which I'm really looking forward to. It'll probably be a lot shorter stream, probably like an hour and a half to 2 hours, depending on how the best of 5 goes. If it's straight up Frio, it might only be like an hour long. But I'm sure we might be able to do some games, maybe get a couple of the teachers fighting each other or something as well. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. Oh, Chaos Dwarfs. Yeah, there's always a lot of talk about Chaos Dwarfs. I love them. I love them. Quack, quack, McRideface. How's it going, champ? Great to see you here. It's really cool to see so many people who, like, watch my streams, like, appear in, like, the Twitch chat and stuff. Sorry, YouTube chat, I've kind of abandoned you. There was just a lot of people watching on Twitch today. So I still love you guys as well. But if I've not been answering your questions, I do apologize. So for the forces of the Dino Boys, and Mr. Duckling, obviously a man of class and culture, bringing the Dinos, the best faction in the game. Definitely not biased from me, because I am a Lizardman main. We actually have a Slan Mage Priest of Fire. I do not know when I last saw this guy in action, so this is pretty cool. He's coming with Fireball and Burning Head. He's a slow, ponderous fellow, and it's quite a big target as well. However, Slans are surprisingly tanky. 5,664 HP, that's a lot to grind through. We do have a couple of Skink Chiefs down here on the ground. As we've seen before, they can do some really good work. And we have a load of Skink Cohorts and Saurus Warriors in the mix. So, going very wide, load of Saurus, load of Skinks, a mixture of the basic and some with Spears. We do also have a couple of Chameleon Skinks in the back, double Basildon with Solar Engine, looking to bring that long-range pain and pressure to the enemy battle line. For the Dark Elves today, it looks like once again we have a lot of Skirmish Cav. We have Dark Riders on either side, and they're going to be sandwiching between them. More Dark Riders, but this one time with repeater crossbows. So, bucket ton of cav on either flank. Like to see this. I really like people escorting their skirmish long-range cavalry with some light cavalry, just to swiftly block the enemy in place and save them from tricky situations. Down in the main battle line, it is a load of Dread Spears and Bleak Swords all the way along. We have double Dark Shards in the central pocket, protected by a K-Knight Assassin, and up in the skies, Lokir Felheart, who I believe was a free Lord to Inticity. I don't know what you've done, but you've somehow seeped your fangs into Creative Assembly's trainee today. Coming here with the Dread Lord himself, the Kraken Lord. He is a beast. He's coming in with Dreaded Jewelers today on his precious dragon, and something I've not done all day yet. Let's give him a little neck scratch. Oh no, he didn't like that. He disappeared. All right, if you don't want a neck scratch, you know what? I'm going to come over to a Solar Engine, and you can see his little tails wagging. Let's give him a little neck scratch there. Just to let him know he's a good boy. He's a good boy despite the outcome of the battle today. Burning Head's going to be really nasty down on those Dark Shards or on the front line. You can see this real tightly packed formation from Dog. It tends to be a little bit better. Just have a little bit of distance in between your units, and some a little bit in front, some a little bit behind, so you can't be punished by Burning Heads. If he's microing Lokir somewhere and a Burning Head catches him off guard, all these Bleak Swords could die in like one fell swoop, which is really scary stuff. Very scary stuff indeed. Oh wait, does he not have a mage? The Madman! Dog says, you know what, magic is for the weak. Magic is for those who don't believe in the power of the Kraken. The Kraken is all I need, so no mage. One of the things I normally recommend to newer players is that you always bring a spellcaster. Every single time. Bring a spellcaster. Though, at top tier play, that's not always the case. You can definitely not bring a mage and still compete in certain situations. For example, up against Wood Elves, they're so good at sniping mages, you don't have to bring one. But as a rule of thumb, for beginner players, I would always recommend bringing a mage. It's just a massive resource that your opponent's getting and you're not getting. So it's almost always worth bringing one. Even if it's just with one spell, just one Burning Head, one Spirit Leech, it can really pay a massive difference in the battle. But Dog doesn't care. You don't need no mage. He's got Lokir Felheart. I'm very excited to see how he performs. Now, there's a decent amount of range to pepper him. We have the Chameleon Skinks, there's a lot of Javelins, and there's the double Solar Engine. But if he's able to land, he can easily eat a Slan. He's quite a chunky boy, so it might take him a little while to swallow the Slan, but he can jump on the Basildons as well as the Slan. One thing Dog needs to be very careful to do is not committing Lokir unsupported. A lot of players, particularly new players, will say, okay, look, my opponent has some long range, I'm going to attack them with my dragon, which is the right play, but you have to wait patiently till your army is engaged, so all of a sudden your opponent can't like jump them from all different sides and like just surround them and beat down your lords. Both solar engines are shooting today, unleashing some fiery hell upon the enemy. Looks like the Dark Riders are moving down at that right-hand side, and the solar engines are going to be focused firing them down. A nice defensive position from the Lizardmen. You would think the Dino Boys, the trio of power, it holds back shots from a Bastillodon, MVP. The Dark Riders were saved there. There are a lot of Javelins and Chameleons going to start raining down fire. Dark Riders need to be very, very careful because they're the best AP in this build to take down the Bastillodons, who are currently lighting them up. Really cool effect that gets given to anything that gets hit by a solar engine is this blind effect. There we go. A negative to your accuracy, melee attack, and melee defense. Helps win key engagements at right times. Oh, and then we get the burning head. The timed burning head. It was timed pretty just shy. Just quite. Oh no, it's timed not that good at all. Oh no. It caught the first Bleak Swords and went perfectly through the gap of the rest of the troops, but I still like the effort. And Loki Felhart is now taking consistent damage. He can regenerate, of course, with his Kraken Helm, but he has to be in combat for that to be taken effect, I believe. Now, the Dark Riders on the sides are trying to whip around. Look at this protection from the Lizardmen. Double layers, buffering with Saurus, buffering with Skinks, buffering with Chameleon Skinks. It's really tough right now for those Dark Riders to get into any good position. They're trying their heart out. Loki Felhart does take a big shot to the rear there from the solar engine, which is quite painful. Dark Shards are helping soften up the Saurus Warriors in the front line, so Bleak Swords might be able to carve a path through. The K9 Assassin's doing some 360 no-scopes with his hand crossbows on some of the Lords. Saurus Warriors are doing a fine job. The cavalry is going to big overload on the left-hand side. Dark Riders were able to catch the Chameleon Skinks. Chameleon Skinks are relatively okay in melee, though, surprisingly. Dark Riders are being used really effectively here. Look at this pressure. They're crashing into the rear of the Saurus, trying to aid the Bleak Swords in the front line. And a big breath attack does go down on the Bastillodon, and he eats it like a champ. Burning Head's going to clear out this unit of Bleak Swords and Dread Spears, and this game is fast and furious. So much micro going on from both sides, but Loki Felhart has not been able to engage in combat. He's been a little bit timid. I don't want to commit. And if you can't get into the back line, jump in the front line, because if you ever need to escape, you pull for your own troops. Loki has got 0 kills and is nearly broken from the battle. He needs to jump in and fight, but a lovely play by Dog. Look at that assassin launching himself up into the air to get to grips with the Slann. Web of Shadows goes down and Assassin's trophies. That Slann is eating it. Loki, it's his time. It's his time to shine. Come over here and kill this Slann. Dark Riders are being kind of kept quite busy by all the Saurus pushing back their Dark Shards, who are fleeing in all different directions. And the big cavalry engagement on this flank did just about go in favor of the Dark Elves. Dark Riders are currently alive, and in comes Loki Felhart. I shall eat toad tonight. Those big snapping jaws, piercing jelly-like flesh. Assassin's Trophies on the Slann Mage is nuking his stats to basically 0, and he is currently terrified. Loki barely clinging on to life. Now, he is regenerating, but there's so much pressure coming in. I don't think he can heal fast enough. Big shot into the flank of the dragon, and he has broken a lovely assassination attempt, but it failed. We do have more Dark Riders left in the back lines. Dark Shards are very effectively kiting. This is lovely to see from Dog. My Dark Shards are faster than your Saurus Warriors. I'm going to pull back in different directions and then shoot you as you chase the other unit. Lovely play there. Top tier play. Loki Felhart is falling back, and his HP is staying exactly where it is. That's the big problem with his regeneration compared to other Lords. The Assassin is trying to get to grips here with the Slann, but look at all the javelins and blowpipes and solar engine shots coming in. He's not having the best day, but he might be able to get in here. I think a little slip up by Duckling. His skink cohorts need to get back and protect, because the K9 Assassin is no joke, and he is constantly stabbing the Slann Mage Priest down to 8 HP, and he may be broken there. I think, unfortunately, if we come over to this part of the battlefield, you can see the corpse of a dragon on the ground. So Loki was felled at the same time as the Slann due to those Bastillodons. Is there anything left to kill them? We have the Dark Shards. They can do a ton of damage. There's a decent amount of Saurus and Skinks left to buffer. So a lovely scrap right there, kind of getting back into the fight by killing the Slann. But Loki been a little bit too passive this game. He's very expensive. You need him fighting, 75 to 65% of the battle to pay for that value. And instead he sat back, got shot a little bit, and it was a really hard build to approach. There was threats everywhere, loads of javelins and spears pointing in all directions, so I don't think the Dark Elves can come back into this. There's enough ammunition on the Bastillodons that if they focus down the tightly packed Dark Shards, they'll do some really lovely damage. And that is going to be 2-1 to Duckling. He is going to be going up now to the head of his group, performing super well there. GG well played. GG well played across the board. Duckling has been formed so good every time I've seen him so far, and Dog as well, just scrapping to the bitter end. Lovely character assassination. You can certainly see he likes to go for those attacks. Loki Felhart, though, 611 damage value. 0 kills, not a good day for the Kraken Lord. However, I think the Assassin might be getting a promotion to Master Assassin. 1,140 damage value on him. Not too shabby whatsoever. Bleak Swords across the board didn't do too much. Dark Shards, okay value, 604.97. We're unfortunately never really able to get, use all the ammo or get involved in battle too much due to the good pressure of those solar engines and the rest of the Lizardmen build. This is a really scary dino build. As for the Dark Riders, they did okay, nothing too crazy, and the repeater crossbows were just dealt with really nicely. They're a very scary unit for the Lizardmen, but having so much range really did help. The solar engines, 1.2 and 1.7k damage value, 35 and 21 kills, constantly keeping those Dark Riders at arm's length away. Dark Elves certainly suffering here from not being able to access Scourge Runner chariots. Minion Skinks did okay, 500 value and 210, kind of just used to protect the back line. Skinks with Javelins, one of the most cost-effective units. They're so good. 559 damage value and 587, I love it. Saurus across the board did their job. Not the craziest kills across the board. 107 for this unit with just shy of 700 value. But everywhere else, it was okay. It was okay. They didn't need to be too much better. Just sit back, protect your range, and you'll be fine. Little pesky Skinks who dreamed. 420 and 566 damage value. Nice stuff. And 700 from the Slan Mage Priest of Fire. Perv, nice timed burning heads, but Dog wasn't having any of it and made sure to fall back at the right times. GG. That was a great build. I wasn't expecting a defensive formation exactly. Lizardmen, you think they're going to be nice and aggressive, and all of a sudden they flip it on you. They can kite, they can attack, they can defend. They can also bring a load of awesome looking dinosaurs. Yes, yes. So really well done there by the players. Really well done. Torx the Brass Balls in chat. What's up, Chad? How's it going? Screaming Torx. Unfortunately, no Beastmen today for you. But that's going to conclude this game here. That was 2-1 to Duckling. Duckling taking a dominant position in his group, I believe. Let's quickly update the score. Well played to Dogman. That was such a nearly close fight back. I think if Lokir had just been more aggressive, going after those solar engines in the early to mid games, he'd have been in a much, much better position. But I do think the solar engines for Lizardmen are one of their most crucial units, because it gives them so much more flexibility in battle. So what we're going to do now is get Nathan in here. I think we're going to be moving on to do another best of 3 just after this one. So we'll have a quick chat with him. He's going to cover for me for about 2 minutes. I'm just going to grab a drink. And, oh, hello?
Hello.
Hello,
hello. We have my son HW here as well.
Yes, my son. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Mm-hmm. I'm all good, man. You must be very proud of your boy.
I am beyond proud of my boy. I have to say, I am so amped right now. I got 3 hours of sleep because of a wedding last night, but
No.
I am so awake right now. My adrenaline is pumping. But a huge shout out to Dog and his coach. That was very, very well fought battles. They were awesome. But yeah, Duckling is just continuing to impress me more and more every time I see him play.
I love it. How did you find taking on the role as a coach?
I really enjoyed it. I actually felt bad because I had a different trainee and that fell through initially, but Rubber Duck of War here was able to hook me up with Duckling, who is clearly a fan based on his name.
I'm pretty sure he's my son or something. I don't know.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no.
He must
I
be.
actually, yeah, I would think we need to reconnect you with your estranged son.
Yeah.
But no,
100%.
he's only played campaign, but his breath and his spell placement is on point, and his Cav micro, like after giving him some points on, how to pin single entities in place and cycle charge, he just like ran away with it. He's yeah, it's hard to see that he's a new player. Really, I just gave him the builds, gave him some pointers, and he took it from there.
I love to see. Yeah, he's played, I think every time we've seen him on stream, he's been really top notch. I think he's in the run-ins to qualify for the finals as well. I think he's top of his group currently.
I believe so. He's got one more best of 3, I believe, and he's won the other 2. So I'm super proud of him, and yeah, I'm sending all the good vibes his way.
I can confirm he is now top of his group. It is still really close, and I guess anyone's game, but he's sitting on 4 points with Dog on 3, and Slippy is on 2. But I believe Slippy's about to play Dog shortly, but that's not the game that we are going to be doing next. We'll talk about that in a bit. But yeah, to reflect on that, I think it was a really close game. I think both Dog and Duckling are fairly evenly matched. However, at the same time, I think that was a great play by Duckling there.
Do you know the next game we're going to be popping into, by the way?
Yes, next game is most likely going to be Dame versus Mercy.
Awesome.
Which I know is Dame is the person who you've been training, and Mercy is Logic's.
Awesome. I will open a lobby. I'm going to disappear quickly. Just to go, like, grab a drink and stuff. So I'm going to leave you two chatting. H1, make sure you keep Nathan in line while I'm gone. But, yeah. Cool. So, chat, if you have any questions for one of the top coaches here, Mr. Sun himself, H1, or for Nathan, feel free to ask them now. I'm sure they can kind of monitor chat and go through that. I'll set up the lobby if you let the guys know, and we can go to that when I get back.
Good. It looks like Falcon has joined as well, by the way, one of our other coaches.
Awesome.
It has, yeah. I will unmute him now.
Cool. Well, I'll let you guys get chatting. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Sounds good. Falcon, my boy, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Kinda, not really. But how do you doing?
I'm doing well. I am on a high right now, watching my trainee just carve his way through this bracket.
Oh, nice.
I will say, out of the two of you, both of your players are currently sitting at top of their groups.
Oh.
It is still not finalised because there are still games to be played, but at the moment, it is the finals will be Duckling HW Sun versus Falcons 3. So, how you guys feeling about that?
I have replays from my boy. I want to send them to somebody. So who's Christian?
He's sent some of them to me.
Okay.
So I have some of them, and if you want, I can pass them over to you, and then you can stick them on your channel, if that's what you like. So everyone, you can also make sure everyone in chat right now, the trainees involved, if you want to head over to their channels and watch their, and I guess watch their training sessions, and I'm sure they'll be doing videos after about this. It is Entity, Rubber Duck War Odyssey, Dav Plays, Velcon, Logic, Valkanos, my son, and our very own CA's Duck. So if you want to head over to their channels after this, then you can see their training sessions and how they'll be going on, and also I'm sure they'll be putting up some of the games themselves.
I see Hammer VK asked us which races we're most excited about in Warhammer 3. I don't know about you guys, but I'm definitely a Nurgle boy at heart. I'm really excited to see my papa.
I am not going to comment on anything.
Alright, here you go. Dude, Katei. Dragons in a human faction? Hell yeah. This is the way. When they announced that Katei will be, I was super skeptical. I thought it will be third, just 3 kingdoms, so like more historical title, less fantasy. I was like, no, please don't reuse assets, and no, Creative Assembly didn't. At least if they reused assets from 3 kingdoms, it looks just absolutely great. I'm so hyped for Katei, oh my god.
Yeah, their aesthetic is absolutely beautiful, and I'm really excited to have another more defensive playstyle faction in the game, and they kind of remind me of Empire in terms of like the versatility they seem to field.
I can't wait to use this defensive faction in pure offense. Yeah.
Yeah, I know you
defensive
felt
faction.
You still like overloading the flank?
They have dragon princess that fly. Come on, dude. What can be cooler than that?
I mean, riding a polar bear is pretty cool too, you know?
Well, yeah. Hard to argue with that, huh?
Yeah, I mean, to each their own, I suppose. But Falcon, I'm curious, what kind of exercises or, drills did you run your fresh recruit through to get them prepped for this week?
Oh, dude, I actually have, like, on your league, on your fresh recruit league, I was doing the same drills. I didn't lost your fresh recruit leagues as well with my trainees.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the drills are here. The drills are good. As you see, they work.
Yeah,
they're very simple. Like you can't overload information on your trainees. They're like very straightforward.
Mm-hmm.
How about you, my son? How have you been been training Duckling?
Yeah, so since we got a late start, we didn't start playing together until Wednesday actually this week. But in the meantime, since we kind of had time zone conflicts, a lot of the training was me giving him builds and answering questions. Honestly, we just hop into voice calls, talk through things, and then every night for 2 hours since Wednesday, we would play multiplayer battles together and do practice for single entities, especially. That's always a hot topic for new players getting into the game is how do I stop single entities from cycle charging my army to death? So definitely a lot of coverage there. And then also, working on screening drills. So basically using your shielded cheap units to screen out skirmishers for your more elite units. And I just have to go back to that last Lizardman Dark Elf game. I was so proud to see how well he was doing layered defenses there and using those skink cohort with javelins in the back line. So it seems like at least those lessons came through, even though we had minimal playtime together.
Yeah, I agree. I think seeing him, I think when you're a new player, it's very easy to kind of get that head rush and try to, I guess, put all your forces in immediately to overwhelm the opposing force that's coming at you, rather than holding back, I guess a reserve force. And seeing Duckling do that, it really kind of did shut down any flanking play that Dog tried. I think one thing that was good as well is Duckling really focused down Loki Felhart with not only the skirmishers but also the Basilions with solar engines. He did a really good job there in that respect. And where Loki's got the regeneration, it does that bit more damage because it's like fire damage, burning damage.
Quack quack.
Oh, he's back.
So I was just sorting out the next game behind the scenes as well.
Should I send to you replays or Nathan, or to you? I have replays from my boy today.
Oh, if he's got some more replays, yeah, feel free to send them across.
To you? Okay.
Yeah, sure, send them across to me. Yeah, so I think we are going to do Mercy v Dame. Hop into that game now.
Apparently they've set up the lobby. I will ask them to. Actually, you know what, Rubber Duck? Maybe if you set up the lobby for this one, I will get them to join in.
Yeah, no worries. No worries, I can do that.
Right, and I'm going to come off chat now. I will let you take back over charge.
Awesome, thank you.
Nathan for the win.
Nathan for the win all day, man. All day. Your boy's been doing good, Falcon. I think he had to dart off early, so I don't know if I think he got to play all his games, hopefully.
Yes.
He did.
Oh,
cool.
yeah.
Yeah? He did good?
Oh. Spoil?
You can tell me, just don't tell chat, it's fine.
I will tell you, but don't tell. Wait.
Yeah, just don't tell chat.
I can do it. I can do it. Yeah. I can tell you, but not tell in
go
chat.
For it.
Okay. Here. Look at me.
Oh, you're telling me on the. Okay, nice. Nice. Nice.
Yeah, I will tell you and not tell chat. Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
sure, I will.
Fine. Cool. Well, I've hosted lobby now.
Will... Yeah.
He says, how did you find training Falcon? Obviously, everyone knows you as a pretty crazy player.
That's very, very funny that you asked me. Let me take a story how I found trainer.
Hey, yeah.
It was it was very funny story. It was Duck. Imagine that.
I know. Wait, what do you mean it was Duck?
Wait a minute. Are you telling me Duck was your protege?
Oh, the secrets unraveled. But yeah, basically, the Rubber Duck of War just approached me and say, "Dude, you want a trainee for free?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure. How much is it?" And he said, 10 rubber ducks. So yeah, now I owe him 10 rubber ducks.
Yeah.
So yeah, I get clearly the best trainee of the bunch. Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah, especially handpicked. Yeah, by Rubber Duck of War himself. Yeah, he specifically kept the best for me. Yep.
Yeah, I'm pretty open to bribes as long as they're in Rubber Duck form.
A man of principle.
Yeah, that's what I'll stick with. But cool, guys. Thanks for chatting. I'm probably going to just hop in now to this lobby. We've got Mercy the Mad and Dame Offensive ready to rumble. But hopefully we can have you guys into chat a little bit later.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Take care.
Adios.
Very well.
So, today we got Mercy the Mad. We've seen him perform already. We haven't seen Dame offensive yet. And she said she was struggling in her initial games. There's quite a lot of skirmish cav around, and that doesn't really suit her playstyle. We'll have to see what she can do up against Mercy. She's been, honestly, wonderful. Super easy to train over the course of the whole thing, the whole event in general. And she loves these really aggressive single entity kind of push plays. And we have to see if that works today up against Mr. Mercy, who we've already seen likes to play quite defensive. So we're going to be on the maps the same as before. Languil, Krakungor, and Doc Goraz. I'm pretty excited. When do we start in? Says Combat Philosopher, just in a second. We've got the players in the lobby now. They'll do their picks and bans, and we'll go from here. So this is a bit of a YouTube off here. Both these people, both Mercy and Dame, are campaign streamers coming into the multiplayer universe for the first time. And it looks like Mercy is going to go Dark Elves and ban Bretonnia. And instead we're going to get some vampires coming in. So some spooky vampires. Pretty interested to see how this does indeed go. The Jewel of the Ages, indeed. It's not Halloween anymore. So we already know Mercy likes a load of dark shards. He likes to sit back and he likes to like shoot the enemy from afar. Dame with vampire counts won't have that option. She's going to struggle up against skirmish cav and other stuff like that because it can really hound and harass her from like all sides. But she's got some quite frankly ridiculously good micro of her single entities, able to juke shots. So bolt throws, I'm not expecting to do that much damage to her really. And it's just going to be a case of, can she crack that Dark Elf shell and get into that juicy backline of Dark Shards and overwhelm them? But Mercy the Mad might go for something just completely different. Might go for something completely wild and bring the war, bring the pain. Bring the pain indeed. Let's go, Dame. Looks like we've got some Dame fans in chat. Please do feel free to cry for Mercy or scream for Dame, depending on which one of you guys, which one of these contestants you want to win today. I think, unfortunately, neither of these two can qualify for the finals anymore, I don't think. I think it's between Falcon's Ree and Darv's brother as well, called Grim. So I'm not sure if they've fought yet. I think maybe they did. I don't know if this group is decided or not, Will. I'm sure we'll get Nathan to tell us at the end what the groups are looking like. And maybe there might be one more game after this with the other group. We'll have to wait and see. But it looks like they are chatting. Oh. Ooh. I've flipped them on. Awesome. Unit caps are on. Same rules as usual. It is a best of 3. And we'll see how they perform. I'm very excited. I'm very excited to show you guys Dame in action. She's been an absolute beast in training. We did some best of 3s yesterday, and she won... We had 3 best of 3s and she won all of them. So very, very scary. Very scary stuff. But Mercy the Mad as well has performed really well today. Got a couple of decent wins earlier. We saw him on live stream just about getting dragged down 2-1 as well up against one of his opponents. So, I mean, that might have been game 1 actually we saw Mercy. So it's been a long time. It's been a long time, but he's going to be back. Cheers. No worries. No worries indeed, guys. I don't like that Dame is adjusting her build at the last minute. She's up to something, says Mercy. He's onto something. Yeah, Dame's a newbie, yeah. She's played a lot of campaign before, but never played multiplayer. And it is a very different landscape. So I think we had a few players today who hadn't played much Total War, but had played like other RTS games, and then a few campaign players as well. And the whole point of today's tournament, for those who have joined late, basically it's called Teach Me Total War. Over the last 5 days, we've had 7 content creators of the multiplayer variety, and 1 member of Creative Assembly, teach a load of noobs, basically, how to play the game, how to play multiplayer. These guys have never played it before, and they got in there, taught them over 5 days, and you can see the skill that they've come with. It's kind of crazy how much they can learn in such a short period of time. Today we're doing group games, we're just bouncing around, getting in as many games as possible, and then tomorrow at 3 PM GMT, we're going to be doing the grand finals, which shall be a best of 5 between the top 2 competitors from each group. There seems to be a bucket ton of Slippy fans in Twitch chat as well for some reason. I'm not sure where you guys have come from, but Slippy seems very popular. More Druchi, the stream is on fire. We've had a lot of Dark Elves today. Looks like they're both ready to rumble. Good luck, have fun. And let's load in here. We should be able to get Logic in after this as well once again. We had him on earlier on the stream, we can pop him in to do a little bit of breakdown on Mercy. Let's go Dame, quack quack. Yes indeed. Yes indeed. Languil shall be the map. Tomorrow's maps will be different, don't worry guys. Don't worry, but just for the simplicity of like learning maps and so forth, we decided to stick with the same 3 for every group game, which I think just makes a lot of sense. And let's see what we have cracking for us. So, Mr. Mercy the Mad is coming in with his beloved, his favourite, Morathi Double Manticore in the sky. Ice power, eat your heart out. This is how you play Dark Elves. We have Soul Sealer up in the sky with the Manticores. They're basically terror-causing mobile bodyguards who can really crush the enemy. We have Dread Spears, we have Witch Elves dotted all the way through the line, which is basically cheap and cheerful chaff. And what they're going to be doing, they're going to be protecting 4 units of Dark Shards, as well as a Reaper Bolt Thrower in the back, which can obviously bring a lot of long-range power to deal with the foes. So, really cool build. Couple of Dark Rides as well. They're going to be a big problem all round for the forces of the Vampire Counts. For the Counts, we actually have... I haven't seen this build from Dame. This is very different, actually. She's kind of switched it up on the day, coming in with triple Vargeist up in the skies, as well as a Terrorgeist. And it looks like we have another Flying Lord. We have the Red Duke coming in with Wind of Death, Raise Dead, Dance Macabre, and Invocation Hex. So, plenty of spells, plenty of potential. With a load of zombies dotted through the front, we also have Skeleton Warriors backing them up and a unit of Cane Wraiths. We then have a Black Coach and a Vargulf in the central, kind of doing that punch. Now, the Black Coach has a very important role today. It has to shut down this back line. It's got to get rid of those Dark Shards. With that, the Summons and the Vargeist should do a decent job, and I think Dame probably knows. She's done her research. She knows Mercy is going to be coming in with these defensive formations. So how do you counter that? Get on the back line. Shut them down. This infantry, it's garbage. Not going to do anything to you. So you get your Vargeist, shine down the Dark Shards, kill them. You're going to be in a good spot. But that air fight is going to be intense. Coming in with the decent amount of troops in the air with the Red Duke in here as well. But Morathi and Manticores hit so hard. So hard. Black Coaches are actually really good now, guys. Like, they used to be a meme way back in the day. They can really, really hurt your opponent as they get better and better. But it's going to have to push its way through the ranks as much as possible. Ready when you are. Good luck, have fun. Awesome. Looks like Dame's ready to rumble. Yeah, no, Black Coach is honestly a decent unit now. You have to know how to use it. Like, you have to keep it moving. If it sits still for too long, it's terrible. But yeah, if you can keep this thing moving over time, it can become very, very powerful. It comes in with the Unholy Vigor, as well as the Black Nimbus there. 40% damage resistance and Strider. That seems very nice. And yeah, Black Scythes, all that good stuff. All the good stuff. So I think Mercy is going to be repositioned once again. Kind of like, you know, to put in that defensive maneuver. He needs to be a little bit careful when he does this with his dwarfs. This map's a lot better for his Dark Elves than it was for the dwarfs, because there's this hill here, so the guns are going to struggle much more, whereas crossbow bolts can fire up and over the army into the on-Russian enemy, regardless of kind of your line of sight, which is quite nice. And the battle is now underway as the Vampire Counts look to move forward and bring the pain to the enemy. So in come the undead forces, the zombies rotating around nice and slowly as both players start to eye each other up a little bit. And the Vargeist is going to be a little bit spooky. Armor piercing, damage dealers, supported with healing, a Terrorgeist and the Red Duke. Morathi and the Manticores are going to have to be a little bit careful. If they want to take the fights, they need to take it over their own army, so the Dark Shards can really protect them. And the Bolt Thrower as well can do some nice long-range damage. We do still have the Hidden Dark Riders in the trees. Now, good news for them, though they have AP, they're still fine against non-armored units. Vargeists are very squishy. There's only 12 in a unit, and they have 10 armor, which is basically nothing. So if you can get the long-range pressure on them before they're able to jump down and start harassing and destroying this back line, I think he'd be in a absolutely fine spot. So zombies, Graveguard, everything's still going to be moving forward. We do get some nice long-range shots coming down the line by the Reaper Bolt Throwers, catching out the zombies and, you know, not really getting any value, but hey, it's first blood, and that's got to count for something in my opinion. And it's going to be interesting to see what he does change his target to. Aiming at the Black Coach, aiming at the Vargulf, aiming at the Vargeist, all of these would be rather good targets to try to whittle and pin down. Dark Riders are shooting from the trees, aiming at the zombies, so they're going to fall back. They've kind of revealed their position a little bit early there, and they don't want to be gooned out by the Vargeists. Vargeists are very scary stuff indeed, and the undead forces very still slow on the approach, which is what it's going to be. Let's go, Dame, yes. Beware the box of mercy, says chat. And it's going to be close, I'm sure of it. We do need to see some zombies in the back. Vargulf is going to start juking left and right a little more. Dark Riders need to find themselves in some good positions, because otherwise the Vargeists can really jump on them quite quickly. It's a real slow approach here, of course. It kind of has to be. Everything's moving at the same speed as the zombies, just to keep this formation in line. It's going to buy more and more time for that Bolt Thrower to shoot. But look at that dodge coming in by Dame. The Vargulf just dropping the shoulder and moving away, though he does catch a load of shots there in the second battle kind of barrage. Vargeist are taking a little bit of damage from the Dark Riders. They don't really know which way to go. It looks like the Vargeist are now going to start moving up in the pace a little bit. Now they're closer to the enemy formation and start rotating around the right side a little bit. The Red Duke as well as the Terrorgeist trying to figure out which way to go. Do you drop back and deal with these Dark Riders, or do you go forward to apply pressure to the Dark Shards? Load of shots come in, all aiming at the zombies. That is absolutely fine for the undead forces. They're in a whale of a time, but the Black Coach needs to start getting aggressive, as does the Vargolf, and pushing here and start beating up the troops. Mercy, patient play. This is what I love to see. He wasn't doing this earlier in the week. He's like, okay, I'm going to wait for you to fight over my force and start to attack my Dark Shards because you have to. And when you do that, that's when I'm going to jump in with Marathi and the Mancores, and you can see him waiting here. Vargeist are looking to bomb dive down in, and they're kind of actually, no, maybe they're going to try and take the air fight on instead and go for that big fight in the back, as the Black Coach does lance in. It got focus fired down by the Dark Shards, but now the Dark Shards are in all kinds of troubles because the air fight is being taken away from the main battlefield, and now the Dark Shards are starting to get jumped. Bolt Thrower's going to be going down here, and the box has already been cracked with the Cane Wraiths moving in the back, and yeah, in the front line, Bleak Swords are going to do fine, but they need the support of these Manticores as well as the Dark Riders. Big shot going to be coming down on the Vargolf. Vargeist currently devouring Marathi. Now, Marathi has some stupidly powerful debuffs that's going to be buffing all the melee attack of these troops, so she should be able to survive this despite being completely surrounded if she gets the support. And here it comes. The Dread Spears are moving in to help try and take down the Vargeist, and the undead forces are stuck on the other side of this battle line. As for the Vargolf, he's dancing around. We do have a zombie summon to try and harass the Dark Shards, which is nice to see. But the line of Bleak Swords is holding firm, and now the Dark Riders are pouring on the fire. Look at this focus down onto the Vargolf. It is drooping his HP away, and there's almost no way he's going to be saved. But it looks like Marathi has been taken down here. The Red Duke just bam, slapping her with a mighty hit of his sword, and she needs to make sure that she kills Marathi. Marathi down to 480 HP is slipping though to freedom, and is shattered, completely shattered. So the Dark Elf Lord is down, but at what cost? There's been so much damage dealt to all the heavy hitters. The Terrorgeist going down, the Black Coach is going down, and they got the kill, but the Dark Shards were able to free fire, and the Dark Shards are the ones who are going to be bringing the pain. The Red Duke did send Marathi running, and now he's having to retreat back himself. A lovely zombie summon goes down on the Dark Shards, looking to take them to pieces. Manticore is trying to chase off the Red Duke, but Armor Losses is going to kick in, and that's going to be game 1 to Mercy. The mad, lovely snipe on Marathi. Unfortunately, it cost her everything to do so. Yeah, well done, Mercy, man. Well done, Mercy. The tasty scrum for the Soul Sealer, exactly. So, what I really liked that Mercy the Mad did there is he waited back with his Manticores as well as Marathi, waited till Dame committed her forces, and then jumped them. Jumped them after that point, dropped Soul Sealers, and started to take them down. So Marathi, 2,100 damage value, despite being surrounded and just beaten on. Unfortunately, to pin her in place, Dame had to commit the majority of her flyers, and that allowed the Dark Shards to shine. Bleak Swords, pretty decent kills across the board, likewise the Dread Spears, but nothing too crazy. 300 value from the Witch Elves, 850, 385, 720, and 780 from the Dark Shards. As for the Dark Riders Repeater Crossbows, 928 and 427 damage value. The Manticores did struggle a little bit more, not able to get into their opportune engagements and getting a little bit beat up as well at the same time. I like the build quite a bit. It's what we expect from Mercy, and it did go really well. As for Dame herself, the Red Duke, 1,000 damage value, and managing to just about bring the end of the reign of Marathi. Zombies and skeletons just couldn't punch through the front line quick enough. The Cane Wraiths did a good job. They got into the back line, but the Vargeist did not pay for themselves for the most part, due to the fact that they all went in right there on Marathi. And you can see the Terrorgeist, 697 damage value, not bad. Black Coach as well, 565. I think the Vargeist should have been dispatched to kill the Dark Shards, and then you try and go in Marathi with the Terrorgeist and the Vargolf and the Red Duke. Might have been a better way to play it, but GG's. GG's. GG. Awesome, awesome. Yeah, Mercy saying I was sweating bullets when Marathi died. Yeah. Marathi snipe was nasty. But nice recovery. Mercy kind of kept his cool. Even when he saw his Lord dying, he kept his cool. And did all good. So hopefully we better get logic in here. Let me update the scoreboard as well. Ooh. Here we go. And let's up the scoreboard. Mercy is 1-0 up in this best of 3. But Dame, plenty of potential to come back. Mercy better be bringing the Dowie. I want to see my Dowie boys in action. We haven't seen them in quite some time. Dame is going with the counter pick of Skaven, I think, maybe. Oh, no. She picked first. So she's picked Skaven and banned Empire. And now we're just waiting to see what Mercy's going to do. So let me see if I can get Logic in here to have a little chat about Mercy the Mad himself.
Hey, dude.
Yo, what's up, man?
That was an awesome game.
Yeah, man. That, like, Dame basically threw everything at Marathi to kill her. And she got the goal, right? She killed Marathi.
Yeah.
But at the cost of the Dark Shard surviving. And they just loaded up. They loaded up those crossbows and they unleashed so much damage. Basically killing the Terrorgeist, killing all the Vargeists. And also in the end, the Red Duke kind of was left with no friends.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at both players there, both of them bought really nice builds, just showing how they've made the adaptation from single player to multiplayer. Dame's build was super amazing. That was really fun to watch.
Yeah, I think Vampire Counts and Bretonnia probably the two hardest factions to learn.
Oh, yeah, 100%. And, you know, hats off to Dame as well, being aggressive. That's really hard as a new player. That's super hard in the multiplayer scene, being as aggressive as she's being. So hats off to her.
Yeah, it looks like she's adapted her playstyle to try and counter Mercy, which is quite good. So in tournaments, you'll come up against a lot of the same players. If you come against Logic, for example, there's a few tricks he can do, but everyone knows that you like to play your Dowie. So knowing that, you have to kind of come prepared, and she came prepared with all those flies to try to, shut down Mercy's range. She knows that's his strength, and it nearly paid off. I think if the Vargeist had gone after the Dark Shards, as the Terrorgeist and Red Duke and Vargulf went after the Lord, or went after Marathi, it might have actually worked, because there was kind of a big knife edge moment that I was like, oh my god, Hansek, I think she's pulled this back because Marathi's dead. But then the Dark Shards unleashed their shots, and it was game over.
Yeah, that could have gone one of two ways. Yeah, honestly, it could have gone one or two ways. I think I thought one person there was gonna get hit pretty hard. But yeah, with Mercy, like when you came on stream and you played, we worked really hard about when not to engage. Like when it's not always worth it just to fight. Sometimes you need to wait for those opportunities to fight.
Yeah, Mercy's very patient there. He sat back and didn't commit an engagement with his flying court until he had to, until the last moment, and that's when it worked. So it looks like
an amazing thing.
Sorry, mate. It looks like they're ready to run. So, any last words of encouragement for Mercy?
It's playing awesome, and for both of them, I've seen them make a bunch of mistakes, and they've learned from those mistakes, and they're playing really awesome.
Yeah, I'd agree. That's one of the coolest things. Is for those who don't know, I was on stream the other day with Mercy, and he committed Marathi really early, and we kind of punished him for it. And now he's not doing that. He's sitting back. He's being patient. You can certainly tell that he's learned like a bucket ton. But cool. I'll catch you probably after this battle, Logic, and we'll delve in. And it's going to be the Dowie. I love the Dowie. They're very cool. And it looks like it's once again, going to be a defensive formation, but not committing too much this time. So we have 3 Thunderers. That's going to be no doubt in the central pocket. And we have 1 cannon as well. Master Engineer with the Fire Ring and the Flash Bomb, and Thoric Ironbrow coming in with a bucket ton of runes. Now, Thoric Ironbrow is a very nasty customer, coming in with the Rune of Slowness, Rune of Speed, Rune of Wrath and Ruin, and Rune of Doom. In the front line, it is cheap and rather cheerful, probably sipping on a couple of Bugmans. We have a load of Dwarf Warriors backed up by miners with blasting charges and some basic miners as well. Now, the blasting charges going to be huge here. Going to be super huge. Able to clear out all the Skaven chaff and honestly do decent damage to some of their elite infantry as well. Up in the skies, we have a cheeky Gyrocopter with Brimstone Gun. Not too much to shut that down in the Skaven forces, at least in this current format. Skaven, of course, lacking the majority of their long-range pressure, which is a little bit scary and something to note. This matchup is definitely Skaven favored in the current format, but without DLCs. It's actually Dwarf favored, I think, and quite heavily, because you can't really outshoot them super effectively. We do have double Plague Claw catapults, so the Dwarfs are actually brought out of their comfort zone. Even if, the cannon starts shooting into these guys, Dame can still sit back and just do horrendous damage to those Thunderers. And once those Thunderers go down, what's going to kill the Hell Pits? So if she gets those Plague Claw catapults, targets down the Thunderers, realizes they're the threat, the Hell Pits could run rampant, because we have, ladies and gentlemen, a double Hell Pit Abomination build, swayed in a big old tide of Skaven slaves dotted all over the place. Double Hell Pit led by a Plague Priest coming in down on the ground. Looks like he has a summon, so Slayers are a little bit scary. How you can counter that is you summon Plague Monks onto them, and they kill the Slayers for you. And for the Lord, we have Queek Headtaker. Skrulk, get out the way. It is Queek's time to shine, and he's actually pretty good as well up against the Dwarfs. He's coming in today with the Trophy Heads, as well as Stand Your Ground, Verminous Valor, and the Warp Shard Armor, lowering the armor and melee defense of all those Dwarfs. He's the ultimate dwarf killer. I believe secretly, hidden in the shadows, we also have a double Death Runners in the back, and a unit of Gutter Runner Poisons. I actually really like this build. Looks like they're spreading across the back line, looking to try and hunt down. Now, there are Slayers in the back line, but if the Slayers die fighting Death Runners, they're not fighting the Hell Pits. Now, the big problem for Dame is this Gyrocopter is going to get a lot of value, and there's basically nothing she can do about it. What she has to do is just try to take out the Dowie as quickly as possible. Brimstone Gun's going to shoot her characters or shoot her Hell Pit all day long, because she has no range to counter it, which is a little problematic. Though she does actually have the one unit of Gutter Runners, so they might have to yeet back towards friendly territory. And the Plagueclaw Catbots do actually come in with a pretty impressive 400 range. The Dowie Cannon, though, has 440. Dwarfs, of course, always very talented. And it looks like the Gyrocopter is able to spot the Death Runners. A sneaky play by Mercy. We saw him do this as well in Logic's games. Or the Logic's that's taught him, sorry. And we saw him doing the earlier games, where he likes having a unit just checking the corners in case there is units being spawned here. And they're instantly going to be hopping on top of those Death Runners. But this is fine. If the Death Runners die to the Gyrocopter, it's going to have no ammo to kill the Hell Pit Abomination. If she just sticks to a target, bring the Plagueclaw Catapults forward, I'm trying to get my words out there, on top of the Thunderers, kill the Thunderers, Hell Pits are going to have a whale of a time. We do, of course, have the Gutter Runners with poison in the back. They could come over here to try and save the Death Runners. A lovely use of the Concealment Bomb here, given Stalk and Unspottable. Nice quick thinking there by Dame, trying to escape with the Death Runners and at least buy them some time. Splitting up the units might not be too bad as well, because once he's found one and kind of kills it, he has no idea where the next unit is. So the Thunderers are popping out here, doing some nice long-range damage. The rest of the forces are rotating up around to the right-hand side. Hell Pit Abominations are moving forward to try to take down Thoric Ironbrow. And yeah, Skaven Slaves are moving forward with the Plague Priest in tow. Gutter Runners with Poison are going to be trying to get into the back line. Now, if they are able to launch stuff onto Slayers, that's going to be quite nice. Even with the Concealment Bombs, though, the Death Runners are having a really bad time. Very unlucky they weren't deployed in the other corner. Otherwise, the Gyrocopter would have no idea they were here whatsoever. Death Runners, one unit already gone down and not costing too much ammunition here for the Dowie Copter of Mercy the Mad. Of course, he has no idea that there is more Gutter Runners coming forward. The double Hell Pit is getting nice and aggressive. The Catapults are being left behind, but that's kind of fine here. Yes, the Gyrocopter can go over there and annoy them a little bit, but as long as they're shooting the Thunderers, it's not really going to be too much of a problem. Cannon shots are raining down on the Hell Pit Abomination, but it is still driving through. And one unit of Death Runners was able to escape here. And in come the Catapults. Looks like they are currently aiming at the Dwarf Warriors. Need to focus those Thunderers if possible. But still, hey, dead Dowie is a good Dowie in the eyes of any Skaven. The Gutter Runners have managed to swoop around. I love this repositioning. You can see that Mercy's repositioned his entire army in one go, which is actually quite a tough tactic to do. Moving all the way around, and the Skaven Slaves are going to do nothing against this front line. It's all on the Hell Pit Abominations. They're going to start driving in to try to take out the Miners. Both the Hell Pits actually seem to be going after Thoric Ironbrow. I think they need to finish off the range, if possible, hit those Thunderers, and then let Queek deal with Thoric, because hunting down Thoric's fine now, but look at all these Thunderers just completely free to fire. They need to start focusing down the Hell Pits, otherwise those Hell Pits will easily overcome the majority of this Dowie force. Death Runners are now free. You can see the Gyrocopter is trying to move over to deal with the Plagueclaw Catapults. We're currently raining down death from afar, and it looks like the Queek Headtaker is trying to get his best to get onto the Thoric Ironbrow. Lovely Rune of Speed goes down. Hell Pit Abomination not having it the best of days, surrounded by Slayers. The other one, however, not doing too bad. Fire Ring does come down the front line of the Skaven, and the Dwarf Shield Wall is currently holding Thunderers firing from all different positions, really raining in on the Hell Pits, and they're taking so much pressure because the Thunderers are still fighting. However, Plagueclaw Catapults are slowly starting to deal with that, but do they have enough time? Can they get rid of them quick enough? You can see a lot of them are starting to take pretty massive HP damage. Death Runners are on the approach as well once more as the Skaven continue to scutter all the way around. Where is that Gyrocopter? It looks like it gave up on the Plagueclaw Catapults and has come back to try to deal with the Hell Pits, because they've been a massive nuisance right now. Thunderer's taking a lot of damage. Hell Pit Abominations are starting to go down, though. Thoric Ironbrow is a tank. It's definitely a mistake having the Hell Pits target him. They need to go and kill the Thunderers, allow Queek Headtaker to kill Thoric, because he'll handle him one-on-one. And if you shut down the Thunderers, there's not too much to kill the glorious Hell Pits in the later stage of the game. Those catapults are wreaking pretty deadly violence. Skaven Slaves are bumping against Dwarfs. We do have some Gutter Runners now on the approach and Warpath. And look at this. We have the Plague Monk Summon coming down, trying to entrap and ensnare all of these Dwarf Warriors. But the Plague! The Plague! Yes! Look at the death! Miners, Dwarf Warriors are like fleeing in terror before the might of the Great Horned Rat. Yes, yes! Followed up by the catapult shots. So many of these units are starting to break and run. Unfortunately, one of the hell pits is going to be going down there, though, which is a bit of a shame. Now, it does look like Fork Ironbrow may die. The flashball has gone down. Fork probably wants to run here, as Quick Headtaker is very close to taking his head. The hell pit does explode, and unfortunately, out comes a unit of Skaven slaves, and the Gutter Runners are forcing off Thunderers, and the majority of Thunderers have been dealt with, and it looks like Quick Headtaker might be able to drag down Fork. Unfortunately, the remainder of the Skaven forces are really suffering, but we still have a load of reinforcements who can come in. We have the Death Runners to return, and the catapults are still focusing down the Dwarf force. I think what Mercy needs to realize, he has to kill the Lord and kill the Hell Pit Abomination, and then he has to attack. He can't stay back and defend. He needs to shut down those catapults, because look at this glorious blob fight that's going on, and the catapults are just raining death down. This is the ultimate Skaven force. Again, a little unlucky. The Hell Pit Abomination didn't get its lovely regen. Instead, formed a unit of Skaven slaves, which, hey, is still pretty helpful. Fork Eyebrow, the cowardly dwarf, is going to be fleeing before the might of Quick Headtaker. Go back and take the Slayer oath, my friends. Looks like he is just about going to escape, but this is really dangerous. Mercy needs to stop playing in this tight formation and start spreading out his troops. Spread out and come fire these Plague Core catapults, because look at the damage. Queek is tanking like a champ, and it looks like the Dry Bombers are out of ammunition. We still have the Mage online for the Plague Priest. Lovely attempt there by the Master Engineer to get the Gutter Runners, but Dame dodged it deftly, and is hopping on top of the cannon, and look who Fork is running directly at. The Death Runners. Death Runners can certainly come in here and bring quite a bit of pain. Plague Claw catapults are still reaping deadly havoc right now on all these Dwarf Warriors. There are Slays in here, but Queek is loving it. He's having such a good time, surrounded by the dead and dying. More shots are raining in, and this is starting to look a little bit bleak for the Dwarfs. They really need to get Fork back in action. Unfortunately for him, there's a load of Death Runners. The dreaded Death Runner reserve is going to hop on top of Thoric and probably finish him off for good. And a lot of the Dwarf Warriors are starting to run out of leadership. Quick Headtaker is slaughtering them. We might get a little bit of friendly fire here from the catapults, but that is the Skaven way. Tugging down that unit of Thunderers would be lovely. And the Master Engineer, he can snipe and he can poke at Quick Headtaker, of course, but he will lose in combat very, very heavily. Death Runners are jumping on Fork Ironbrow. Looks like they will be able to drag him down off of his toilet seat. Looks like the smaller unit's being used to dispatch him. The bigger unit, no, they're going to come back and just make sure the dwarf dies. And if they see their leader go down, it's a little bit of a rough one. The Gyrocopter has had a restock on it, regaining some ammunition, and that should enable it to take out the magic prowess of the Skaven in the form of the Plague Priest. But Fork Ironbrow, he is so tanky. He is refusing to die right now. The majority of the Skaven forces are starting to run in all directions, but the Gutter Runners are staying loyal to Queek, and he's moving forward onto the Thunderers, trying to shut them down. The Dwarfs have to be moving this way. I would ignore Queek completely. I would ignore the Gutter Runners, and I move to deal with these catapults. Though saying that, only 5 shots left and 7 shots. Could make it a pretty close fight now. Fork is escaping. He's on 95 HP. For some reason, the Death Runners stopped. She definitely gave an attack order. It looks like they are good to go again. That could be a real big mistake. If Fork is allowed to rally, the Dwarfs will have a big chance to get back into this game. More shots are coming onto the Miners as well as the Slayers, and it looks like the Thunderers are being dealt with. Quick Headtaker just about holding on. He needs to probably go over here and kill the Master Engineer, as the Gutter Runners are being used to force off a lot of routing troops, and the King is dead. Fork Ironbrow rules no longer. It is all Queek, baby, and lovely use of the Fire Ring. Beautiful play by Mercy to finish off or do some decent damage to the Gutter Runners. It will not be enough, though. They're chasing off 4 units for the price of 1. Catapults continue to launching. Quick Headtaker is just surrounded. He's been peppered by the Master Engineer, but every single dwarf who throws himself onto the blades of Queek is dying. Queek, though, will eventually have to kill this Master Engineer because he keeps restocking the Gyrocopter, giving that more ammunition, which is really problematic. As it's actually a pretty good single entity target. It's going after Gutter Runners. It should probably just shoot Queek, and with the combined firepower of the Brimstone gun and the Master Engineer, Queek could go down. Death Runners are on the approach, though, looking to assassinate the Master Engineer from behind. From the shadows, once they came, death was brought, jumping on top of the Master Engineer, and he's not going to have a good time whatsoever up against Death Runners. Look at that damage. Oh, that's disgusting, and I think this game is going to be going to the third way. That was... Oh, I'm knackered just casting that. That has tired me out so much. That was an amazing game. Amazing stuff. It looks like Dame does manage to swing back and take the head of Quick Headtaker with that glorious play assassinating Fork. The double Hell Pit Abominations against Dwarfs. Madness. Madness. When do you ever see this? 1,500 and 660 damage value doesn't reflect what they did today. They distracted the back line so well, and more importantly, bought time for the Plague Claw catapults. 954 and 1,386 damage value, 131 and 152 kills apiece. Just That was a little insane. So, the Gutter Runners, 888 damage value, 540 and 78 on the Death Runners. Everywhere else, obviously, the Skaven Slaves Born to Die. 1.2k on that Plague Priest. That Summon of Plague, probably one of the game, where it took out, like, or really injured, like, 4 to 5 units of the Dwarfs. And 1.3k there on Quick Head Taker. Dame certainly punishing Mercy for bunching up his troops. For a Guybrow, 925 damage value, 982 on the Master Engineer, and the miners across the board did, a solid job, nothing too crazy. They got a lot of kills, but it was on Slaves, that were the only targets for their blasting charges. And good kills across the board, but Slayers, 840 damage value, did manage to tussle with a Hell Pit for a while, and then Dame kind of realised that threat, hopped on top of it, and shut it down with a load of chaff. 600 damage value, 198 and 300 from the Thunderers being neutered relatively ineffective. And though the cannon had so many good targets, 700 damage value isn't great, considering there was 2 Hell Pits and the catapults. But I think that was mainly due to the fact it getting shined down early. I love the restock play Mercy played with the Gyrocopter. It's a risk bringing just 1 Air Force. And against Skaven, I wouldn't normally recommend that. But without all their DLC guns, 100% try this out. Bring that restock and assassinate characters all day long. GG. I don't know how we're doing it for this tournament. I don't think we said you couldn't ban again, so I think you can. Unless Nathan overrules me at any point. I think you are allowed to ban again. Normally not in tournaments, but that's with pick 1, ban 2. Considering it's pick 1, ban 1, it's probably a good bet. Oh, hello.
I'm going to go ahead and say that it is good to ban the same.
Awesome. Also, welcome. That game gave me a heart attack, so how did you enjoy that? Oh no, Nathan, you abandoned us.
Outrageous.
Outrageous.
It was so good.
Oh.
It looked like the dwarves might have had it initially, and then that plague spell was just a thing of beauty.
Yeah.
Like, what do you think?
That was probably my favorite game on stream so far. I'm not just saying that because obviously Dame was my my trainee. She's done very good, and I think she punished Mercy actually for his mistakes. Mercy made a few mistakes, which is fine because everyone makes mistakes. The key is often your opponent won't punish them, but Dame saw him bunch up, dropped the plague on him, saw him bunch up again to try and kill Queek, and those catapults, just hellfire, man. Raining down from the skies, warpstone everywhere, Skaven cackling. It was certainly good fun.
Yes, definitely. You know what? I really love the plague claw catapults against the dwarf build. That's a very, very strong pick, because they just have you can just still send your whole army forward and they're fine. The dwarves don't really I mean, you can't bring rangers in this tournament because no DLC tournaments, so they don't have any vanguard. Logic, what are your thoughts?
Oh, is Logic here? Quack quack.
Quack indeed.
Hey, what did you think of that one?
What an awesome game, right?
Yeah,
what an awesome game.
After that one, I was like, jeez.
I'm sat here with a stupid grin on my face thinking, what a game did we just witness?
Yeah, that was some pretty wild stuff. I think what Dame did there is bring Mercy out of his comfort zone with those double catapults. It's a risk, because if he had 2 cannons, the catapults are going down and you've just thrown away a load of gold. But Mercy wanted to keep that solid Dowie formation. He's a very Dowie style player. He likes to, obliterate his opponents and then have them crash against his shield walls. And I don't know, it's a tough decision. What would you have done as a Dowie player? What would you have done different?
I think he did great in the beginning, screening out the guys in the back corner. He needed to get that gyrocopter over to kind of pressure the artillery pieces. I would have fanned out and then just got a bit more aggressive towards the artillery pieces, kind of pushed forward a bit, realizing that it wasn't in his game plan to win the long range game.
Yeah, I think the cannon was probably a bit of a lost cause. So maybe just leaving it behind a little bit and do some damage while you can, then push forward. That's a lovely little sneaky trick you taught him, by the way, about the checking the corners. I love that. That is really, like, a lot of Tommen players do that, and a lot don't, and they do get caught out by those Vanguard troops.
It came out by something as well, actually. We played against Cyrus, and he put a sneaky Vanguard like that, but he started from his spawn and got all around the flanks. And there was one game where he had gyrocopters on one side, and if they'd been on the other side, he would have seen it coming. I was like, don't forget, they can also spawn in the corners. He's like, oh, cool. So if I put like something in the corner, I could maybe, catch it or something. And I was like, I think that would be a great idea.
It's like, yeah, that's literally what you should do. It looks like your boy Mercy, by the way, is going undead. I think he said he learned 3 factions, and Dame just banned his last faction he knew how to play.
Oh, okay. Well, we probably practiced 3. I think undead we said was probably his next one. So I don't know how this is going to go. I have no idea.
It's going to be interesting. I know pretty much guaranteed what Lord Dame's going to bring, and chat's going to go mental. Chat is going to go absolutely insane. Yeah, it's a fan favorite for sure. So Dame actually surprised me in training. That I was like, okay, we'll learn like 2 factions pretty well, and we'll have a 3rd faction like backed up. And she learned 4 factions in that time, which is kind of crazy. She plays her Lizardmen quite a lot like she plays her Skaven. You know, you saw those double Hell Pit Abominations. She likes to bring like double Stegodons. You can kind of see the play styles leak into all the factions. But High Elves is a completely different ballpark. Obviously, traditionally we know as tournament players and tournament hosts, this matchup is absolutely horrible for vampire counts because Phoenix Guard are very scary.
Yeah, they're going to be scary in this matchup.
But obviously, these guys don't know that. That's kind of the cool thing as well. And they don't have the DLC units to help them out. So no Alariel, which is pretty big news for the counts.
Yeah, I think obviously, you know, quite a big box build with some good single entities can do quite well for the High Elves in this matchup. But, you know, that's the advantage that these new players, you know, don't know that. And unless they happen to accidentally stumble against it, they're never going to know that. So
yeah, I feel like a lot of players, we've seen some very good builds. I think people did their research. I feel like a few players went through, checked out some tournaments, took some builds, and then like practiced with them and altered and changed them. And I honestly recommend that to a lot of new players who are popping into play multiplayer. Look at a build your favorite player does. You like Falcon? Go see a build he brings, and then bring it yourself. Although, bear in mind, a lot of these elite players bring builds that you might not be able to pull off straight away. In particular with Falcon, he loves a meme. He'll bring a build which shouldn't work, and he'll make it work somehow.
Yep.
He'll make it work.
I think also as well, like falling down many times, getting it wrong, I think is sometimes more important than just winning, because then you know what not to do. And you know what pitfalls you can fall into in the multiplayer scene. So sometimes bringing something and going, let's see what happens, is also a good way to play.
Yeah, like failing's a good thing in my player. I know it sounds annoying. A lot of people don't want to lose at games. It sucks. I still get annoyed when I lose. I'm like, oh goddamn. But it does actually help. And you can look back, okay, what did my opponent do better than me? What did I do wrong? What should I change? And you kind of just experiment, and you'll find your own playstyle over time. A lot of people start either just kind of like yeeting everything forward or sitting everything back. And then they go from that point and they slowly change more and more kind of over the weeks of playing until they become very scary players. And just to answer chat, yes, there's no DLCs allowed today. No DLCs. Just
yeah,
base
I think,
games
you know,
and free stuff.
If you look at, like, for example, Dame, and then you look at Mercy, like, they have definite base styles of playing. Mercy likes that more defensive style, so I've kind of built some armies around for him. Also, he's built those armies around him, and we've practiced, and I've kind of tried to get him to learn ways to play around that style. And Dame has an amazing aggressive way forward, and you saw that with the hell pits and you know, really sucking that force in, get the artillery on those blobs, and that lovely spell was so gorgeous.
The plague.
Oh my god, yeah.
That's disgusting.
As soon as that went down, I was like, oh, I feel sick. But yeah, it was great.
Sad to see Dowie fall in such a way. Such noble warriors. Yeah, no, it's really quite cool to see the different styles of play and what they bring to the table. It's interesting. They match up quite nicely against each other, Mercy and Dame, in the fact that it's kind of like, right, you know Mercy's going to sit back and he's so good at protecting his back line, it's so annoying to like hop and then shut everything down. And Dame's just constantly trying to find ways of like jabbing and poking through like his weak spots. And in that game too, just about pulled it off. One thing I really like with these players who play aggressive, and something I spoke to Dame about, is you can still bring long range in rush build. If you don't spend too much, so bring like one warp lightning cannon there, the 2 catapults. If your opponent's sat back, that's fine. Attack and just leave your catapults at the back, and they're not going to be able to get to them. I think in that previous game, what do you think about the gyrocopter? It was such a tough decision. Do you go after the catapults with the gyrocopter, or do you go after the characters? Because if you're doing one, you're not killing the hell pits, and then they're killing your army. It's like a threat overload.
I think for me, like, I I think the truer to players, you have to shut down those catapults, I think.
Mhm.
But obviously for Mercy, those target prioritizations, which is the main thing we've been working on, because both of these guys are amazing at single player, and threats are different in multiplayer than they are in single player. So, Mercy probably looked at the infantry and went, oh my god, they've got Weeping Blades, they're anti-infantry, they are armor piercing, they're going to be insane against my Dowie. So he just wanted to chase them off, delete them, remove them. And he thought, maybe I can weather the storm against the artillery. And that's the nice thing, right? These guys are even learning in the final of the tournament.
Yeah,
which is,
yeah.
which shows that, they've come a long way, but they've still got a long way to go.
Yeah, you never stop learning in this game. And because the meta, for the most part, is like constantly developing, as people find solutions to problems, you're always learning, which is one thing I think that why I've played, I don't know how long I've been playing multiplayer for now, a worryingly long time, like 2 or 3 years. That's kind of scary. You just kind of, you're always learning and finding new stuff. And you're right, both Mercy and Dame, both are wonderful content creators. I think they might be the only 2 content creators as trainees today, both from kind of like the campaign point of view. Dame in particular has a video out recently, which is hilarious. It's so good. But yeah, both of them make some awesome content. So if you guys who are watching this kind of like enjoy campaign, make sure to go check them out as well. And all of our coaches today are content creators, so make sure to check them out, spread the love. We pop into this game. It might be the last game of the stream, I'm not sure. We've run over by a little bit. So it may be the last game. We'll have to wait and see. But it looks like Mercy is good to go. He's having to try something out. Probably trying to pull something out of, see, you said
I will
he hasn't
be
practiced.
very interested. It's the one he's played against the most is Vampire Counts by far. And it's the one he struggled with the most in the beginning. Like, he struggled with it all the time. We then find one Empire build that worked.
Yeah.
But then he used that Empire build against everything.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't know if this is going to work, but you're happy and you love it, so let's just do it.
Okay, Coach Logic is going to have to put on his little cap and get to work on Mercy, then I guess see how he performs. It looks like they're ready to rumble, so I'll speak to you in a little bit, bud, and let's get this cracking. Peace, man. Oh, here we go. One last game to rule them all. Dame versus Mercy, the Battle of Vengeance. Vampire Counts versus High Elves is traditionally very High Elf favored, but without DLC units, with 2 kind of less experienced players, at least in the form of the meta, though their gameplay is very good, it's going to be a wild one. It's going to be a wild one. And I'm betting all the marbles that Dame is going to bring Imric the Dragon Prince on a dragon. She loves him for the High Elves. And yes, we have Imric the Beauty. Okay, let's delve into this. For the forces today of Mr. Mercy the Mad, a load of Fellbats up in the sky looking to bring that pressure, hunt down enemy back line and rangers in general. They can also obviously muck up units in the air, and they will have to be dealt with. We have Black Knights and Blood Knights. Blood Knight's going to be very good up against Imric and his homies in the sky. Looks like double Blood Knight, double Black Knight. We do also have a load of Skeleton Warriors down here in the center. We have a Vargulf, and then we have double White King as bodyguards. They are coming in with the awesome item, which is nice for them. And today they're bodyguarding Heinrich Kemmler. Now, Dame's going to be very upset. Most times she plays Vampire Counts. Every time I'd seen her, actually, up until today's stream, she had bought Kemmler. So she obviously was kind of trying something else out against the defensive formation. But yeah, he comes in with the Lord of the Undeath, so he can summon Krell. He has Curse of Years, Raise Dead, Dance Macabre, Invocation of the Heck. Quite a few spells, so he's an expensive boyo who doesn't want to get sniped. And Dame brings fire and fury from the skies. We have Imric the Dragon Prince in his true form today. We saw a cowardly Imric before, fleeing before Karl Franz. This time we have Imric in his ultimate edition, coming in on the dragon with all his buffs. We also have a Frostheart Phoenix in the skies, and a Flamesheart Phoenix as well. Frostheart going to be debuffing the enemy, Flamesheart bringing the pain. We also have a load of spearmen, looks like 4 units of spearmen, a single bolt thrower, 1 unit of archers, some more spears, a couple of reavers, as well as a mage of life magic. Now, the important thing for Dame here, I think, is going to need to ensure that the Dragon Princes are the Blood Knights, sorry, not Dragon Princes. Blood Knights are the biggest problem. The Vargulf, it's fine. You can kill that with a dragon. The Lord, it's fine. You can kill that with a dragon. White Kings, that'd be painful, but it's possible. But the Blood Knights, if they surround Imric, dragons do not get up off the ground. If cavalry surround them, it can be very painful. So she needs to try and find a way to deal with the Blood Knights, and there's no Phoenix Guard today. But if they fight on top of their spear units and use the bolt throws and the skirmish cav to whittle down the knights, they can do absolutely fine. And likewise, if one unit of Blood Knights is isolated, Imric charging down onto them isn't a bad idea. He'll get that charge bonus, kill a few models, but he needs to be supported. So I'm very interested to see how both these players play. And Mercy as well, trying something really fresh and new here. With the Vampire Count, he's going to have to be very aggressive, move forward, shut down those archers, surround is going to be pretty key. He wants to surround this build as much as possible, fight it from all fronts, because the High Elves are vastly outnumbered, over 2 to 1. It's going to be scary. Yeah, we get Kemmler. It's the rubber match. Exactly. Far and I still see promo with Imric. I love it. So it looks like they're just going to sit back for the High Elves, which is understandable. This is quite sneaky. I like this. One of her flanks is protected by this little hut. I'm assuming that's intentional as well. That's really sneaky and lovely. So the bolt thrower is currently aiming at the Vargulf. Not a bad target whatsoever. Aiming at Vargulf, Heinrich Kemmler, any of those is quite effective, particularly because she can't currently see the Black Knights and Blood Knights floating up through the hill on the right-hand side. More bolt shots are raining in, and it looks like they do miss the Vargulf. A lovely dodge. Look at this by Mercy. Constantly moving his troops back and forth, back and forth. This is a very multiplayer tactic to learn, and he's doing a very good job dodging. What Dame needs to do now is keep switching fire. You shoot the Vargulf for a while, and then you switch to something else. Unfortunately, her bolt thrower has been very inaccurate. So it looks like a spread shot has come in now. Maybe in frustration, like, hey, stop dodging my bullets. And switching onto the Skeleton Spearman. But yeah, single shooting any of the characters or knights is going to get pretty good dividends, but instead they are currently going after the Skeleton Spearman instead, trying to whittle down some of the enemy chaff. Felbats are actually going to be quite problematic. You would think, oh, they're going to be useless. They don't have that many units they can jump on, and the dragons and so forth can easily beat them, but they can mess up the dragons so much. It's really frustrating, and you can't get your dragons in the right place. Illyrian Reavers have been a little bit passive. Like to see them venturing out and start harassing these knights or harassing the front line. There's nothing on the battlefield which can catch them, so moving them outwards and kind of fighting is quite good, but likewise keeping them back as almost basic archers can be quite nice with the ability to retreat in the later stages. That spread shot starting to do some damage to the Skeleton Spearman. Mercy does pop an early invocation the heck. He doesn't want any of his forces a little bit beat up before the start of the battle. That cavalry on the Overload is looking really scary, and it's starting to come into view. I wonder if Dame's seen it yet, and she'll have to counterpunch it where possible, using her own skirmish cav and, of course, the big monsters. A few more shots coming in. Spearmen are dying. I do think shooting single shots into the characters would probably be more cost efficient. And I don't know if that's what's happened now. It looks like they have switched targets, but no, it is now aiming at all the characters, but doing that lovely spread shot to make sure they get a lot of hits. Felbats are engaging with the Air Corps just as the Blind Knights come in. Look at this timing. I'm going to distract your Air Corps and then come in with the Cav, and it is a big old mosh pit of undead. Flames Fire, Frostheart, Imric all land, but they're going after the bats instead of the Knights. Allow the Knights to do some lovely damage. Now, we do have Spearmen here. They react nice and quickly, hopping in to deal with the enemy, and that lovely attack on the Spearmen in the front is going to be a big overload. And oh no, we're going to have a big old flustercluck of a battle. The Dragon Horn sounds once more in the deep. We do not have Dwellers Below. Dwellers Below here would be disgusting. It would kill like all these Knights. It looks like Imric is trying to pull up and out. If he's able to get in the air, he can do some really nasty breath attacks. I don't think he's going to be able to escape though. The Blood Knights have surrounded him, and he is out of support as well, so he's probably going to have to fight his way to freedom. Archers have been shot down. The Illyrian Reavers are currently in that central pocket. Frostheart Phoenix is debuffing the stats of all of these troops, allowing the Spearmen to fare much better. Imric is desperately trying to get out, but he simply can't do it up against the Knights, and he's going to have to kind of stand and fight. Although, it does seem like the Blood Knights and Black Knights are actually retreating a little bit here for Mercy. Lance Macabre does go down, going to assist them in the main fight. However, Black Knights and Blood Knights are both looking a little bit worse, as well as Imric slithers his way in. Greetings, fellows, and he does a big old breath of fire in their face. The cavalry is starting to suffer fighting on top of these spear units. The Knights are forced back, and the Illyrian Reavers are going to continue to whittle in some fire down on the flanks of the enemy formation. Spearmen are isolated and alone, but hey, they're doing their job of holding the enemy in place. Frostheart Phoenix is just gunning for those Knights right now. No remorse. Some of the Reavers have been jumped by the Felbats. That's really lovely play by Mercy. There is a caster over here, and she's being chased away by the Black Knights, but Imric and the two Phoenixes are like, no, no, sorry, not today. We're going to hop on you and just rip you from your saddles, put you back in the dirt where you belong. Blood Knight's looking pretty healthy, though, and it looks like the Frostheart is kind of fighting on its own over on the side. Spearmen are trying their best. A little bit of a miscast from Heinrich Kemmler, but the main fight's going really well here for the Vampire Counts. No Phoenix Guard to pin them in place, sadly. The mage is desperately trying to escape. She's trying to pull through her own reavers, using them as a stopping point. White King is, though, catching them quite nicely. And the cavalry does surround the phoenixes, but they're not doing that bad. I really do think the Frostheart Phoenix was quite a clutch play. If you have a little look at these guys' stats down here, boom, negative 10 melee attack is massive. And they're getting slaughtered by Imric. He cares not for your petty knight vows. And many of them are going down, but the White Kings are on the approach. And it looks like the Jade Wizard did go down. No, the Jade Wizard survived. Oh my god. I underestimated you, Lady Jade Wizard. Dwellers below, this game would have been over because it would kill the knights, but still, healing Imric is a very powerful way to go. Balance of power is dead even. Spearman pin back the Vargulf, Spearman as well, pinging back zombies all over the place. The White Kings, and it looks like Krell just having a good time there. He's been summoned, he doesn't know what he's doing. He's kind of like, hey, why am I here? Spearmen have got a lovely surround now on the knights, and Lord of Dragons comes down. A lovely play, though, by Mercy to counterpunch this. An overcast invocation the heck, but Imric is a world beater today, up to 57 kills. The Vargulf is getting involved now, and the rest of the force is moving forward. A lot of the spear and chaff support has gone down. Imric does look like he can get back up into the sky. He still has a load of nasty breath attacks on his resume that he can bring to the battlefield. Black Knights are crumbling, although it looks like the Blood Knights have stabilized. Lovely play by Mercy, keeping them topped up, because they're the damage dealers here to help deal with Imric himself. Skirmish Cav still is shooting them some shots. Unfortunately, Ilklor Botfler crew not going to do too much. Archers have seen the heroics of Imric, and they'll be like, you know what, we're going to stand around and shoot from the side of the battle, see how this thing goes. And Imric once again going into the deep onto the Blood Knights, but he's going to be pinned in against the cavalry, and that's his big problem. Liam Reaver archers are trying to whittle down the Vargulf, it would seem. Imric is desperately trying to retreat, abandoning the Flamesfire Phoenix and Frostheart Phoenix. Those debuffs are really helping. Now, though, we have problems. We have the White King coming in, we have the Vargulf coming in, and they're all starting to gang up on this one lone Frostheart Phoenix. A big, fat, juicy breath attack comes down the line, roasting knights alike. And it seems like, oh my god, this Frostheart Phoenix has taken such a pounding, and the hordes of the undead march on once more. But in answer to that, the Horn of the Dragons has been blown. Imric, with a final assault, charges in, and he has done so much. They're up to 99 kills, always going after elite cavalry. Frostheart Phoenix does escape once more back up into the sky. Flamesfire Phoenix is suffering a little bit worse. But if these three single entities keep fighting together, there is always a chance, and Imric has put in a shift. All the zombies, all the chaff, they ain't nothing. They're not going to do nothing to the Dragon Prince, but all this cavalry, Vargulfs, and characters are really starting to wear him down. Down to about 3,900 HP. We still have Reaver Archers shooting in. We also have Spearmen on the flanks. More Reavers shooting in, but their numbers are so low and at this point that there's not that much to help Imric. Now, if the Flamesfire does get in the sky, of course, we do have those fire poops that can drop on the enemy. Dropping them all on this infantry would be really disgusting. Imric is trying his hardest, but there's so many targets. He wants to kill the Knights, but he also needs to kill the White Kings, but then he needs to kill the Vargulf. It's just so much. He may have another breath attack lined up by this point, however, and the Spearmen have kind of rallied. The balance of power is still dead even. Flamesfire is struggling to get up into the sky. That fire dropping down on the infantry would be so much. Blood Knights are committing to the main fight. Big breath attack goes down the line, and it hits Heinrich Kemmler, doing so much damage. And the Flamesfire has emerged from the shadows. Is it going to do its aerial bombardment on a bombing run? Oh, I'm not sure what she's doing. She might be looking to float in and try and target down the enemy. Is Krell still alive? He survives a long time. I don't think he is. Spearmen are desperately trying to poke down the undead hordes, and the Flamesfire is just taunting. She's baiting, waiting to drop those big old fire poos. Maybe trying to, looks like, drag all those single entities to the side and heal them up nicely. That Vargulf is very healthy, but the Blood Knights are not looking too juicy right now. Heinrich Kemmler is fighting in here, but the spear support is so important. The Elves have to fight whilst they still have infantry and chaff support. Luckily, we have another 47 spearmen out here on the edge of the battle. Reavers as well can move into hand-to-hand combat because they are starting to dwindle on the ammunition front. Lance Macabre does go down, buffing up all these troops as the beautiful air corps of the double Phoenix Imric, everyone being represented there, do come in, and it looks like the fire poops will be going down, clearing out a lot of the chaff, which will certainly help Imric isolate these key targets. Now, there's a few main ones. White Kings are a problem. Heinrich Kemmler, though, can be killed very, very quickly. So killing him, breaking the leadership would be nice as well. Archers do continue to rain shots down. It looks like Mercy has kind of formed a fist of rotten flesh, a mobile blob, just to hunt down and kill as many enemies as possible. And he does shatter the Spearmen. Just needs to, kill what he can now. Hunt down the Archers, force them off the battlefield, go after this Mage of Life. Big breath attack does come in, only clips Heinrich Kemmler just about. Although he's, again, very, very danger low. And in comes the assassination attempt. This is the last roll of the dice, I believe, for the High Elves. All their spearmen are starting to return. Heinrich Kemmler, no, Imrik goes after a Viking instead, and Heinrich Kemmler is going to be able to scuttle away. Imrik, if he can get back up into the air and hunt down Heinrich, he'll be in a fantastic position, but he does laugh, cackling in a beautiful little retreat. And Earthblood does come down, and Imrik actually gets up into the skies. Mercy's micro needs to be on point here. Keep Heinrich near your heavy hitters at all times. Frostheart Phoenix has been a champ today of those debuffs, and Imrik does swoop down, aiming for the White King once again. Wants to get them off the field. Jances through, just pushes away the Vargulf onto the ground, but the undead are surrounding, they're stabbing, and they are relentless right now. Spearmen do come in, the Dragon Horn blows in the deep, Boromir style. Heinrich Kemmler is looking a little bit rough as the dragon is swooping around. I don't know who this is favoring. This is a disaster though. Frostheart Phoenix routing, its debuff is so crucial to the success because now everything's going to be hitting Imrik even more. If it rallies, that's so nice, but the battle is slowly being pushed more and more to the side of the field. Come on, Phoenix, come back, and it does rally. It's a little bit scary, but it can either float above the main battle line or commit to a fight that needs to be given that debuff. Spearmen somehow, I don't know how they're still fighting. They've seen the magic that Imrik brings, and they're like, no, we shall not retreat. We shall fight once more. Flamesfire Phoenix is relatively close to its healing cap. Frostheart Phoenix is still debuffing stuff, and this is so close. Imrik the Chad, 324 kills. Absolutely insane stuff. The Vargulf is beating him, though. Imrik does probably want to retreat and start to cycle charge in, because if he goes down, you can bet the High Elf forces are going to break and run for their life. But if he can just kill Kemmler, I think he'll be fine. Lovely clutch summon coming in by Mercy the Mad. That's just going to help drag down these troops, and the Frostheart Phoenix just can't mess with the troops right now. It's trying to hang on there, but it's so weak. Imrik comes in once again. Tough to see what he's going after. It's probably a bit of a hard to click here to see who's going to, like, what you're actually going to hit. And we are getting a heal. It looks like the Damsel's going to heal herself. I think that was a misclick coming in. And she actually heals herself with a regrowth rather than Imrik. But he's very close to his healing cap. So at the end of the day, healing up your caster isn't a bad play. All the White Kings are getting very low, but Imrik is barely clinging on to life right now, and he may get forced off the battlefield due to how close the border is. He is trying to fall back here. He is retreating, but he is broken. Frostheart Phoenix needs to come over and give him a little bit of a hug and get him back into the fight. 400 HP. White King is on the prowl. Frostheart Phoenix once again breaks, though, and is forced back, and I think the Counts have snatched a victory here by dragging down Imrik. Imrik doth fall, and there's just no way this Flamesfire Phoenix can carry, right? Right? Oh no, she's nearly killed Kemmler. Kemmler is basically at the healing point. So has the White King. The main problem for Imrik is he did so much damage to all of the single entities without actually killing them. He needed to focus one and kill it. But it looks like the vampire counts are just about going to be victorious here. Oh my god. My stomach, guys. That was crazy. That was crazy. My god, that game and the last game are probably my two favorites so far on stream. That was insane. Major Life simply isn't going to be a good enough melee combatant. I really do think there's a misclick there, regrowth from the mage instead of Imrik. Maybe he could have clung on, but he was very close to his healing cap as well. Flamesfire Phoenix is on the warpath, coming back up to 107 kills. Mage is simply going to kite away whilst the other forces do rally. We've even got the Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower crew coming in for a bit of a scrap. They're looking for vengeance for Imrik. Flamesfire once again going to try and hunt down Heinrich Kemmler. White King gets in with a surround, and down our beautiful Phoenix does go. It did really good, though. The double Phoenixes and Imrik, that was some insane stuff. So Heinrich Kemmler did good as well, just about surviving, and GG. GG. The White King, the Vargulf, Kemmler, all at their healing cap. So that was literally the difference. If Imrik could kill the units, but he couldn't. He could just do damage, but jeez. Oh my god. That is insane. 4,886 damage value, 30k damage dealt, 342 kills. Imrik trying his best to drag the Elves to victory. That was wild. The Mage caused some good healing. Imrik was close to his healing cap, as were some of the Phoenixes. Look at the Spearmen, 1.1k. Oh my god, these two Spearmen. 1,100 and 1,100 damage value. That's probably from when they surrounded all the knights and started to drag them down. Archers did great because they rallied and weren't kind of picked off afterwards. The Bolt Thrower, 300 value. The Phoenixes, 1.8k and 1.1k. As soon as that Frostheart Phoenix broke, though, Mercy was really focusing it down. It's quite tanky. Once it breaks, that debuff goes away, which is really good target priority by the Mad Lad himself. And Heinrich Kemmler, 868 damage value. White Kings, 1.5 and 1.6 value on them. Zombies across the board didn't do too great. Neither did the Skeleton Warriors, unfortunately. But hey, they annoyed the enemy, bogged them down, and just, yeah, generally tried to keep Imric on the ground where possible. 455, 615 damage value from the Black Knights. Blood Knights, 2,798 damage value, and 1.8k on the other unit. They were so pivotal in dragging down the big beasties. Likewise, the Vargul, 3,477 damage value, trying to outshine Imric, and he got the last blow. He got the last laugh. He did manage to kill Imric, but not quite getting the value there. GG, yeah. Great games, GG. Might have been my favourite 2 games there at the end. Whoa, that was certainly a scrap, but well played to Mercy. He is going to claim victory there. 2-1 here in a very hotly contested series. Let's boop that over. 2-1 to Mercy. Well played, lad. Well played. So I do have a load of messages. Oh, cool. I've got a load of replays from Falcon. Thank you so much. Cool. So we're going to get Nathan in chat now, I think, because I think the stream might be ending. We're going to have to find out. The stream might be ending. Hello, hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Logic is also here as well.
What's up, man? Logic. What?
So, that whole time, me and Logic were messaging each other for the last 2 games about how nuts those games were. I think for to see that in a competitive game would have been like well, obviously this is a competitive game, but like a normal tournament would have been really impressive to see. But to see it in this tournament was really good. Both games were so close. Both of them are so evenly matched. Any of them could have gone either way. And we were saying that like if Imric survives, it's High Elves.
Yeah, literally. Yeah. She had the exact right goal, just a little unlucky. She couldn't quite kill the single entity. She kept wounding them. So I think the Vargulf, the Lord, the White Kings, everything was at its healing cap. So just like a little bit more punch from Imric and he would have done it. But that game might have topped the last one even. Imric the Dragon Prince doing so much damage there.
I mean, that was absurd. I mean, if someone sent me that as a replay, that would make my week, right? Mercy's also like never played that faction before, and at the beginning of the week, he was struggling to use abilities, items. He used all 6 Scab Scraiths. He got in there, great mobility, and Dame, the healing, the movement. God damn, man, what a game! Yeah,
that was that's tough to beat. Obviously, we still got the finals tomorrow, so I'm sure they're put on a display. But I feel like the bar has been set. The bar has been set.
Oh, too right.
Yeah, someone in chat saying if Kemmler had gone down, which he was very close to, the force of the Counts would just crumble there. Their leadership would have just gone. They literally came down to kind of that last little sliver of HP he had just about clinging on.
I think there was one point in that as well where Dame managed to get all 3 of her single entity flyers up in the air, and she was swarming down on Kemmler, and then a White King got in the way and saved his life.
Yeah, the White King like just bodyguarding.
That point, that was such a big moment, because if they'd all got on Kemmler, like he stands no chance. he just doesn't stand a chance against them 3. But I think Mercy did a very good job of babysitting him and making sure that he was he didn't take too much necessary damage.
I think from Dame's point of view, right, something as well that's really underrated is pulling out all of her Phoenixes and her Lord, healing them as a group, and then getting them back in the fight.
Yeah, I noticed that. I was like, I didn't teach her that, so I was like, oh, that's like quite
really smart.
Yeah, common thing you see in tournaments for those watching is if you can pull out all your single entities, form up in a blob, play patient, heal them up, and then go back in, you get so much more value than if they're fighting whilst healing and kind of surrounded by the enemy. So very good work by both of them there. Mercy as well, like top notch through the whole best of 3. And from what we saw as well in his earlier games, I think he went down 2-1 in the first game. And this time getting his revenge and coming back with a 2-1. So very impressive stuff.
Yeah, 100%. It's been amazing to watch these guys grow. Yet again, amazing breath attacks coming in from Dame. The growth that both of these two have had and the performance they put on, they should both be super proud.
Yeah, 100%. 100% agree. So, Nathan, you know the end scores? You know, want to let the people know what the group's finished?
So Group 2 has now finished, but Group 1 still has 2 games ongoing.
Ooh.
One game is currently in its 3rd game.
Mm-hmm.
However, there is one game that we can hop onto now, which would be Dog versus Slippy. So that is Enticities versus
no. Yeah, let's do that.
So if you jump into them, but I can tell you the results of Group 1.
Yeah.
So Group 1, I'll go in reverse order.
Mm-hmm.
I think theirs might be either... yeah, try the password and see if you can log in, but it should be good.
Password invalid house. I'll see if they did capital.
Yes, or it might be something else that I will message you.
It looks like it's loading. I think I just had to add a capital. Hey, I'm in. Is this game ongoing, by the way, or are they 0-0?
This is. So this game is ongoing. I know they. You might want to message to see who won the first one, but I know that someone did win the first one. Oh, sorry, this isn't. This is the last one. This is their 3rd game.
Oh,
so it's
no, wait, is it 1-0?
I believe it's now 1-0. You might want to message them in the chat to see, what the scores are.
Cool. Cool, yeah, do you want to do the list of the finished group then, so people can know what it's about?
Yes, of course. So, Group 2 has finished. In 4th place is Dame Offensive and yourself as the trainer. In 3rd place is Dav Plays and Grim. 2nd place, so Dav Plays got 4. Well, Grim got 4 wins. In 2nd place, with 5 wins, is Mercy the Mad, which means winning that group with 6. So only winning by 1 is Falcon's 3. Although he didn't win every single game completely 2-0, he did win against all of his opponents, which is strong to say.
That is very strong.
In the other group, we have Valkanos in last. They're on no wins. We then have Slippy with 2, Dog with 3, and Duckling has 4. So this, if Dog wins, is very important because it would stick him as the winner, I believe.
Oh, so if Dog wins this, he has the potential to win the group? Or can Duckling win on the other side?
I think Duckling can still win just because Duckling is playing Le Monsieur at the moment. So it really depends on the outcome of this and the other match. So we will go to this one. Obviously, this is 1-1 at the moment. Yeah. I think it's a case of if Dog wins this one, he wins overall. If Le Monsieur wins on the other side, then... if Duckling wins on the other side, then Duckling will win. So
the crazy thing about this is actually Dame, who had played really good today, honestly, and she came lower down in the group. She actually took out Dog yesterday in a best of 3, and Dog may win the other group. So I feel like all these players are actually relatively even, and it's kind of come down to who can control themselves on stream on the day to claim victory. And I've been impressed with both Slippy and Dog. So this is gonna be a wild party. I think it's Empire and Dark Elves.
Brilliant. Yeah, it is. So if Slippy is Empire, so I'm doing all the back end stuff here. But yeah, this is going to be a good one to watch as the last of 3. I think this might be the last game that we stream. If the other guys haven't finished, we will make a post about it somewhere on our channel to say who has.
That's right. Yeah, I need to go eat food. I'm dying. I'm a dying duckling right now. But it's been a really good fun stream. I'll speak to you, I guess, a little bit at the end, and we can explain what's going to happen tomorrow and wrap up the stream. But before then, we have awesome action. So I'll see you in a bit.
In a bit.
Alright, guys. Final showdown. The last battle on stream. Glory is on the cards. Dog needs to win this in an attempt to book his last spot in the finals. But that is not necessarily the case because Duckling as well could snatch it from his path. So we'll have to see how these guys perform today and see what we have in store. And Slippy, once again, coming in with the Chad Boris Toddbringer pick. I love it. But Boris coming in with the Midland Runefang, just getting a little bit of a heal. Bright Wizard does have Burning Head, which is good to see. And then it is a bucket ton of Spearmen, State Troops, the kind of bread and butter of the forces of the Empire. We have Halberdiers on the flanks and Great Swords holding the center. So the more elite troops leading the battle line and the anti-large on the flanks. Really good standard stuff there from Slippy. Basically, anyone who wants to learn multiplayer and you 9 times out of 10 want a battle line in your build. Have some heavy hitters in the middle, cheaper ones on the flanks, and anti-large on the flanks even more to deal with enemy cavalry. Once again, Slippy is going to be testing his micro. He's coming in with 4 Outriders, 4 units of Empire Knights, the Bright Wizard and Boris, so very similar to his Empire build he took up against the Lizardmen. For the forces of the Illustrian Doggo, aka Dog Today, who was actually trained by CA, is going to be coming in with 4 units of the Dark Riders with repeater crossbows, 2 units of Cold One Knights, and in the main battle line we have the Bleak Swords and Dread Spears plotted all the way along. A couple of Dark Riders repeater crossbows on the left flank as well, supported by some Cold One Knights, Witch Elves in that central pocket, and as usual with the Dark Elves up in the sky, we have the lovely Marathi, coming in with all her debuffs and Soul Stealer, as well as a Feral Manticore, the furry and friendly Terror-causing bodyguard. Very excited to see how this one goes. The skirmish fight's going to be pretty heated. Outriders will actually trade better up against Dark Riders if managed effectively, because their bullets are way harder to dodge. Outriders can move up, unleash a salvo of bullets, and then get out of there, whilst the repeater crossbow bolts are kind of floating through the air. They can dodge, but that's very hard to pull off. Both these players going pretty fast with the cavalry, and it's going to be fun. Who's your money on? Guys, if you want Slippy to win, please start yelling slip slop all over the place. Or if you want Dogger to win, please make sure to bark as much as possible in chat. Someone in chat, kill the man, scum. I love it. Mercy proving he can play aggressive too, 100% more. And that's what I love to see. Like, Mercy switched up his playstyle and it worked. Which is very good. Very nice and impressive all round. So, I quite like this formation from the Dark Elves. It's like a circling formation already, just straight from deployment. And he wants his opponent just kind of fall into this trap of going towards the enemy front line, and then you're going to get the crossbowmen hitting them from both sides, trying to get that lovely, juicy full surround. Dog says he's nervous. No worries, Dog. You've played good so far all day. All day you've played good. So just stick to what you know. Stick to what you know, and you'll be absolutely fine. But Slippy is a bit of a beast. Anticity's turned him into a monster, so you've got to be on point with your skirmish against him, or he'll just pick you apart with his Outriders. Yes, everyone's yelling slip slop. Gotta have ice cold veins, brother, says Slippy. Indeed. I mean, it's 1-1 between these two. I wish we could have seen those games as well. I'm sure they'd have been very good. But we're coming in here at the penultimate game, because tomorrow we're going to be having the grand finals at 3 PM GMT, back on Twitch, back on Total War Live streaming at the best of 5 finals, and it could be Dog, it might not be. This battle could determine it. I have to wait to see how the other results also fared. If you're as half as cold as Anticity, you must be super focused, says Dog. Maybe some of Anticity's training has come down into his trainee here today, Mr. Slippy. A lot of it could also depend on these Empire Knights protecting the Outriders, because there's a lot of skirmish cav. I quite like Dog's build as a counter build against this. The Great Swords will be problematic. Bleak Swords will not fare well. Great Swords will decapitate them, ram them through with their blades, and there's not too much they can do about it. But they have the support of the Dark Shards, as well as the Witch Elves as well. So High Elves, oh my god. You can tell I've been streaming for a while when I start messing up on my words. The Empire going to be getting nice and aggressive, and starting to push towards the enemy battle line. Dark Elves will be a little bit more reserved, moving forward with their skirmish cav. We're fine to sit here. There's no real need for us to push. We can let the enemy come to us. However, that's a lot of Empire State troops, and if they start wrapping around the flanks and start surrounding the Dread Spears and Bleak Swords, they're going to be in all sorts of trouble, because there's not that much to protect the Dark Shards apart from the cavalry, and the cavalry is going to be contesting, of course, the Empire cav. On the left-hand side, you can see Dog is pushing forward, realizing he has absolutely free reign over here, because Slippy has gone for a flank overload of all the Outriders and all the cav on the other side. He should not be scared of charging Cold Knights into these halberds. Charge them in, dish out the damage, and get out before they all get back up onto their feet and start bringing the pain back. But Dark Riders are going to be doing a lovely little retreat here. Dark Riders as well as Outriders are trading far, and it's going very well so far for the force of the Empire. Because both these guys don't have 360 and can only shoot while going forwards, if you can put your opponent on the back foot, you're in a great space, because now the Dark Riders are running away, they can't shoot and they can receive damage. The Outriders doing a good job. Cold Ones are moving out to this flank. They're far better than Empire Knights, but they are certainly heavily outnumbered particularly if the Outriders start pouring on that fire, and they do. A lot of the Cold One Knights are starting to get pulled down, and the Empire Knights shall meet the man-to-man, charging in now. The Cold Ones do have anti-large and will easily win this fight, but there is more cavalry coming in, maybe for a bit of a pincer and surround. There's also some Dark Shards who are open for the taking. The main battle line is about to crash together as Bleak Swords and Spearmen charge into each other all the way along, shield walls clashing, both of them trying to get the upper hand. Wherever the Witch Elves go, I'm sure the Dark Elves will be successful. Empire Knights do manage to shut down the Dark Shards, one of the biggest threats for them today, and the Cold One Knights were overwhelmed down on this flank. More Empire Knights now applying pressure to the Dark Riders as the Outriders bring on the pain. You can see the Dark Shards are falling back. A big fat juicy burning head goes down the line, and oh my god, that is disgusting. That is disgusting. An overcast burning head catches out 3 units, just eviscerating them. The Witch Elves are very lucky to be a few paces ahead where they don't take as much damage. Outriders are eating a fat Soul Stealer right now to heal up Marathi and dish out the pain, although they're also doing quite nice work on the Ferromanticore. If they can rampage it, so it starts rampaging amongst the Spearmen, they'll be able to finish it off from long range. Now, the Dark Shards have rallied. There's a lot of Dark Riders around the back here as well, so Empire Knights aren't having it all their own way, but so far, the skirmish control by Slippy has been a work of beauty. In the front line, Halberdiers are standing fast. Spearmen are suffering, but the Burning Head helped cleave a path, and the Great Swords are doing a really good job now in the central pocket, beating back the Witch Elves with the support of Chad Foot Boris. Look at him go, stabbing 4 ladies in one go. That's our Boris, and now the Dread Spear has been surrounded by Halberdiers and Swordsmen. In the back, though, Dog's done a really good job of keeping his Dark Shards alive, as well as the Dark Riders. However, a Fat Burning Head is going to go for the Dark Riders. Not do that much damage. It's much better against infantry, but it looks like he wants to try to bring the pain to them where possible. A lot of the Empire Cavalry has managed to surround Marathi, but she's going to be a little bit nasty and pop a Soul Stealer down. Oh no, she cancelled it. To pop Deadly Onslaught instead. She needs that Soul Stealer. She can honestly fight this for a little while because the Empire Knights have really bad stats and she debuffs them even more. They're down to 6 melee attack. They basically cannot hurt her. Dark Riders are actually going to move into combat to try and support, and now we get the Soul Stealer to follow it up. Ferromanticore is being led around the battlefield like a dog on a leash by the Outriders, doing a really good job, and the Ferromanticore is not having a good day. It's very close to breaking, but it just about stabilizes to feast upon some man flesh. In the main fight, the Empire Knights are now surrounded by the Cold One Knights as well, ripping and tearing into their armor. All the Knights are fleeing in different directions. Empire Knights, a little bit rough for them, unfortunately, as Marathi and the Cold One Knights do have their way. You can see the Outriders trying to hold firm up against the Dark Riders. More Dark Riders as well, chasing away the Outriders on this flank. And all of a sudden, the tables have turned. It's the Empire forces on the run, not doing any damage and receiving a load as they fall back. They've run out of their Empire Knights. Committing to try to kill Marathi maybe was a mistake because she's basically still full health, and it cost him all his mobility advantage. So obviously, it's in your opponent's Lord land, you kind of want to jump them, but those debuffs, very good up against low-tier infantry, like the Empire Knights. Great Swords are eating quite a few shots. They have 95 armor, which isn't shabby. Unfortunately, no shields for them, and these Dark Shards will be getting some lovely value. Boris being on foot does limit him quite a bit. He's much harder to snipe, but unfortunately for him, he can't get around the battlefield as quickly as Marathi to duel her, and he only can really fight on her terms. Some Empire Knights have rallied, likewise have some Outriders. They can certainly come back and bring the pain to the Dark Riders if possible. Outriders are being forced off on all sides of the battlefield, and it does look like Dog has actually started to claim quite a big grasp right now on this battle. The early stages of Force Slippy did really good, but messing up with the Empire Knights a little bit to try and surround Marathi may have cost him, because now the mobility advantage is completely in the Dark Elves' control. There's nothing left to stop these Dark Riders, and look at the ammo. Look at the ammo left on them. Still so much ammunition. 7 volleys, 8 volleys. That's enough to take down many a heavily armored foe, and we don't have many left. Just Spearmen and Greatswords trying to rally around Boris for a final last stand. Now, of course, there's still quite a few things that Slippy can do. We have fireballs. We have... Oh, no, we only have burning heads. Oof. Oh, yeah, the burning head's not going to be too great here. We still have Boris, though, and I believe in Boris. So Marathi is going to be used to chase off the Outriders, Dark Riders as well, chasing off troops in all different directions. Manticore is moving back here as well, just to see off those Empire Knights, help out the Dark Riders a little bit and start to secure victory. Dog really taking an overarching view of the battlefield. seeing the enemy weaknesses and picking them apart. To be honest, he could maybe move in on the infantry. That's still a lot of spearmen, a lot of halberds. He wants to line up his dark shards. He basically has no ground forces left to contest them. So it's going to be a good test of his skills here. Can he finish off a wounded enemy, or will he kind of charge in and get his troops dragged down? Slippery is a slippery customer. We've seen him do a load of good work so far today, and he ain't going to go down without a scrap. Spearmen are being picked on now, which is a little bit mean. Of course, these guys are the unshielded variety. Every single bolt coming in is basically going to get a kill, and that is a load of dead men of the Empire, and instantly they're going to turn tails and flee. They're like, where's Franz? Where's Franz? Where's our reinforcements? Franz has abandoned you, and Boris has been betrayed. Dark Riders shooting in from all sides. Seem to be going after the Greatsword, which is a fantastic target. I wouldn't mind seeing him shooting the Halberdiers, because the anti-large could be problematic. With so much cavalry on the field, Marathi and the Manticore, if Boris is enabled to fight amongst his Halberdiers against Marathi, maybe there is a chance. Marathi's been used in the distance. You can see she's getting her way with these poor Outriders who have been now forced off. And it is just Dark Elf dominance. Lots of Dark Elf players playing today, which is quite interesting. And the Dark Riders do manage to shatter this unit of Greatswords. And they're simply going to sit here and pick apart the enemy. There's no need for the Dark Elf forces to advance. You can see they're hiding way at the back, rallying their Dark Shards together. So we'll use up all our Dark Rider ammo. Once we're out of that ammo, we can push forward and bring the pain with more units. A Desperate Burning Head's going to go down on the Dark Rider. It's going to catch a few of them, do some nice damage. This unit needs to be careful, and good play by Dog. He's going to react to it there and pull back as quickly as possible. But even more great swords have been brought down. The Bright Wizard is being focused down by Dog. Not the worst target to get that magic off the battlefield and push the balance of power even more in your favor, but it's not really a threat with the remainder of his forces. I think shooting Boris in the back, shooting the Halberds is a better play, and you can see he is doing that with 2 of his units. However, Halberdiers starting to waver and break. They're forming a last little death blob. Rally to Boris. Everyone's shield raised, spears outward. Let's try where we can to hold the line. But this is a sad end, I'm afraid, for Boris Togbringer. There's just no way. There's no way I think he gets back into this. Dark Riders, Dark Shards are all having their way with the humans, and this unit of Dark Riders is out of ammunition, though. Marathi's flying high above the enemy battle line. Maybe wanting to get to grips with Boris herself. They've got a bit of a score to settle, so perhaps going in for a bit more personal one-on-one combat is the way. And we actually do get to see a wand initiate this. Going to be striking from the skies, one of her very powerful items, and you can see it forming in the pink horrors of the night, shooting down and doing a lovely amount of damage, also catching that Bright Wizard who stood too firm. And Boris looks around, his men are abandoning him, and he decides to flee back and fight another day. Well played to Dog, well played to Slippy, 2 fantastic players. Both of them have done really well today, and I've been very impressed with them throughout the tournament, but Dog does claim this best of 3 series there with a 2-1 victory, possibly looking himself in the finals. We don't know yet. The other best of 3 is currently going on. Slippy did a good work. Boris, unfortunately, only 194 damage value. I think the idea behind Slippy bringing Boris on foot is, hey, he's not going to do too much. He's not going to die easily either, and he survived all the way to the end. So stopping your Lord getting sniped as a new player can be pretty crucial, because so many people go for that play. Bright Wizard, 651 damage value. Really lovely burning head in the early stages for the Empire to gain that advantage. And it looked like they were breaking through. Halberdiers were doing decent. The Great Swords as well were mowing down the enemy. 83 and 101 kills apiece. But the Empire Knights, then getting killed by Marathi, all of a sudden meant his Outriders became useless when they were doing so much good work before, and the Dark Riders dominated the battlefield. That skirmish cav play did eventually get the victory for the forces of the Dark Elves. 440 damage value on... Oh, all of them got relatively similar. Yeah, 400 value on these guys. As for Dog himself, Marathi, 1.3k damage value. Not her best performance. We've seen her get more value before, but such a solid pick. That Soul Stealer was really nasty, and the debuffs on the Knights. The infantry held okay, considering it was up against Great Swords. The Witch Elves tried to tussle with them, but only 640 value and 46 kills. Dark Shards, 760 and 91 damage value, was shut down well by Slippy, but the cavalry really came in clutch. Particularly the crossbows, 1,000, 1,000, 920 and 1,000 damage value. Really good work there. So GG's to these guys. As a great game to end it on. Dog's just saying you're an amazing player. Indeed. GG's. I'll update the scoreboard for you here, and then we can get Nathan in as well, because perhaps he has an announcement for us. Perhaps he doesn't. I'm not sure. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hey, man.
What a game. That was, you know what? Initially, I thought that each wing or each flank that either of them won, I thought it was going to go to the other team. But then with that Soul Stealer, the Marathi just got rid of those Empire Knights.
Yeah, that
so easily.
debuff on them as well. So their melee attack was down to like 7 or something. They don't have the best attack stats. So Marathi's debuff on them is so strong, and there wasn't too much they could do about it after they got surrounded and dragged down.
Yes, definitely. And I think, you know what? Well done to Dog. Obviously, he's our guy. We want him to win. So
yeah,
he's done us proud.
Do you know the final scores or not?
I do. I have final scores across the whole board. So we already know that Falcon's player has won the Group 2.
Yeah.
Group 1, all the games have been played. I can tell you, in last place, I'll do this same. Last place is Le Monsieur, who was trained by Valkanos with unfortunately 0 wins.
He played really good though for the game. Some of them were very close.
I will say a lot of these scores don't represent how well these players have played. So many of these went to best of 3s, and it's been really good to see how close all of these have been. In 3rd place in Group 1 is Slippy, who was trained by Enticity. Now this is where we decide. Dog won his, so has he overtaken? I can tell you in 2nd place is actually CA Dog. CA Duck rather, so that's Dog, which means that HW my son.
Duckling's in the final.
Duckling has won. He is in the final with Falcon's Re. He has just been. He just won against Le Monsieur in his best of 3, which means that he and Falcon both win in 6 games, and therefore top in their respective groups.
Or both
they
them
go
1
through
or
to the
6.
finals. Both of them 1 or 6. They did lose games in between, so they didn't it wasn't all 2-0s. But they both won 6 games each, so they each. Congratulations to both of them. They have each played really, really well. Some really close, tough games that could have gone either way. But I think hats off to both of them. They will both be in the finals tomorrow. If you want to go over when the finals are, give that a little shout out.
Yeah, just a little plug there. Yeah, so guys, if you enjoyed what you've seen so far and you want to see it get concluded, we are doing the finals tomorrow. It is going to be a best of 5. And it shall be at 3 PM GMT, so a little bit of a later start than today. And it's, again, I'm assuming going to be on Twitch and Total War Live over on YouTube, depending on whatever format you want to watch it on. There's a little bit of something for everyone, and I'm very excited to hop into that. I am very excited.
I am as well. I think they're going to be very well matched. You've also got 2 players, Falcon and HW side, who are both, renowned in the tournament scene. They've got 1 more night, evening, morning, whatever the time zone they're in, to spend with their trainee, give them a few extra tips for the finals before tomorrow at 3 PM GMT. They both as well, worth pointing out, Rhea and Duckling, they are the finalists, so they each have won copies of Warhammer 3. That is their prize. The winner of the final, though, will also get a University Tassel hat.
Yes.
And I'm going to say now, but I'll say it tomorrow as well, but massive shout out to everyone involved. Thank you to yourself, Rubber Ducker War, for being the best host we could have asked for. And everyone who participated will be getting a Teach Me Total War mug.
Yes. And I think the whichever of H1 or Falcon wins, I think they also get like an engraved tankard or a drinking horn as well, right?
They do. That is yet to be decided. We'll just whichever one is going to be a tankard or like a drinking horn. We will discuss it with them in a bit more detail, and also it will depend on the options available to us. But it's going to be one of the 2. Yeah.
Well, awesome stuff. Thank you so much for allowing me to stream as well on all your CA formats. Once again, Nathan is the real brains behind the operation. He's the reason we're able to do this today. So thank you as well for the ridiculous amount of stuff you were doing in the background, setting up games. Just made my job easy. I can just pass games and I don't have to worry about hopping into the lobbies or anything like that. So it was super chill, super fun. And I hope everyone at home enjoyed as well, because without you guys, we wouldn't be streaming. So hope you guys enjoyed this. It's very cool to see some multiplayer action as well, like on, Brave Assembly stuff. And I know you guys are gunning pretty hard for Total Warhammer 3 to have a load of improvements to everything in general. And I'm very much looking forward to it. Cool. I think Nathan has abandoned me.
I'm still listening.
Okay, so I'll see you tomorrow, I guess, at 3 PM sharp.
See you guys tomorrow.
Catch you later. All right, guys. Well, that's going to conclude it today. I really do hope you guys enjoyed. I'm going to go eat my body weight in food. I am starving. I think we ended up streaming for like 5 hours or something, which is kind of crazy. So I'm looking forward to that. Going to get a nice little rest tonight. And I'll be back tomorrow again. That's going to be at 3 p.m. GMT on the same channels. And well played to everyone who took part today. Once more, everyone who did play today or was teaching people is a content creator in the multiplayer scene. So if you want to see more multiplayer stuff, feel free to go check them all out. I'll do a big list and a big kind of picture showing them all off tomorrow as well. And if you want to see more of myself, I do have a channel. It's called A Rubber Duck of War. So feel free, if you enjoyed what you saw, to have a little gander over there as well. But more importantly, I hope you guys just enjoyed. And until next time, peace. And as always, stay awesome.